What's up, guys? Man, it's been a while since I've done a live stream. Hey, what's up, Chris Thompson? I can see your comments, by the way. I got a new setup for the live stream, so it's a lot more efficient. At least we'll find out anyway. Haven't done a live stream in forever. I'm a little bit nervous. But welcome to the FlightLife YouTube channel. I'm your host, Producer Fate, aka Truth Tracker. And today, we're going to be looking into the Gabby Petito case and Brian Laundrie. We're also going to be looking at the case of Kylen Schulte and Crystal Turner. Both of these cases happened within extreme close proximity to each other and around the same time. So I'm not stating that there is a connection, but when you look at this like this, let me show you for a second. When you look at it like this, okay, this is what the whole video is going to be about today. Is I took all the points from the Gabby Petito, what unfolded in the Gabby Petito case leading up to her death, horrible tragedy, leading up to Gabby Petito's death, from about the time when they left New York up until Gabby Petito's death and a little bit after. And you can't do that without running into Kylen and Crystal's case, which, you know, like I said, both were a horrible tragedy. One shook an entire state to its core, and another one shook the nation. I mean, social media, turn this down a little bit. Social media has been going absolutely nuts over the Gabby Petito case. And a lot of people are trying to find the connection between it and the Kylen and Crystal case. So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to run down all the evidence I've gathered from social media posts to witness reports to body cam footage. I've taken all of the evidence that I could gather about these two cases, and I marked them on my map here with their time that they were there, and most of the time why they were there. And we're going to run through all of that. We're going to play body cam videos. This is probably going to be a long live stream. Hopefully, I don't think YouTube will cut me off because this is a newer channel. So I don't think YouTube will cut me off for being too long. But we're going to run from New York all the way up to Gabby Petito's death. Every point of interest marked on this map is, hey, thanks, Chris. Thanks a lot, man. Every point of interest marked on this map that you're looking at, we're going to zoom in and all that. This is just a far out shot right now. Every point of interest marked on this map is gathered from evidence that I took from Gabby Petito's Instagram, Brian's Instagram, Twitter, and multiple other sources, witness testimony and body cam footage of where they were and why they were there. Some places you couldn't really tell exactly where they were, and I tried to use anything I could see in the background to pinpoint exactly where they were. And I'm talking down to exactly where they were, like was she sitting on that bench or sitting on that bench. That's how I looked at it. Hey, no problem, man. Hopefully by doing this, it'll open up new answers. You know, when you do it this way with a map, okay, and you find point of interest A, and then you find point of interest B, what a lot of people don't know is, okay, which roads did they travel down? And by using a map like that, if you know point of interest A and you know point of interest B, then now you can start to break down, okay, maybe they went this way, or this way. Now, along their travels, they went a lot of places. So they could have went a lot of different directions. But if you really wanted to investigate it, you could break it down to which road they took. Now, if you can figure out which roads they took, then you can go on the websites, traffic cams. Now you're being your own investigator. I haven't done this, okay? This is just, I've just marked what I found on their social media post, what witnesses said, body cam video, stuff like that. I just marked those on the map. But you could break it down like that. And then if you start searching through those webcams and you start searching through traffic cams that you can rewind, then you might be able to find footage of Gabby Petito's van pulled over on that road that no one knew about. Because that's the job the FBI has to go through. They got to go through any kind of webcam footage they can find. And believe it or not, a lot of these campsites and trails had body cam video that the FBI knows about. Believe me, the FBI has a lot more footage of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie than you realize. Let me see. How anyone thinks these aren't connected, I don't know. Crime scenes in a creek riddled with bullet hole. LOL, really. Look, I'm not saying there's a connection because I don't have 100% evidence of there being a connection yet. But how close in proximity these two cases are of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie and Kylen and Crystal is extremely weird. And then the whole Moonflower, we're going to run through all that. So what I'm going to do real quick, guys, is I'm going to play a video for anybody who hasn't been following the Gabby Petito case, just to catch you up a little bit on exactly what has been going on. And after that, we're going to run through each point of interest on this map, where they were. I have pictures, everything from their social medias, all laid out on this map that I'm going to go through with you guys. So I'm going to play this video, and I'll be right back.
Documented her cross-country journey with her fiancé online. When she was reported missing on September 11th, the case was everywhere, including on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. As it turns out, social media users may have helped authorities find Gabby, but the hunt still continues for her fiancé, Brian Laundrie, who is a person of interest in the case. Jerika Duncan reports on this week's 48 Hours.
In July 2021, Gabby Petito and her fiancé, Brian Laundrie, began what looked like a romantic adventure full of promise.
I love the van.
Rose Davis, one of Gabby's closest friends, says the couple was in love, but there was also something going on behind the scenes.
I was concerned with them spending that much time together. When I was last seeing them and everything, they were rocky.
On August 12th, Moab, Utah police were dispatched when a 911 caller reported seeing a confrontation between Gabby and Brian.
We drove by and the gentleman was slapping the girl.
What's going on? How come you're crying?
I'm sorry, we've just been fighting this morning. Some personal issues.
It's unclear if officers at the scene were given the details of the 911 call. Gabby never mentioned Brian hitting her, but Brian told police that Gabby attacked him. Police separated them for the night and they continued their journey. Gabby would go missing 2 weeks later. The cross-country journey documented on social media turned into a cross-country virtual search party. The question was, where was Gabby Petito? One van life couple had been paying close attention to Gabby's story, Kyle and Jen Bethune. When Jen saw a post that Gabby and Brian had been in the Tetons in Wyoming on the same night that they had been, she rushed to her computer to view footage of their trip.
And I saw that white speck of van, and I was like, please keep going, please keep going. And it did, and it got bigger and bigger.
We just some reason instantly knew that it was hers.
The Bethunes say they called the FBI and uploaded their footage to the FBI website. The next day came the announcement that everyone had been dreading.
Human remains were discovered.
Gabby's remains had been found a 4-minute walk from where the Bethunes had spotted the van.
Alright, so I wanted to knock a video out just in case for anybody who hasn't really been following the Gabby Petito case and the Brian Laundrie case. Now, this video isn't going to really dive into where is Brian Laundrie. Now, I plan to do a video about that in the future, but this video is just going to examine from the time they left New York to up to Gabby Petito's tragic death. So we're going to dive right into it, guys. Like I said, all of these points of interest are backed up by social media posts, witness reports, and police body cam. So we're going to zoom in, do something else really quick. Just 1 second, guys. I just want to put a little bit of music in the background because there's a lot of information we got to go through. And, yeah. Alright, so point A of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie's trip. As you just saw, they planned a cross-country road trip. Van life. You know, van life really took off. I thought about even myself doing a van life trip. So, point A. No. You know what? Cut the music. Alright, so what you're looking at now is a Google Earth map. And like I said, I have all these points of interest marked along their case. And we're just going to dive right into it. So point A. It's going to be hard for me to really keep up with your comments because I'm going through this. Okay. So point A. Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie leave for trip. July 2nd. Petito and Laundrie depart. They departed New York, where Gabby's family home is located, on July 2nd on a planned 4-month cross-country journey. According to a Petito family attorney, the pair had gotten engaged, but postponed their wedding plans because of the coronavirus pandemic and decided to take the trip. So our next stop on this trip, we're going to take this trip with Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie, so we can try to figure out some answers. Alright, so you see on the map right now, you see point A and you see point B. Now you see a red line. Like I was telling you guys earlier, you can narrow down exactly which path they might have taken to get from point A to point B. Now what you're looking at on this map right now is my proposed path that they drove to get from point A to point B. That doesn't necessarily 100% mean that they went this path to get from point A to point B. This is just my proposed path. And how I got this proposed path, or this travel route, is once I knew where they were at one place, and I marked where they were at another place, I could then use Google to navigate, just like GPS navigation like everyone else has had before. So we have point A is in New York, and then we have point B, and this is the proposed possible path that they went down through Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana. And like I said, if you can figure out these paths of exactly which roads they took and when, you might be able to find webcam footage online or traffic cam video online of them driving. Alright, so point B. So they leave New York on July 2nd. We come up to point B and it's in Missouri. So let's find out. Okay, so we got a picture here. And this is from Gabby Petito's travel story. If you go on Instagram, matter of fact, I can show you this. If you go on Instagram, okay. So right now we're looking at Gabby Petito's Instagram page. Gabs Petito. And if you look up at the top, above the pictures, which a lot of people haven't looked at, if you look up at the top, see these little circles? I think you guys can see my mouse. See these little circles at the top of the Instagram page? You see Van Life, Utah, Colorado. So these are Instagram stories for anybody who doesn't know. And basically it's just like Facebook stories. What you can do is add little video clips or add pictures in a story kind of way. It plays them. They're like 30 seconds long or something like that. Even shorter. They might even be shorter on Instagram. So if we go back to our map, they were in Missouri. It says Gabby and Brian here at Missouri state line, 13 weeks old, posted to Gabby's travel story. And you can look down here, and she marked a location, which it says Missouri, Illinois state line. See that? Okay. So this is a picture snapshot I took of the video, but we're going to go back to the Instagram page. And we're going to go to Gabby's travel story. Okay, so here's the story. So this is what happens. It plays pictures or video clips. So these are what Gabby added. So let's see if we find... Oh, look at this. So this is an interesting video right here. You know how Dog the Bounty Hunter is in Marco Bay or Marco Island searching for Brian Laundrie? There's a video on Gabby's Instagram story. If you look down at the bottom of the Instagram story, right here, it says Marco Island, Florida. And look what she's on. She's on a boat. So did Brian Laundrie's family have a boat at Marco Island? Because that really fits with Dog the Bounty Hunter's searching. But we're not looking at that right this moment. There is sound too. Okay. So you see at the top too, it tells you how long ago. This was 26 weeks ago. Let's keep going. Okay, 16 weeks ago, they were on the Appalachian Trail, Dragon's Tooth. 15 weeks ago, this was the Delaware River. You can look at the bottom. Okay, here we are. Here we are. Okay, so 13 weeks ago, Gabby Petito posted to her travel story that she was at the Missouri and Illinois state line. This is the video. Okay. So once you do the math, you wind up with Gabby was at the Missouri and Illinois state line at about the point when they had left New York. This is the earliest point that I could map, because at first, for the longest time, as you'll see, the next point that we're going to visit in Kansas was the oldest point I could find after they had left New York. But I actually had found Gabby's Instagram story, and it showed that they were at the Missouri and Illinois state line right around this time period. I didn't put the date on here for some reason. I don't know why. But if you do the math of how many weeks ago it was, it lines up right with their travel from New York headed towards Wyoming. Okay, so we left New York. We got to point B, which is in Missouri. The Missouri and Illinois state line. Then they kept traveling and they crossed over into Kansas. Okay, Kansas. And you see I marked Kansas with point C. Now, by gathering the evidence of where Gabby and Brian were, by using their social media, witness statements, body cam video, anything I could find, this is how I found this travel pathway that they took, okay? So they were at the Missouri and Illinois state line. Then they left that area. Then they crossed states and went into Kansas. Now let's find out where they were in Kansas. So it says Gabby and Brian were here July 4th. And I can open this up. Let me just make sure of something. So Gabby and Brian were in Kansas on July 4th. And the evidence for them being in Kansas on July 4th. This is a different kind of video, guys. I've never done a video like this. I don't think anybody on YouTube has done a video like this. So let me open up. Alright, so we're looking at Gabby Petito's Instagram page. And I want to open it up in the browser. Sometimes this acts stupid like that. When I change pictures, sometimes it wants to not let me change pictures. So remember that picture. We're going to open up her Instagram page again. Whoops. Okay. Scroll down. Okay. So the picture before this one, just to make sure that there's no other evidence that they were in Missouri or anywhere else. The picture before this, the picture set that we're on in Kansas, was from the Appalachian Trail. So no, that wasn't from their trip. And this was from March 27th. So this picture set is the one that shows they were in Kansas. And this says Gabs Petito at the top. And below it, it tells you her location, Monument Rocks, which is in Kansas. On July 4th. If you look down at the bottom here, you'll see the date, July 4th. And we can go through her pictures. So Gabby Petito was in Kansas at Monument Rocks on July 4th. And she posted these pictures. Now let's go back to our map. Close this. Click back on C. Okay, so below Gabby's IG photos that show evidence they were in Kansas on July 4th, we also have evidence that they were in Kansas July 4th because we have here Brian's IG photos. So now we're going to go to Brian Laundrie's Instagram page to find evidence that they were in Kansas on July 4th. Okay, here we are. We have Bizarre Design. That's Brian Laundrie's Instagram page. We have below his name, Monument Rocks, which is in Kansas. And then we have the date, July 4th. So both of their pictures from both of their Instagram pages line up that they were in Kansas at Monument Rocks on July 4th. We can go through the pictures. It always likes to give me a problem. So we're going to jump back and we're going to go to Brian's. Remember this picture. We're going to jump back and go to Brian's Instagram page now. I think she tagged him. Yes. So Brian's Instagram page is at bizarre_design_. And just for a moment, we'll read what he has at the top real fast before we get to that picture. So Brian Laundrie. Take a hike every day. Bug bites are better than being brainwashed by the media. Nature enthusiast. Taking on hashtag vanlife with @Gabs Petito. He tagged Gabby Petito. Now here's an interesting point that I don't think anybody's really paid attention to. This is another interesting point before we get to that photo. You see this link right here? nomadstatic.com. Okay? Click on that. Let's follow that. Look at this. So no one has reported on this. This is a website that Brian Laundrie and I'm guessing Gabby Petito created. Look, it's their van. It's their picture. This is a website. And you know what's really weird about this website? Is there's no tabs. It's not like you can go look at stuff. It says, out of the Wi-Fi, be here soon, nomad static, follow our journey. Oh, look, there is a little click right here. That's the first time I noticed that. It says, follow our journey. And then look, when you scroll down, there's nothing you can do on this webpage. All that's down here is password. See that at the bottom? I hope you guys can see that. I think you guys can see that. Let me see. If you scroll down to the bottom of the page, there's a password box, and I'm just double checking really quick on my phone that you guys can see that. Oh, you guys can't see it. I see your comments, Mara. Yeah, that was the site Gabby was working on that Brian said she couldn't do. Seems sure he links it, not her. I know, that's so weird that he linked it and she didn't link it though. What it looks like is a live streaming service. Like they were trying to set up their own video platform site. It's just the place marker page. It hasn't gone live yet. Gotcha. Well, if you scroll down to the bottom, I don't want to mess up my how I got these how I got these web pages arranged. But if you scroll down to the bottom, you can see it says password. I tried to guess the password. I couldn't get through. So all you can do is log in with a password. But I just never seen anybody really talk about that. That's why it was like, when I saw it, I was like, this is weird. Thank you, Mara. Alright, so remember that picture? We're going to scroll down Brian's Instagram page. I believe it was this one, right? With him sitting on top of the van. Let's double check. Or them standing outside the van. Okay. Them standing outside of the van. For some reason, the pictures, when I put them on Google Earth, I put the links in, doesn't show the same picture as when you're on Instagram, but they're the same picture set. So this is the picture right here. But just to make sure, what's the picture before that? So this is from Blood Mountain, April 11th. This isn't part of their trip, okay. So that's not part of their trip. So let's click on this. Okay, and I'm going to read what they wrote next to the picture and everything. I want to read their hashtags too. Hashtags, of course, are a way to get your pictures out there to tag them with other relevant hashtags. But also hashtags people use to communicate a feeling sometimes. So I'm going to read hashtags if I see them. So this is the picture, and it shows right here, bizarre design at Monument Rocks at the top. And then if we scroll down, damn, it's really cutting off a lot, ain't it, on you guys? Here, let me do this. It's probably going to mess up my web page. There we go. What's behind it? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, now you guys can see towards the bottom, okay? So, Bizarre Design, which is Brian Laundrie, was at Monument Rocks on July 4th. There you go. Now you can see the date. Sorry about that. I would have did that in the first picture set we went through, but I didn't know you guys couldn't see it. So there's the picture of them standing next to each other at the van. So again, we have further evidence that Brian and Gabby were in Kansas at Monument Rocks on July 4th. We have pictures on Brian Laundrie's Instagram, and we have pictures on Gabby Petito's Instagram. And we're going to read his post here. So as we read these posts, what they tagged in it by hashtags and more, we'll start to formulate kind of a character profile that we can look into in later videos. But for now, we're just going to read them and keep moving along on the map. Okay, so Bizarre Design. He wrote, let me catch my breath for a second. It's a lot to talk about. So Bizarre Design. Downsizing our life to fit into this itty-bitty van was the best decision we've ever made. With the limited space, We wanted to take advantage of every inch, while also keeping everything minimalist. Definitely felt inspired by a lot of other hashtag vanlifers on at YouTube. But we came up with a completely original layout. Barely spent anything on the conversation. I believe he meant to say conversion. Barely spent anything on the conversion and couldn't be happier with the outcome. Hashtag van tour coming soon. Sacrificing space to wake up in nature every day has been no sacrifice at all. And then he put a little snake looking thing. And then he put cross-country road trip with at Gabs Petito. And then here's his hashtags that he used. Hashtag vanlife. Hashtag nomad life. Hashtag van conversion. Hashtag live more with less. And then I'm not going to say hashtag every time. Ford Transit Connect. Ford Transit Camper. Van build. Ford Transit conversion. Custom van build. Travel blog. YouTube. Travel videos. Tiny home. Cherish the little things. Natural lifestyle. So like I said, when you use hashtags, a lot of times you're tagging common hashtags or popular hashtags to try to get your pictures or videos out there. And then other times you're using hashtags to communicate a feeling. So continuing on, like I said, Brian and Gabby were at Monument Rocks in Kansas on July 4th. Let's go back to our map. We don't need to see that no more. Okay. So let's zoom out just to keep pace with where we're at. Gabby and Brian left New York. Their first picture that I could find or evidence for was at the Illinois state line, Missouri and Illinois state line. They then crossed states and were in Kansas on July 4th. And we just went through their Instagram pictures that showed evidence for them being in Kansas on July 4th. Both Gabby and Brian had Instagram pictures in Kansas on July 4th. And again, if you're just tuning in, or anybody who's just sitting there watching and they're like, oh, how do you know the travel path? Again, this is my proposed travel path of the way they went. I got that by having one point of interest, having another point of interest, and using Google to navigate it. And when you know all the points of interest, you can approximate, okay, they went in what direction. So that's how I did it. That doesn't necessarily mean they went this direction. This is just the best and quickest direction they could have went. Excuse me. All right. So July 4th, Gabby and Brian were in Kansas, and according to my travel path, they left Kansas, and then they crossed into Colorado. They entered Colorado. We're going to zoom in. They arrived at Colorado Springs. And looks like July 8th. Here is a picture snapshot from Gabby Petito's Instagram page. And by the way, when you go through Gabby's Instagram page and you go through her Twitter page and you go through her interests, like her likes, you find out that Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie were both heavy weed smokers. They both loved to smoke weed. Gabby Petito especially. She put up a lot of likes. I can actually show you her Twitter page. Let's do that real quick. Pull up her Twitter page. That's not her Twitter page. Okay. So now what you're looking at is Gabby Petito's Twitter page. And if you want to in your free time, just look up at Gabby Petito. Okay? And you can go through all of her posts. I already went through all of her posts to add images to my map, to try to figure out exactly when and where Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie were. So, what I really want to look at here is going to Gabby Petito's likes on Twitter. So what this shows is everything that Gabby Petito liked on Twitter. Okay? Like, she liked this post. I really believe in myself right now. This is a great feeling. She liked that post on June 10th, 2019. Now, when you scroll down, you can start looking at her likes. And what you can kind of do is build a character profile of who Gabby Petito was. Mara, yeah, good tea, good weed, LOL, that's what she captioned, a pic in Colorado. Yup, exactly. So just to go through really quick, just to show a little bit of evidence that Gabby Petito really liked to smoke weed. Not that that's a bad thing. I'm not knocking anybody who smokes weed. I don't even look at it as a drug. I'm just building a character profile as we work our way through this video. Why is that still running? Hold on one second, guys. Alright. Like, you can literally go through her Twitter likes and figure out a character profile of who a person is in a little bit. Okay? So let's just examine some. Like, she posted this on, she liked this post on Twitter right here. Happy 420, everyone. And look, it's a dolphin grabbing a joint. And then right below that, she liked another one. The dangers of marijuana. Just made myself a bowl of ice cream, left it on the table, sat down on the couch, and forgot about it for a solid 30 minutes. So see, Gabby Petito was a weed smoker. Definitely a weed smoker. And what that shows is, okay, if they were both weed smokers, then there's the possibility that more drugs were involved. And not that marijuana is a bad thing, because it's not. But it is a gateway, especially for younger people. We've all been younger, you know what I'm saying? So it could be a gateway. So you don't know if later on that could tie into maybe they took bad drugs and... Alright, Chris. Maybe they took bad drugs and maybe Brian went into a spaz mode and maybe something happened to Gabby, you know? You can go through this and build a whole character profile. So I think, let me see, we'll scroll down. And see, right here. Okay, smoking a L in a car with lightning outside is a thing of beauty. There you go. It's another post to show that Gabby Petito was a weed smoker. So I think that demonstrates enough from the Twitter page that Gabby Petito was a weed smoker. So what we have is they left Kansas, they went into Colorado, and they stopped by a pizza shop, which I haven't seen too many people talk about. They stopped by a pizza shop called Slice 420, and if we look at our map, so when I look at this map and I figure out, okay, here's all the evidence they were in this area. Then I mark their points of interest. Then I use the dates from their Instagram post to know, okay, they were at this one first, this one first, this one first. But the problem is with Gabby's Instagram stories is they just give weeks. So you got to kind of approximate, okay, so this was around the date of August 9th or something, just as an example. So you got to approximate the story post. But the Instagram post, I can know 100% without a doubt they were at this point, at this date. And Mara, I say, yeah, his art is super psychedelic. Yeah, a lot of his art, Brian Laundrie was big into, we can look at that really quick. Or I'll do it once I open up his Instagram page. I'll show you some of his art. But a lot of his art was like inspired by Beetlejuice. Like he really liked Beetlejuice. And drawing glow in the dark art. He was big in the glow-in-the-dark art. So they left Kansas, and here we go. Gabby and Brian were here, which we're going to look at where in a minute, July 8th. Okay. So they left Kansas and they arrived in Colorado Springs on July 8th. And here's the evidence that they were in Colorado Springs on July 8th. So here we are. Let me open that. Remember that picture. We're going to open up her Instagram. And these Instagram posts on her Instagram page will fall right in line with each other as we keep moving forward. See, like, we just looked at this one when they were in Kansas. Now look, the next post right here is the one that's supposedly in Colorado Springs. Okay. See, it's weird when you put the pictures in Google Earth because it takes all of this away. It's kind of weird how that happens. So look, here we have Gabby Petito. This is Gabby Petito's Instagram page. Was at Colorado Springs, Colorado. If we go down to the bottom, you guys can't see it for some reason. Hold on. Oh, you can see it. So if we go down to the bottom of her post, we can see July 8th. And she got 12,000 likes. They had a lot of support, too. And she wrote like a little snail and a smiley face. She didn't write anything. She just put like emojis up. And these are the posts from Colorado Springs. And this is another sign right here that Gabby Petito was a weed smoker. I believe what you're looking at right now, this is a weed shop. I don't know if anybody who's watching knows for sure, but I believe this is a weed shop. And a little pot from Colorado is a funny term. It means smoking weed. Thanks, Mar. Thank you for letting me know. So a little pot from Colorado, that is a term for getting weed in Colorado, smoking weed in Colorado. When you look up on Pinterest, a little pot from Colorado, that's what it's all inspired by, smoking weed. And I believe this is a marijuana shop, but I can't find what shop they're at because there's not a shop called a little pot from Colorado that I could find in Colorado Springs. But this is showing you Gabby liked to smoke weed. Okay, let's go back to our map. Let's minimize. Okay. So on July 8th, Gabby Petito was at that little store. We can't verify 100% what that store was. Mara wrote, she got a vape in one of the pics too. She definitely smoked weed. 100%. I agree. She definitely smoked weed. And I believe Brian smoked weed too. So on July 8th, she had posted that picture from Colorado Springs of the pot and at the graffiti on the wall. Then we also have another from Colorado Springs. And this was the Slice 420, and I'm going to go back to her Instagram page. This was 12 weeks ago from today, because I added, or it might have been from this week, 12 weeks ago, which works out to be right around July 8th. And this is another sign that Gabby Petito was a big weed smoker because she stopped by Slice 420. Come on, guys. Slice 420. But this is a video. I'm just showing you snapshot pictures that I added to Google Earth so I could remember that. Okay? And if you zoom in before we go to the Instagram, I'll show you that I have the exact spot she was sitting on Google Earth. She was sitting on a bench right here in this park around July 8th. If we go to Street View, sorry, my computer's running a little slow, live streaming and all. So, see this building? Hold on. See this building right here? This old looking horse stable style building? And you look back, if my computer can handle it. Come on, computer. Little train that could. If you look back, there's benches. Okay, see this bench right here in the front? See that bench right there? She was sitting at that bench right there. So look, exit street view. Zoom back out. Now remember that building? Hold on one second. Google Earth does this sometimes, and I gotta reset that. Okay, remember that building? Slice 420. I'm gonna show you the video here in a second. There's the building, and that's from her Instagram post. There's the building across the street. She was sitting at that bench that I was telling you guys, because that's the front bench right there. And then Slice 420 was right in that shop. I'm gonna go back to her Instagram page. Okay. I believe. Gotta refresh her Instagram page. So this was July 8th. For anybody watching, if you're keeping notes or whatever. July 8th. You can always pause this video and come back to it. July 8th, she was in Colorado Springs. This is the post that I showed you guys, but the Slice 420 was in her Instagram story. And look, up here she has a Colorado Instagram story. So let's click on that. Now there's something really interesting right here. I don't know if anybody has an answer to this. But she tagged Boulder, Colorado. And as far as I can tell from mapping out their whereabouts, Boulder, Colorado doesn't make sense. And like if you look at the product in this story, it says at the bottom, it doesn't say Boulder, Colorado, it says Denver, Colorado. So because for a minute I'm thinking, okay, maybe she's saying the company's in Boulder, Colorado. But I'm going to show you where Boulder, Colorado is. We'll get back to that. So look, this is another showing you that Gabby Petito liked to smoke marijuana. Because this is a marijuana food. If you read right at the bottom right here, contains marijuana. So they were eating edibles along their trip. Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie. Well, Brian Laundrie doesn't really show anything marijuana related, I don't think. But Gabby Petito shows a lot. So, oh, here's another one. See, a lot of people didn't look into... I can't go back, I don't think. Oh, yeah, I can. A lot of people didn't look into these Instagram stories. Right, way off from there, Chris. I'm going to show you more about that in a minute. But, a lot of people didn't look through these Instagram stories. Look, Gabby Petito holding a blunt. I think it's a blunt or a joint. Driving down the road in Colorado 12 weeks ago. That was on their trip. A lot of people haven't looked at these story pictures. Alright, here's the Slice 420. Okay. So that's from Gabby's Instagram Colorado story. And you can see at the top right here, that was from 12 weeks ago. 12 weeks ago. Which works out to, what was the date? July 8th? Works out to about July 8th. Right around the same time that, zoom out more. Right around the same time that she posted Instagram photos from Colorado Springs. Okay? So we now have 2 pieces of evidence that Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie were in Colorado Springs and at that restaurant on July 8th. Okay? Reading your comments. Mara. They took a lot of weird routes. More scenic roads than highways. I agree. And I didn't mark a lot of highways. I used Google Earth. Google Maps, kinda, in a way. And I used their navigation system. But I didn't just mark the highways. Like, what I did was, for anybody who's new joining, if you see travel routes on this map, they are my travel routes. And how I found them was, I had point A, where I knew they were, point B, where I knew they were, and then I used Google to navigate it. And then when you lay out all of the point of interest from New York to Wyoming, where Gabby Petito was discovered, you start to see a trend in which direction they were going. And I just selected the best, quickest path along all of the points of interest. So, to review, we're going to zoom out. We have more in Colorado here, and we're going to talk that weird boulder thing. Zoom back in one moment. Okay. So we have Gabby Petito leaving New York, July 2nd. We have Instagram story pictures posted from the Missouri and Illinois state line. Right here. For some reason it's not coming up. Okay, there it is. From 13 weeks ago. They left the Missouri-Illinois state line, and that was their first post that I could find evidence for as they were traveling. Is the pizza place of reference or drug-related? I believe it's drug-related. I haven't really fully looked into it, but I'm pretty sure the pizza place is drug-related also. So they left the Missouri and Illinois state line. They crossed states, and they arrived in Kansas on July 4th. They were at the Monument Rocks. They left Monument Rocks. They crossed states again. They were in Colorado now, and they arrived at Colorado Springs, which all this is we've showed evidence for up to this point. They arrived at Colorado Springs, and they stopped at the Slice 420 restaurant, and Gabby posted them Instagram photos with the graffiti and the little pot in Colorado. And what else do we have from this area? Okay. So then we have on Gabby Petito's Instagram Colorado story feed, we have another post from Colorado, which is this picture right here. I'm going to pull it up on our Instagram, but it's called Pikes Peak in Colorado, which is close to Slice 420. It's more up. It's a park. It's more up in the mountains. As you can see, here's Slice 420 and where Gabby posted her Instagram pictures. And here's Pikes Peak. Okay. And you can see my travel path only routes you right to the Slice 420. It doesn't go up into here, which they could have gone up in here. But the reason why my path doesn't map them up in here, because if they went up in here, according to the dates and all, then they went down here. See what I'm saying? When you lay out all the points of interest and the dates with it, you kind of sum up, okay, they had to have gone this way at this time. It had to be this route. It had to be this fast that they got here. But I could be off, way off, because they could travel any way they wanted. But this is my approximation of where they went. So we have another one near Colorado Springs on July 8th, which was from Pikes Peak. We're going to jump. Remember that picture from her story? We're going to jump back to Gabby's Colorado story feed on her Instagram page. Let's see if we find Pikes Peak. Oh, okay. So look, this is the thing that was throwing me off a bit. So these actually are older. So some of the points I marked, I was like, okay, doesn't make sense. See what I'm saying? Because look, Pikes Peak, Colorado. And then at the top of her Instagram post, 102 weeks ago. What? Does that make sense? Marty, I hope I'm saying your name right. Marty said the pizza place is just a regular pizza store. No spiked pizza there. I think the name more so gets across, maybe. The vibe or people it wants to attract there. Cool people. So look, Colorado says she was at Pikes Peak, Colorado 102 weeks ago. How is this possible? I'm confused. Can you guys answer that question? Because I'm confused. And then the next post after that, look. This is that weird Boulder post. So she tagged Boulder, Colorado. I guess, did Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie go out to Colorado? That's what I was wondering, Mara. They went cross country prior to this. She just put the Colorado pics on the same story. Okay, I didn't know they had went cross country all the way out to Colorado before. I knew they had went to the Appalachian Mountains and all that. I didn't know they went all the way out to Colorado. Okay. That's why I didn't really mark that along my travel path, because I was like, this is kind of weird. Okay. Colorado. So see, we have more pictures from Colorado here. And, or near the springs. And, but they don't have no location on them. They're just like this, like food. And then you have the Slice 420. And then, according to her Instagram Colorado story feed here, the next stop after what was that? Slice 420? After Slice 420 was the Great Sand Dunes National Park. Yeah, they went to Yosemite and Cali. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. I'm like, what's going on here? Something's off. So, the next stop, according to her story feed here, we're going to go back to the map, is the Great Sand Dunes National Park. There's no more from Slice 420 or that area. So let's go back to the map. And you can see here on my map that I don't have any other points. I do have that Pikes Peak marked here, but you can see I didn't navigate to it because it didn't line up. Just like the Boulder. Now I understand the Boulder since I know they went out there further, because Boulder is like, or no, I think I took the Boulder back off because I'm like, nah, that can't make sense. Okay. So, okay. So July 8th, there's all the evidence that Brian and Gabby were in Colorado Springs on July 8th. And then if we go down here, this is my possible travel route they took to get to the Great Sand Dunes National Park. So you see they came down, they went south. And this is down here where the Great Dunes National Park is. We're going to zoom in. Remember, they were in Colorado Springs on July 8th, around that time. So you see, let's see. It says Gabby and Brian here, Colorado. Gabby's Colorado feed, number 7. Okay, remember that. And then we have all these Instagram picture posts. Okay. So it says Gabby and Brian were at the Great Sand Dunes National Park, Colorado from July 10th to July 11th. So they were at Colorado Springs July 8th. And then according to all the posts and the evidence that I've gathered, they were at the Great Sand Dunes National Park here July 10th to July 11th. And we're going to go through and find our evidence that they were here at this time. Okay? So remember this picture, and if we are correct, on her Instagram page, when we go to it, will be the last picture we looked at, which was at Colorado Springs with that graffiti on the wall, that blue graffiti. The next post should be this picture. So let's go back to her Instagram page. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Let's get out of this. Sometimes it plays goofy on me. Okay. Scroll down. Okay. So here's Monument Rocks, Kansas. Colorado Springs, Colorado. That's the last one we just looked at. And then the next one should be the Great Sand Dunes. And here we are. The Great Sand Dunes. Can you guys see that date? Make sure you can see that. Okay. So here's our evidence that they were at the Great Sand Dunes National Park and Preserve July 10th through July 11th. Here's some evidence. So we have Gabby Petito's Instagram page, which is at the top right here. This is her name. And then if we go to the bottom of the post, we see the date, which is July 10th. And we're going to read her post. See, sometimes when you view Instagram pages on here, it cuts it off, but I know a way around it. Or usually I do, if it wants to work. But I'm going to read her post. Maybe it's my fault. Sometimes this Instagram page just does not want to cooperate. For some reason. Well, I'll try to sum it up, and if I can't, I'll try to fix it again. So they were at the Great Sand Dunes National Park July 10th through July 11th, and here's the evidence. Gabby Petito's page, and here's what she wrote on this post. After going on our first road trip, dang on it, I gotta get it open. Can't read it like that. I want to know exactly what was said, man. You're piquing my investigation anxiety. There we go. Okay. Here we go. This is what she wrote. After going on our first road trip across the country in my tiny car, we felt like there was just so much we missed. Turning this Ford Transit essentially into a camper was such an adventure in itself. But I couldn't love the way it turned out more. All the places it's brought us so far have been amazing. As soon as we got to the Great Sand Dunes, I didn't want to leave. There was so much to hike. But as soon as the campsites on the dunes open up for summer, they fill up instantly, along with overnight parking permits. Now this is a trend that you see with Gabby's post and Brian's post. They were really deep into the nomad way of life, but let me finish reading. Open up for the summer, they fill up instantly, along with the overnight parking permits. Lucky enough, I called at the right time when someone canceled and was able to score us a campsite for 2 nights overlooking the dunes. I'm so grateful we got such an awesome spot to spend the night and surf the dunes. And the night sky here was insane. Never seen so many stars. And the hashtags she used under that post were she put a little moon, and she used hashtag vanlife, hashtag vanlife movement, and she tagged Brian, which is at bizarre_design_. And that was on July 10th. And get a drink for a second, guys. All right. Sorry about that. Had to grab a drink real quick. So that was on July 10th. And that's Gabby Petito's Instagram post. And there's more, but this is just one. And this proves that they were at the Great Sand Dunes National Park and Preserve in Colorado. This is just one post. So we're going to go back to our map. I'm going to exit that. Let's find some more evidence. Okay, Gabby's feed. We'll get to that. Next post. This is from Gabby's Instagram page. Gabs Petito, Great Sand Dunes National Park. And she posted this. This was also on July 10th. Be nice if this wanted to work for me, but it doesn't. See, this is what Google Earth does. But let's open her page up. So her next post should be that post. Let's go back. We're not. Come on. Why you do this to me? Okay. Here it is. Here's the same post, which is right after that post, like we already have established. And we have the picture. This is another post. This was on July 10th, also, same day. And it says Gabs Petito, which is Gabby Petito, Great Sand Dunes National Park and Preserve. And she wrote on this post, Bikini Bottom isn't the only place there's sandy cheeks, with a smiley face. And she said, swipe to see me fall on my butt. And her hashtag was vanlife travel. Hello, Dank. Thanks for joining. So, she has multiple pictures in this picture set. This is another Gabby picture. Cat got my keyboard. This is, let's go to the next one. Okay. These are all from July 10th. Proves that they were in the Great Sand Dunes National Park. Okay, we got a video here. That was a video from Gabby Petito's Instagram page at the Great Sand Dunes on July 10th. Chris Thompson said, "Did they ever release the toxicology report?" And Marty, am I saying your name correctly? Not that I know of, but that will be very interesting. They haven't released anything as of yet. Thanks, said cheers host. Chris Thompson threw you a shout out. That's how I found you. Okay. Thank you, Danks. Thank you, Dank. I said thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it. No, as far as I know, they haven't released the toxicology report. As far as I know. Can you guys hear me good? I try to keep the mic at a decent volume, not too loud, not too low. So if I'm coming through clear, just let me know. So that was... There's no T. Huh? There's no T. Marie. Sorry about that. Marie, gotcha. Is it Marie? I'm looking at my other screen and it's kind of far away, so I'm looking at your picture. It looks like a guy in the picture. That's why I didn't think it was a girl's name. Gotcha. So it's Marie. Gotcha. Hello, Marie. Marie, or is that a guy's name? I'm getting lost here. So, that's from Gabby Petito's. Audio is great. Thanks, Stank. You're good, brother. So that's from Gabby Petito's Instagram page at the Great Sand Dunes National Park and Preserve, and we're going through her picture set. And that's from July 10th. We're finding evidence that they were there from their social media accounts. So we can know exactly where Brian Laundrie and Gabby Petito were. We're also going to get into Kylen and Kristen, or Kylen and Crystal. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm thinking of names. Now you guys got me thinking of names. I'm getting names mixed up. It's a lot of information to go through, man. A lot. I've been doing so much research on this case. Whew. It's a lot. So this is another Instagram picture from July 10th of Gabby Petito. So sad, guys. Like when you watch them videos, it's so sad. So this is another picture from July 10th. Another picture. All of these pictures are from July 10th. Gotcha. French. I want to go to France sometime and check out the Paris catacombs. I want to make a video on that outside of this subject. That's awesome. So July 10th, all of these pictures are from July 10th at the Great Sand Dunes National Park. Another picture. Okay, so that's all the pictures in this picture set that prove that Gabby and Brian were at the Great Sand Dunes National Park and Preserve. So let's go back to our map. There's a lot of pictures from the Great Sand Dunes. And then she also has a story post. So we got another post here. And as we can see the date changed. So they stayed in the Great Sand Dunes July 10th. They were there July 10th during the day. And then we have another post here from Gabby Petito, and she's still at the Great Sand Dunes. Or that's what her social media shows. She's still at the Great Sand Dunes. And the date has now changed to July 11th. And this is a single picture, so I'm not going to jump back to her Instagram page. But this is, or I'll do it just for research purposes to make sure. So the next picture should be that picture. So, right there. So see, we went through that picture set. which the date marked on this picture set is July 10th from the Great Sand Dunes. And then her next post was, oh yeah, so we can read her caption too. So her next post was July 11th, also from the Great Sand Dunes, which puts them in the Great Sand Dunes National Park for 2 days so far, July 10th through July 11th. And at the top we see Gabs Petito, Great Sand Dunes National Park. And then she wrote something here. She wrote, Gabs Petito, last day in Colorado, smiley face. She put an arrow, Utah. She put a sun symbol. And then she put some hashtags, which are hashtag vanlife, hashtag nomad living, hashtag travel blogger, hashtag vanlife movement, hashtag the right to explore. So right there, she's telling everyone that she is leaving Colorado. This is her last day there. And she's saying that they're going to Utah. And this is on July 11th. So they were in the Great Sand Dunes National Park, July 10th, July 11th. And as we can see, if we go to her next post, it shows that they're no longer in the Great Sand Dunes. But if we go back to the map, I think there is one more piece of evidence that shows that they were in the Great Sand Dune. Oh, Brian has some IG photos too. So, yeah. So this, according to my map here, Brian has some IG photos and videos from the Great Sand Dunes National Park. And let's scroll. So his date on his photos are July 10th, which puts Brian and Gabby in the Great Sand Dunes National Park, July 10th and July 11th, from their post here on Instagram. And to watch his post, we're going to go back to Instagram here. And another interesting thing is she didn't always tag him. It almost seemed like when she was damn, when she was mad at him, she didn't tag him. That's kind of what it looked like. Damn, she didn't tag him in none of these pictures. I'm trying to get to his page. Here he is. Okay. So, Brian should have some pictures from the Great Sand Dunes. This is Monument Rocks, correct? Yeah, that's Kansas. So Brian posted in Kansas, and then he didn't post again until the Great Sand Dunes. So he didn't post nothing from Colorado Springs area. So here we are, same time as Gabby's Instagram post. Brian posted on July 10th also. And, damn. Cannot get my throat clear. So, on July 10th, here we are. We have Bizarre Design. That's Brian's Instagram handle. We have him at the Great Sand Dunes National Park and Preserve. And he wrote on his Instagram page, first time out to the Great Sand Dunes. I've never set foot in a terrain like this, let alone surf down hills of sand, or tasted sand. I got to taste a lot of sand. And he got to taste a lot of sand. Cool, bro. Sorry. And then he tagged at Gabs Petito. So this is on July 10th. He don't get nowhere near as many likes as Gabby, by the way. Just throwing that in there. So here's his picture. He's standing on top of the sand that he tasted. And then he also posted two things in this picture set. and a video. Let's watch this video. All right. So that's, mic's a little bit loud there. Turn that down there. So that's from Brian Laundrie's Instagram page on July 10th. So we have evidence from Gabby Petito's Instagram page that they were in the Great Sand Dunes National Park July 10th through July 11th. And we have evidence that Brian Laundrie was in the Great Sand Dunes National Park and Preserve July 10th. So they both were in the Great Sand Dunes National Park July 10th through July 11th. And I forgot to mention when I said it before, you'll see it a lot in their captions wrote with their photos and videos and stuff like that, that they were really big on that nomad life. That they really didn't like people around. It didn't seem like there's another post caption that Gabby Petito wrote that she got mad because someone left trash on a table. I'll read it once we get there. But she got mad about that, and she just talks about in a lot of her posts too about having the overwhelming people and how nature is destroyed, or Brian talks about that, how nature is destroyed. They both didn't seem like they really liked people from what I've gathered and read. So we have Brian Laundrie and Gabby Petito in the Great Sand Dunes National Park, July 10th through July 11th. We're going to go back to our map. And I believe Gabby posted a story too. Yeah, Gabby and Brian were at the Great Sand Dunes National Park, and I left a note here that Gabby's Colorado feed number 7, that she posted a feed post, or a story post. You know, they have them story posts at the top of their pages. So according to my notes, she also posted a story post from the Great Sand Dunes National Park. So let's go find that. Colorado. Okay. Remember, we've been going through this whole story since we got into Colorado. So we've gone through this, gone through that, gone through that, and we have all these points marked on our map when we can. Gone through that, slice 420. Here we are. Okay. So 12 weeks ago, falls right around the same time of July 10th and 11th. She posted a story post here, which is the Great Sand Dunes National Park 12 weeks ago, and I'm going to replay it. Okay. And then you'll see that on her next story post that she posted was from Mesa Verde National Park, and we're going to get there. I believe that's next. It should be. So Gabby and Brian were in the Great Sand Dunes National Park July 10th through July 11th. Evidence shows that. Both Instagram accounts show that they were there July 10th through July 11th. And that's all I have from the Great Sand Dunes National Park. So let's zoom back out. And of course, we'll run back through really quick our map. So they left They left New York July 2nd. Our first point up here. They were at the Missouri state line, which was this, 13 weeks ago. They crossed states. Then they were at Monument Rocks July 4th. We proved that with Instagram post. Then they were at Colorado Springs. They crossed states from Monument Rocks, Kansas into Colorado. They were at Colorado Springs July 8th. Then they were at the Great Sand Dunes July 10th through 11th. And again, for anybody who just tuned in, if you're seeing these red lines on the screen, they are my red lines that I proposed, the paths that they traveled. They could be completely wrong. How I got them was if I know where they were at point A and I know where they were at point B, I can use Google to navigate it. And then once I have as many points of interest as I have here, you see, I can try to figure out the best course they took. And I see Mara said, yes, he says he doesn't like plastic on the body cam. Chris Thompson said, yes. Go on reels. Wasn't plastic. Chris said, wasn't plastic bottles brought up at one point? I'm not 100% certain. Not sure there. So they leave the Great Sand Dunes July 10th, July 11th. This is their possible travel path that I put in. Here's the Great Sand Dunes. They left. They traveled this way down towards Durango area. And then they arrive. Let's zoom in. They arrive at Gabby and Brian here, Colorado. What is here? Yeah, just like I said, the Mesa Verde National Park. They arrived at the Mesa Verde National Park, and this is posted to Gabby's Instagram Colorado story 11 weeks ago. And I believe this is called the Petroglyph Trail in the Mesa Verde National Park. So this was posted to Gabby's Instagram Colorado story. As we saw that when we were still on it right here. And you can see she tagged at the bottom Mesa Verde National Park. And then if we keep scrolling down on my notes I put in here, Petroglyph Trail Mesa Verde posted to Brian's travel story. Petroglyph Trail Mesa Verde 11 weeks ago. So we'll go back to their Instagram pages to check that out. What we see here, this is from Brian's travel story on his Instagram page. And he marked it as Petroglyph Trail Mesa Verde, Colorado. And we have right here posted to Gabby's Colorado feed. See, if you didn't look at their story feeds on their Instagram pages, you wouldn't even have marked this location, because a lot of people didn't look at their story feeds, because there's no just regular Instagram posts from the Mesa Verde. I don't believe, as far as my notes show here, there wasn't any from the Mesa Verde. So let's start with this one. Posted to Gabby's Colorado feed number 8. See if Gabby has. Let's go back to her Instagram page. Okay, here it is. They left the Great Sand Dunes. That was 12 weeks ago. And then you see at the top of her post here, they were at the Petroglyph Trail in Mesa Verde National Park 11 weeks ago. So what was it? July 10th and 11th, they were at the Great Sand Dunes National Park. And then a week later, basically, 11. See, you got to approximate it like that with the story posts. I think this is where she has the vape. Let's see. what's after this. Okay. So she posted this picture from the Mesa Verde National Park, and she posted this video. Okay, so there's the evidence that they were at the Mesa Verde National Park around July 10th, 11th, or the week following. So, around July 20th, between July 10th, 11th, and July 20th, 21st. Oh, you're welcome, Chris. I know when like a lot of people I watched a lot of YouTubers who are trying to figure out timelines and all that. And this isn't necessarily figuring out a timeline. This is more so like you can write everything, all the details on a sheet of paper and just mark them A, B, C, D, E. Okay? That's a timeline if that's how you want to do it. See, how I'd like to do it is I do it on the map. Because the map can bring so much to light. Like I was saying, if you can figure out which directions they were traveling, and you can find webcams along those roads or trails, anything, you can find footage that no one else has seen. But no problem, Chris. At the same time, we're both learning. So that was Gabby's Instagram story post. So they were at the Mesa Verde National Park after the Great Sand Dunes National Park about a week later of July 10th and July 11th. Could be anywhere from July 11th to July 21st. So, we already seen that. Okay. So Brian posted at the same time Gabby did on his travel Instagram story feed 11 weeks ago also. And he did tag a little bit of a different location, but Gabby did put that picture up of the petroglyphs, so I'm assuming that they were traveling together, and the picture she put up of the petroglyphs is the same thing, Petroglyph Trail Mesa Verde. But in her tag, she put Mesa Verde National Park. He put Petroglyph Trail Mesa Verde. But I believe they're the same. When you let's jump to Brian Laundrie's Instagram page. I'm just clicking this to get his page. So, our last one we looked at, or no, he didn't post any Instagram pictures. So, as my notes said, it was under the travel story on Brian Laundrie's Instagram page. So, let's see. Okay, so look, we even missed this. So, he even put up Great Sand Dunes National Park. He put videos in his story. Oh, the video has no sound. Okay. So it looks like just based about the same video. Him being a cool guy. It looks like just chops from that video we watched. And this was 12 weeks ago. Which lines up. Everything lines up perfectly with the dates. 12 weeks ago was the Great Sand Dunes. And then here's that post that I wrote in my notes. Petroglyph Trail Mesa Verde. He posted in his Instagram travel story feed on his Instagram page. Just looking what's after. See, he didn't tag anything in this, but I believe this is also the Mesa Verde National Park. These two posts. Both were from 11 weeks ago. Yeah, it has to be the Mesa Verde National Park also in the second one. So these are both from the Petroglyph Trail in Mesa Verde National Park 11 weeks ago. So that is the week of, that is between July 10th or July 11th. So July 12th, between July 12th and July 21st, about approximation is when this post was put up. So we have evidence that they both were in the Mesa Verde National Park. So that's our evidence. Let's go back to our map. And I believe that's everything. Okay, yep. So that's everything we have. So again, they left New York July 2nd. I'm not going to zoom out. I'll do that on the next one. July 2nd, they left New York. They traveled to the Missouri state line, where they posted a picture. They crossed states into Kansas and visited Monument Rocks July 4th. They left Kansas. They went into Colorado. They went into the state of Colorado, Colorado Springs, July 8th. Colorado Springs area, July 8th. They left the Colorado Springs area July 8th. And then they went to the Great Sand Dunes National Park July 10th through July 11th. They left the Great Sand Dunes National Park, Colorado, July 10th and 11th. They left on the 11th or 12th. Possible. Then they arrived at the Mesa Verde National Park. And according to their story feeds, that was a week after the Great Sand Dunes National Park, which was in the range of July 12th through July 21st, was when they were in the Mesa Verde National Park. Verde. Chris Thompson. Yeah, man, he's a cool guy, you know. I like the live stream guy. You know, I don't want to go out there too hard because you know, I don't know all the evidence. But I like the live streams where they said, "Where's Baldo?" People were doing live streams talking about Brian Laundrie and using the "Where's Waldo" thing. And they were writing, "Where's Baldo?" It was pretty funny when I saw that. I don't know why. So, where are we headed on our next map, or on our next stop? Let's zoom out just to get an overview. So here's Colorado Springs, Great Dunes National Park. Petroglyph Trail, Mesa Verde. And then here's our next stop, marked as G. A lot of people haven't seen this picture. It's so sad. Like, don't mind me trying to make light of it, because this is so horrible what I'm investigating. But at the same time, I'm just trying to relay it. So don't beat up the messenger. I'm just relaying what I found. So we have 11 weeks ago, which is the same approximation that Instagram used for the Mesa Verde Petroglyph Trail pictures, stuff posted to their stories. They were posted 11 weeks ago. And we have here posted 11 weeks ago on Gabby's. So Gabby had a Utah. We'll go to her Instagram page. Gabby had a Utah story on her Instagram page. And in that story is this picture, which is "Welcome to Utah." And it shows Gabby and Brian. We'll go to that in a moment. "Welcome to Utah" on Gabby's Instagram story. Let's go to her story. So she has a Utah story on her Instagram page. This is Brian's. So let's go to Gabby's here. course, Instagram always has to act up and make me do stuff to get it to work properly. So, okay. So, see, Colorado, and then she had Utah. So, here's Utah, her Instagram story on Gabby Petito's Instagram page. And you can see right here, the first picture in Utah is that picture. Ah, come on, Instagram. Can't you just be nice to me, Instagram? Okay. There's the picture. So, Welcome to Utah was posted on Gabby's Utah story on her Instagram page 11 weeks ago. Again, that lines up with the Mesa Verde petroglyph trail stuff. So they must have been boogieing. Well, I mean, there's a week time in there. It sucks that these stories aren't like the regular Instagram post where it shows the dates. It just gives an approximation like this. Get a drink real quick. I feel like this microphone picks up everything and I'm like burping. So, Welcome to Utah was posted to Gabby Petito's Instagram story 11 weeks ago. So that's proof, and I'll show you where that is on Google on our map. Let me just go to the next one to make sure what her next post was. Okay, Zion. Yeah, that's later. So look, let's go back to our map. And we can see here that I marked it as G. And this is the exact spot, guys. Like, I don't play. When I use my map, I'm looking for the exact spot. So if we go to Street View right here. Come on, computer. Come on. Whew. Where are you at? Okay, that's not correct. We must be not in the right spot because I know I marked this correctly. How the heck did we get all the way down there? It's crazy. Okay. Come on, computer. Computer is doing its job, though. It's just a little bit slow due to the live stream. And again, we're still... Oh, there we are. Okay. Okay, this is the exact spot, guys. As you can see, this is the same exact picture. Let's go back to the picture. Remember, it was like the little island? See the little island? Little island. Looks a lot bluer in this picture, though. So, for anybody who wants to know the coordinates, put that up really quick. Save somebody some time. So the coordinates are right there. So anybody who was viewing this and wants to write down the coordinates, pause this video. There's your coordinates straight to the sign. Okay. So Gabby and Brian Laundrie were at this sign 11 weeks ago. So between July 12th and July 21st and 22nd. And the reason why I know that is because I know where they were the exact date a week before this, which on Instagram said 12 weeks ago. So even though I don't know the exact date now, because it says 11 weeks ago, the last one did. So it was around July 12th through July 21st. They were at this sign. Zoom back out. And according to my theory about the travel path that they took from the sign, it only makes sense that they drove up to that sign and turned around. Because, I mean, no, that's not necessarily true. Because they could go any way they wanted to. So this is my proposed path that they took. That looks like it makes the most sense. So here's the sign at G. And then the next place they're going is over here. So they could take any way up through here to get over here. Okay? Now, how I marked, this is the real road. This isn't just a random line. This is the Google Earth mapping from point G to H. Okay? And then I think it gave like 3 possible ways to travel from point G to point H, and I chose the one that made the most sense. I believe the other 2 it chose went up north. And I don't think it would make sense that they would go up north because they're up here later on. So they would have went here. You see what I'm saying? They wouldn't go north past this, then come back down here. So the Google Maps Waze took it either like up through here and go that way, or it took you like this, down this way and up this way. So I chose the down this way and up this way because they went to this spot up here. This is Canyonlands, I believe. Okay. So according to, what was that? According to Gabby's Utah story feed on her Instagram page, they were at this sign between July 12th and July 21st, and they were just passing through because there was no other Instagram pictures, no other pictures as they were traveling along this route. So they left that the Welcome to Utah sign, and then they traveled to over here, and we're gonna find out what's over here, and the evidence that we have that they went over here. Okay, so they traveled from the Welcome to Utah sign to the Zion National Park. That's their next stop. And how do we know that? We're gonna find the evidence that they were at Zion National Park, and they posted a lot of pictures from Zion National Park. Both Gabby posted at Zion National Park and Brian posted at Zion National Park. And see, right here, my travel path kind of goes past Zion National Park, but that's because later it comes up here. So they could go either way, or they could have went south, went around Zion National Park, and then came up here because they're going this way, north. I believe this is north. Yeah, they're going north. So they could have went like this too. Or they could have went the way I'm saying right here. They went in, then came out, went north. So let's see what they posted from Zion National Park. And real quick, I'm just going to look here. Cedar Breaks. Cedar Breaks is like really close to Zion National Park on a map scale anyway. And it says, we'll get back to that because that's along the way. So we want to start here so we don't get confused. So we have after the Welcome to Utah post on her story, she posted from Zion National Park. And we're going to jump. Let's click on and see what she has as her first Instagram picture at Zion. And here we are. Gabs Petito was at Zion National Park on July 16th. So what did we say? That we approximated that they were passing by the Utah sign July 12th through July 21st. Capitol Reef. I have that on this map. It's just no, I don't believe so. I'll show you Capitol Reef, but I have that on this map, and I can't quote all these dates at one time, but I do have that. So we'll bring that back up tomorrow once we get there, but I have that on this map. So we have Gabs Petito's Instagram page at Zion National Park on July 16th. And I'm going to open this up in the browser because it always acts stupid on Google Earth. So this should be the first picture after the last picture set we viewed on her Instagram page. So real quick though, July 16th. So we had them, at the Great Sand Dunes, leaving July 11th, July 12th. So they drove for, 5 days? 5 days are in between the Great Sand, I believe it was the Great Sand Dunes, correct? Yeah. Or no, I'm sorry, Mesa Verde Trail, Colorado, to Zion National Park was 5 days driving in between. That's what we find here. So we're going to open this post up on the browser, on Gabby's Instagram page. So if we're following this correctly, it should show, the petroglyphs were only in her story. So we're not going to see that down here. We're just going to see, we should see just the Great Sand Dunes and then Zion. So here we are. And this will help us with the date too. So Great Sand Dunes National Park and Preserve, she was there July 11th. And then her next post was Zion National Park. And that was on July 16th. Yeah, so 5 days. And in those 5 days, they went to Mesa Verde Petroglyph Trail. And they stopped by that Welcome to Utah sign. And then they arrived at Zion National Park. And this is on Gabby's Instagram page. Gabs Petito, Zion National Park, July 16th. And I'm going to read her post that she wrote. It says, with a lemon, on mountain time, half smiley face. The past 2 nights camping in Zion have been so cool. Okay, so there's a hint. So the past 2 nights on July 16th, and I'm putting this together with you guys. I have them all marked, but I didn't go through with this in depth. So on July 16th, she wrote in her post right here that she had already been camping in Zion for 2 days. So 15, 14. And we know that they were in the Mesa Verde area probably right before that on the 13th. And it could be the 12th and 13th. And then we know they were in the Great Sand Dunes the 11th and 12th. Was Gabby? I don't know, bro. It's pretty disrespectful, bro. So, okay. So, we hiked up here in about 100 degrees, and it was nice coming back to our campsite, watching the sky fill with dark clouds and view the lightning storm in the nice cool air of the light rain. With the moon symbol, #vanlife, #vanlife camping, Hashtag Zion National Park. Hashtag travel. What in the world? Yeah, it's pretty disrespectful, I agree, Mara. So, that's what she wrote, and we'll go through her pictures. This is from Zion National Park. My computer's a little slow as I'm live. Okay. So those are her pictures. So they were in Zion National Park July 14th. That was the start date. July 14th, according to Gabby's post. July 14th. Let's go back to our map. Let's exit this. And let's go. So she posted again after that. Another post. And remember this picture. Gabs Petito, Zion National Park, July 18th. We're going to go back to her Instagram page. Right here. Exit. So this is the picture set we just went through. July 14th. They were there. So here we are. Gabs Petito, Zion National Park, July 18th. So now we have them there 4 days at this point. July 14th through July 18th. And she wrote on this post at Zion National Park, she put a picture of a tent. She put under it, brought a small piece of home to the canyons. Hashtag van life, hashtag expedition happiness, hashtag nomad life, there's that word, nomad. Hashtag van conversion, hashtag Zion, hashtag the right to explore. And these are her pictures. So we have them there 4 days right now. So see, they couldn't go to the Capitol Reef because they couldn't make it there in time. Putting all these dates together. I'm going to show you the Capitol Reef, but I believe they couldn't make it there in time. So here's all the pictures on this post, and this was on July 18th. So they've been in Zion for 4 days now. Okay. So that's the evidence so far for being in Zion those days, 14th through the 18th. Then we have another Instagram post by Gabby. And this one was from Gabby Petito. And this one's from the Narrows. This one's from the Narrows, Zion National Park. Zion National Park, more evidence for that. And it's posted on July 18th, same day as the last post. We're going to jump back to her Instagram page. We're going to exit this post and go to the next post. And here it is. Gabs Petito, the Narrows, Zion National Park. There, July 18th. So what did she write on this post? She wrote Gabs Petito. She tagged Brian, which is @bizarre_design_. And then she wrote some hashtags. Hashtag van life, hashtag Zion, hashtag nomad life, hashtag expedition happiness, I believe, hashtag van life explorers, hashtag USA road trip, hashtag hiking adventure. And that was on July 18th. And we're going to go through these pictures. So they were in Zion National Park July 14th through July 18th. Here are the pictures from Gabby's Instagram page proving they were there at this time. Okay. Now let's go back to our map. See what other evidence. So Brian posted on his Instagram page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm trying to pick it up a little bit for you guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 posts on his Instagram page. So there should be 5 posts on Brian's Instagram page from Zion National Park. So here's Brian's Instagram page. Bizarre Design, there's his name. Here's Emerald Pool Hike, Zion National Park. And as you can see, July 16th. So we're still keeping the same dates from July 14th to July 18th. And we're going to jump to his Instagram page. And remember, like I said, he posted 5 times from his Instagram page. So let's go to his Instagram page. And it should line up with the picture set we already viewed. The next picture set should be Zion. And here it is. Okay. So what's the picture set before that? Just like we established, great sand dunes. Because the Mesa Verde pictures were posted on the story feeds on their pages, not on their page. Not directly on their pages, but on their story feeds. And the Utah sign. So it goes from the Great Sand Dunes on Brian's page to Zion. And there should be 5. So let's see. This is 1, 2, and we'll look at the dates as we go through them in a minute. 3, 4, 5. Okay. And that should be it. Yeah. Bryce Canyon. Okay. So let's go back to the first one of the 5 that he posted. And Brian posted from Emerald Pool Hike, Zion National Park. This is Brian's Instagram handle. Thanks, Chris. So I wonder a little bit, like, I don't know, is this working? Because that's how I feel. I'm really interested in all the facts. So, but I wonder, like, I don't know if people are willing to take that much time to listen. That's how I am, though. But thank you, Chris. So, Brian posted from Bizarre Design, his Instagram handle. He tagged Gabby Petito at Gabs Petito, and he wrote some hashtags. He wrote hashtag vanlife, hashtag travel, hashtag Zion National Park, hashtag nomad life, hashtag expedition happiness. And we're going to go through the pictures. And this is on July 16th also, by the way. It's at the bottom. So that's that picture set. And we're going to go to the next picture set. So from Brian's page, Zion National Park. And he didn't write anything again. And he wrote some hashtags: van life, Zion National Park, van life camping, van build, travel. And he posted these pictures on July 17th. Platform is laying out perfect, dude. Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. So, this is just a single picture that he posted, and this was on July 17th. We're still within the same date range, which is July 14th through July 18th. So, let's go to our next picture set. And this was on July 18th, so maybe Brian's post actually go past the 18th. We're going to find out. So from Brian's page, the Narrows, Zion National Park, he wrote, "It's a lot easier walking upriver, holding someone's hand than walking alone," at Gabs Petito. So he tagged Gabby. He wrote some hashtags. Hashtag vanlife. Hashtag vanlife camping. Hashtag nomad life. And this was on July 18th, and we're going to go through the pictures. Get a drink. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to grab another drink. All right. We are back. So yeah, we went through these two Instagram pictures here. This was just two. My computer's being slow. Okay. So, next one. July 18th. So we haven't crossed over those dates yet of July 14th through July 18th. Here is another post from Brian at the Narrows of Zion National Park. He wrote, "Zion is proof that mankind can ruin anything, even in an effort to preserve it." Ugh, sorry. That probably sounded really nasty. Sorry, I got a burp. Beautiful park, just with an unfortunate infestation of human beings. Now, like I was saying before, this is a common trend that we kept seeing with Brian and Gabby's post, that they really didn't like people. That's what it seemed to point to as I kept reading. So they smoked weed, which there's nothing wrong with smoking weed. It should be legal everywhere now, in my opinion. But I'm just saying, we're building a character profile at the same time as we're tracking down all the facts. So they smoked weed, or at least Gabby smoked weed. We're not 100% sure about Brian yet. Excuse me. Damn, burps just keep coming up. Sorry, guys. So they smoked weed. They liked to travel. They really didn't like people. And they were nature enthusiasts. And from Brian's post right here, it sounds like he's coming off like he's kind of mad at society for how we've destroyed nature in our quest to enhance the human race. So beautiful park, just with an unfortunate infestation of human beings. And he wrote under it, #vanlife, #vanlife movement, vanlife diaries, travel, Zion, take a hike, climbing, nomad life, expedition happiness. And we'll go through the pictures. If my computer doesn't want to be slow. Okay. So, should be one more post. Okay. So again, seems like Brian hung out at the Narrows a lot. They might have separated a little bit because they had different tags of where they were within Zion National Park. But I can't 100% verify that. That's just speculation. Yet he was there too. Yeah, exactly. So the Narrows Zion National Park, Brian said in this post, after leaving Colorado and getting stuck in a dust storm, we camped in Zion for 3 nights, watching the lightning and listening to the thunder from our tent. It's really nice to go on 100-degree hikes every day and feel the cold come in at night, waiting for the rain. Bird sign. Also, everyone who walked by could not figure out how I climbed all these rocks. This is another common thing you see with a lot of Brian and Gabby's posts, that in a way they come off cocky. Like when we get to Arches National Park, you'll notice that Gabby writes posts about how she climbed up onto the rock at Arches National Park, and she writes in the post that she's so happy with how they blow everyone's mind in a way and impress everyone around them, how they can climb rocks and they're professionals at climbing, and that people tried to do what they did with her, and not to knock her or anything, nothing wrong with confidence. I know I'm sounding kind of condescending. I didn't mean to come off that way. But that they sound really cocky in what they're saying. We'll get there. But also, everyone who walked by could not figure out how I climbed all these rocks. So, then under it, he wrote van life, van conversion, van life diaries. Oh no, don't do that. Van Life Diaries, Van Life Travels, Zion National Park, climbing, down to earth, travel, travel blogger, cross country travel, adventure travel, and natural environment. And can you guys see that date? Yeah. July 21st. Okay, there we go. We changed our dates. Changing our dates now, guys. So they were in Zion now, according to the evidence from Brian and Gabby's Instagrams. At least Brian was in, from this post right here. Brian was in Zion National Park until the 21st. Now you got to start to think like that, but you can't. You can't prove that for fact. You see what I'm saying? So you can't really base it off of that. You can basically, it'll come down to, you just have to say for right now, until you can prove further evidence that they were in Zion from July 14th through July 21st. No, brother, no, LOL, but I can see where you're coming from. Sometimes the chat gets a little bit delayed, so I'm not 100% sure. What was it? No, brother, no, about the Gabby and the confidence thing. So they were in Zion National Park July 14th through July 21st now. So let's go back to our map. I went through all these pictures, right? So let's see here. Now, did you see that thing about the dust storm? When I was reading that dust storm, they did put post up of the dust storm, and I'm not sure if I added it. If not, I will show you. I think it's on, it's either on Gabby's or it's on Brian's feed, but I'll get back to that. So sorry, I'm jumping ahead a little bit with that. I'll get back to the dust storm, and I'll show you where that dust storm occurred. They did take video and pictures of it. So this is another post, or we went through all Brian's posts, right? Yeah, we went through all of these. So we went through all the evidence of Gabby and Brian being at Zion National Park July 16th, and I have it on the screen right now, 20th, but it was actually July 14th through, what was it, the 21st, I think it was. Yeah, the 21st. It's his travel story. Yeah. Yeah, Mara, I believe it is his page. So the dust storm. Let's go back so we can find this dust storm. It's his van life one. Alright, so we're going into Brian's Laundrie's van life stories on Instagram. And while we're passing through, we can check it out. So I actually tried to really look at these videos like this to see if maybe there was a gun. If you could spot a gun like in the van somewhere stashed, but I didn't see one or spot one. I was just curious. I'm not saying they had a gun. I'm just curious if they had a gun in the van. See, some of these I didn't really put on the map because I can't 100% be for certain where they are. Like this, I can't really be for sure where they are. We can go by the dates, yes, more, and pretty much approximate where they were, which that was around Mesa Verde. So this was around the Mesa Verde area at this time, I believe. Either Mesa Verde or the one right after that. Here we go. So here's the dust storm that they were talking about. And this is on Brian's Van Life Instagram story. And this was from 11 weeks ago. They were in Zion around this time, or right before Zion. So what, 11 weeks ago was what? The dates between July 12th and 21st. So many dates I done ran through in my mind. I can't remember. If anybody can put it up in the chat, I'll get it in a second. So this is the dust storm. I'm gonna let it play. This is all from the area of around Zion National Park. Yeah, I can see you tomorrow. Hold on one second. Okay, so yeah, so 11 weeks ago. 11 weeks ago. So yeah, that's the dust storm that they're talking about while they're at Zion. And once I go back to my map here, I'll be able to tell you exactly where. Hold on one second. So they wrote in that post, he wrote in that post. Let me go back to his page. What did he write again? After leaving Colorado and getting stuck in a dust storm, we camped in Zion for 3 nights. Which that isn't true. I mean, I guess, yeah, that's not true, according to the post. Because they got to Zion, what, around July 14th. And then the last Instagram post at Zion was July 21st. So, he said 3 nights. I guess 3 nights, right? No. Yeah, no, that's not true. He's off on that. I see that, Martin. Thank you. I'm glad I have someone like you in the comment section to help me along. It's a lot of information. Thank you so much. So, yeah, I don't know why he said 3 nights. So July 14th through July 21st, they were in Zion. And he says up here, after leaving Colorado and getting stuck in a dust storm. So the dust storm you just saw. So I'm guessing, yeah. So three of those days, no, because all the posts were from Zion. So I don't know. So the dust storm was around, he's saying it's before Zion, which, okay, so the 14th, July 14th. So if we go back to the map, let's see here. July 14th. So the dust storm occurred somewhere between, and you know, you can always go online too and try to pull up when the dust storm occurred in this area, and you'll be able to narrow it down. So the dust storm occurred between the Welcome to Utah and Zion National Park. So somewhere around Grand Staircase National Monument, the area of Page. Yeah. It occurred before Zion. The dates don't always match the post by the Wi-Fi. I was cutting in and out. Just bullshit. That's when it was posted. That's not tech when they were there. Right. But their first post, Mara, was from July 14th. And their last post, I get what you're saying, but their last post was, what was it, the 21st? The 21st. Just to recap. 21st. Yeah. So 14 through 21. And then they stayed in Zion National Park area. And close by is the Cedar Breaks National Monument. That's when I map out according to their dates and their travel path from Zion. They then went, you can see right here, Zion. Here's the travel path I marked. And then they went to Cedar Breaks National Park. And Gabby posted on her Instagram Utah story at this point 10 weeks ago. See, the dates are lining up. 10 weeks ago. And you can see her tag at the bottom. Cedar Breaks National Monument. So they were headed north from Zion. And I'll pull that up on her Instagram page. Cedar Breaks National Monument posted to Gabby's Utah story. Okay. I just want to look at something really quick. Okay. So let's go back to Gabby's Instagram page. Hi, Karen. Thanks for joining the live stream. If you have any questions, just let me know. I can see you in the comments. We are working through this entire crazy chain of events of this tragic event. So, we got to get back to Gabby's Instagram page. Let's go to Gabby's Instagram page. And on Gabby's Instagram page is a Utah story feed. And we're going to click on that. And we're looking for Cedar Breaks. So we already seen this 11 weeks ago. Welcome to Utah. We had that marked on our map. And then here's some Zion posts. I don't always mark the stories because I can't verify the dates, but we know they were in Zion. Here's Zion. This is Zion. You can see down in the bottom right hand corner of the post on our story, Zion National Park. And they had the tent out. Oh, the sound's not on. Hold on, let's go back.
Those rainbows in my mind when I think of you sometime. I wanna spend some time with you. Just the two of us. We can make it.
Alright. So here we are after Zion. We have right here on her story. Here's the post we were looking for on her story. And it shows Cedar Breaks National Monument right there. And that's north of Zion National Park. Karen, I'm not sure. I haven't really dug into that part of the investigation yet. In this video, what we've been doing, I know you just got here. What we've been doing is I took every piece of evidence I could find online, from their Instagram pages to Twitter to police reports to witness statements, and I marked them on a Google Earth map. And I started to build from A to Z, from New York to Gabby Petito's, where they found Gabby Petito's body. And we've just been going from A to Z. Slowly but surely, this train is trucking as we're mapping out exactly where they were and when they were there and why they were there. So right now we're at Cedar Breaks National Monument in Utah. We're in Utah. And 10 weeks ago from this week, I believe. I got this picture from this week. Yeah, I believe so. So Cedar Breaks is just north of Zion National Park. And we'll go back to our map. So we can see right here, here's Zion, where we just went through all their Instagram pictures from Zion. And then north of that, right here, is Cedar Breaks. So they were traveling north. They left Zion and traveled north. They were traveling west when they were at the Utah sign. They traveled west to Zion. They got the Zion. They hung out there from July 14th through July 21st. And let me see something really quick. So around the same time, they were at Zion just after they were at Cedar Breaks 10 weeks ago. If I had to give my opinion right now about him, what doesn't make sense to me is the whole camping trip. I mean, I kind of agree with Dog the Bounty Hunter, and I love Dog the Bounty Hunter. I've always watched Dog. You know, he's not like these newer YouTuber guys who fake catching criminals. He really caught criminals, and he came from a rough background, so I really like Dog and support Dog. And I agree. Like, the camping trip doesn't make any sense. Just like him driving the van back doesn't make any sense. It's crazy. I don't want to get too off track, but I kind of agree with Dog. What's up with the camping trip? So they were at Cedar Breaks. We established that. And then this is my proposed path for anybody who's just joining the live stream. This red line doesn't necessarily mean they actually drove this path. This is my proposed path by using, okay, they were at A point. I know where B point is. Let's navigate. And then once I get all of the points on this map, I try to establish what would be the best route they took. So that's my path, my proposed path. Doesn't mean it's right. So to recap, because we haven't recapped in a while, zoom out. So we have Gabby and Brian Laundrie. Had to get that yawn out. We have Gabby and Brian Laundrie leaving New York on July 2nd. Go back down here. Leaving New York on July 2nd. Traveling to the Missouri state line. Taking a picture at the Missouri state line. This picture. 13 weeks ago. Then they crossed states and they entered, what's that, Kansas. On July 4th, they were in Kansas at Monument Rocks. Then they crossed states from Kansas into Colorado, where they visited Colorado Springs. These are all from Colorado Springs. They were in the Colorado Springs area July 8th. They left the Colorado Springs area and were in the Great Sand Dunes July 10th through July 11th. So you're following this red line. July 10th through July 11th, they left the Great Sand Dunes National Park. They quickly stopped by the Mesa Verde National Park, I believe it's called, and took pictures at the petroglyph trails there. Traveling west. They then stopped at the Welcome to Utah sign as they were getting close to entering Utah. This is the sign. Then they continued westward. And July 14th, if I'm not mistaken, July 14th through July 21st, they arrived at Zion National Park, traveling west, this area. If I zoom in a little bit, they went north from Zion National Park to Cedar Breaks. National Monument, Cedar Breaks National Monument. And that's as far as we've gotten. And that's right around the time of July 21st. They were at the Cedar Breaks National Monument. And I think I'm going to take a 10-minute break real quick, guys. We're almost up to the point of talking about the connection close to the Kylen and Crystal. The connection, if there is a connection between their murders and what happened with Brian and Gabby. Sounds good, Karen. I'm going to take a break also for about 10-15 minutes. Maybe just let some music play. The live stream's going to stay up, so if you stick around in the live stream, you guys can chat or whatever. I'm going to take a break also, use the bathroom, get a drink, and I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. Remember, we're at Cedar Breaks, and we're headed towards Bryce Canyon. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you for helping me along this crazy travel that we're taking here. This is insane. I don't know if anybody's really examined it this much, but it needs to be. Answers a lot of questions. So I'll be right back, guys. Thanks for tuning in. See you in about 10 minutes. All right. Headphones a little off. Thanks you to everyone who stuck around on the break. It's just so much information to go through, especially when you're going through it this way. It's a lot of information. And hoped you like jazz. I didn't know some jazz was coming on, but hey, it was jazz. But just catching up on some comments. Thank you, Karen. Mara, thanks for taking the time to do this. No problem. I'm just like you guys, just trying to figure out more answers to the thousands of questions, just like everybody else. So, if this gets us there, I'm happy to do it. Chris said, it's so awesome that he's taking the time to do this. Thank you, Chris. Definitely took me a lot of time to put all this together. But I'm glad to do it because it answers questions. It was answering questions for me as I was looking into the case. You know, at first I wasn't even fully into the case like that, because I make videos. I do a lot of drone flying. If you want to subscribe to the channel, I make a lot of drone videos, exploring videos, basically overcoming anxiety and just getting out there and living your life. That's what I try to do. And then I also have a side channel called Truth Tracker that is now moved to this channel, and that's my investigation series. You'll see it on the channel. And basically this is a Truth Tracker kind of video along with FlightLife. And yeah, so awesome that very few people are taking the time to try to place this together like that. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people taking the time to really sit there and try to plot out a timeline, but I haven't really seen anybody really try to plot it out on a map like this, which takes a lot of time, but it really helps try to find more answers by plotting it on the map. All right, let's dive back in. So we last left off after looking at Zion National Park, and we had them at Zion National Park July 14th through July 21st. And then they traveled north to, what was it? Cedar Breaks National Monument. And that was right around the same time as July 21st, around that same period, 10 weeks ago from this week. Make sure my mic's right. So, Cedar Breaks, Utah, around July 21st, they were there. And since I'm just getting back, I'll recap real quick too. So the red lines you're seeing on the screen are my proposed routes of where they possibly drove as they were taking this trip. Doesn't mean that that route is 100% correct. If you see my red lines, it doesn't mean they for sure drove those pathways. Vegas is where we first met. Yeah, Chris, I was thinking that. I remember your name, yup. Yeah, Vegas. I try not to bring it up too much because of YouTube, how crazy they are. I mean, YouTube is crazy. I try not to quote it too often, but the Vegas videos are also on this channel. If you look down in the playlist, I added them to this channel. But yeah, thanks for sticking around, Chris. I really appreciate that. So to recap, yeah, the red lines are my proposed path, and how I got that path was by knowing, okay, they were at this point A, and they were at this point B at a certain time, and then I used Google to navigate it. And basically, when I zoom out here, you'll see that I did this for the entire Gabby Petito case, okay? All the evidence that I could gather from Instagram, Twitter, anything I could find to show evidence where they were and at what time, I marked it on this map. And then, like I just said, I navigated it from one point to another. And I tried to use every point along the way to figure out the best pathway that would fit their travel. Okay? So if I zoom out even more, we started this video. It's going on 3 hours now. This is the longest live stream I ever did, Chris. It's crazy. But it's worth it. This is worth it. So, they started their trip in New York, which I have on the map over here. And then they stopped in the Missouri state line and took this video. It's on their Instagram. I'm not going to go back to this video on their Instagram, but here's a snapshot of the video. And that was 13 weeks ago. And then they traveled from the Missouri state line to Kansas, correct? Yeah, Kansas. They arrived in Kansas on July 4th. Now, the points on this map are where they really were, except for the parks. I can't really know 100% where they were in the parks. But most pivotal points where it's an obvious location, these points are correct. So they arrived in Kansas on July 4th at the Monument Rocks. They left Kansas and they crossed state lines and went into Colorado. They stopped in Colorado Springs, where they stopped at a restaurant there, got some pizza, sliced 420. And that was around July 8th when they were driving around the Colorado Springs area. They left the Colorado Springs area. They went south towards the Great Dunes National Park, the Great Sand Dunes National Park. And we already went all the way through this, but the evidence I've compiled from their Instagram pages are here on the map. They were in the Great Sand Dunes between July 10th and July 11th. They left between July 11th, July 12th. They stopped at, so here is the Great Sand Dunes National Park. They drove west of the Great Sand Dunes National Park to the Mesa Verde National Park, where they stopped at this petroglyph trail. They were there briefly. They left the Mesa Verde area, continued west. It's kind of like they went a little bit south, like southwest. They stopped at a Welcome to Utah sign. You can see at the top 11 weeks ago at the snapshot. This was posted to Gabby Petito's Instagram page. They left there, continued westbound until they arrived at Zion National Park. And they also hit a dust storm that we reviewed on the way to Zion between the Welcome to Utah sign and the Zion National Park. Hello, Gmail. I'm going to say your name, but I'm unsure about you quite yet. So, hello. I see you said my name. Or you said it. That's my name, too. Chris Thompson. I got the same name as you, Chris. But hello. So they were at Zion National Park between July 14th and July 21st, where they then began to travel northward. You can see right here, this is Zion. And I already went through all these Instagram pictures from them being at Zion. They went northward. And then they went to Cedar Breaks National Monument. And that is just north of Zion National Park. Okay? So this next part and going into when they arrive at the Moonflower is going to be crazy. I don't even know how I'm going to navigate it, but we're going to get through it. Okay? Because there's a lot of information. I guess I'll just keep rocking the live stream. See how long it goes for here. Because there's a lot of information. Mara said, my mom's family. Gmail said, no, we're not both named Chris Thompson. Same first name. So they left Cedar Breaks National Park. They had to be at Cedar Breaks National Park around, let's just overestimate a little bit, July 18th through July 22nd. They were in that area. They left Cedar Breaks. And then you can see in this picture, see they're going through this arch. I'm not going to explain it just yet. But you see they're on the right side of the road. Okay? Just remember that. So they left Cedar Breaks, and this is my proposed possible route they took. They came out of Cedar Breaks. This is a real road, too, that the red line's following. Came down to Route 89. Went up Route 12. And then they turned right and went up in the Bryce Canyon. Bryce Canyon National Park. Okay? So my proposed pathway, and from the evidence that I gathered, they left Cedar Breaks and they went to Bryce Canyon National Park, Utah. Both are in Utah. So let's see what evidence we have of Bryce Canyon, that they were in Bryce Canyon National Park. It says, Gabby and Brian at Sunrise Point at Bryce Canyon. And photos on his Instagram page. So we're going to look at that. So this is Brian Laundrie's Instagram page. And we have a date of July 2nd right here on his post. We have Bizarre Design, that's Brian Laundrie's Instagram page. Under it, we have Sunrise Point, Bryce Canyon. Like I said, Sunrise Point, Bryce Canyon National Park. So I'm going to open this up because it doesn't show everything on Google Earth. So I'm going to open up his Instagram page. And remember, I know we took a break. Remember our last picture set that we went through on Brian Laundrie's Instagram page. It should line up that the next picture is from Bryce Canyon. So this is Gabby's Instagram page. We're going to go to Brian's. Okay. So it does. So here we have our last picture set that we went through where we, and here's the date. July 21st, they were in Zion National Park. So, that last one, the breaks. So see, they were all over either Zion, the Narrows. Like I said, they could have split up at times a little bit as they were hiking. So, Zion National Park is the last time Brian posted on July 21st, and then we have on July 22nd, we have them at Sunrise Point, Bryce Canyon. Okay. So maybe I quoted that wrong. It's not Bryce Canyon National Park. Maybe it's Bryce Canyon. Let me go back to my map real quick. Make sure I didn't quote that improperly. No, it is Bryce Canyon National Park. So July 22nd. So from July 14th through July 21st, they were in Zion National Park. They left Zion and they drove to Bryce Canyon National Park, and we're in Bryce Canyon National Park through on July 22nd. Now, like I was explaining earlier in the live, by looking at this map, you can pause at any time and come back and review it, and you can download Google Earth yourself, and you can try to figure out which roads they took from one point to the next point. And if you figure that out, you might be able to find webcams, you might be able to find trail cams, whatever, and you might be able to find video footage or picture footage of them that no one else has seen, and that would help the case. Now I do know that multiple of these parks have trail cams that I'm sure the police and FBI can access. We're just not seeing them. Just looking at your comment, I think those cops split them up. That night. Why was there two people in field? Brian flip-flops by van. Those cops wanted them split up. It wasn't about no effing law. Wake F up. Okay. When I get to that point, I'll go through it with you, KR. Okay. My ex was on Mendeville. On the cop left hand. Illuminati logo on the cop's left hand. There's cops. Talk way too much. Alright, I'm going to jump back on the map so we can keep going, guys. Alright, so July 22nd, Bryce Canyon National Park. Next stop is Cedar Breaks National Monument. And this is called the Red Canyon Arch. It's famously known when you drive up Route 12 around Bryce Canyon and Mount Zion. You actually drive through a rock arch like this. Now notice they're on the right side. But before we get there, this is from Gabby Petito's Instagram page. At the top of the Instagram pages, they have stories, Utah, Colorado, where they can add their own short little 15 to 30 second video clips. That's what this is from. So Gabby Petito, on her Utah story on her Instagram page 10 weeks ago, posted this video. It's a video, I believe. We're going to go look at it in a second. From Cedar Breaks National Monument, Red Canyon Arch. Now this travel path, we're going to go to her Instagram page and look at it. This travel path is a little weird because right here we had Cedar Breaks. Remember, that was our last point after Zion. They headed north from Zion to Cedar Breaks, and then they went to Bryce Canyon. Now the only thing I can establish, because after Bryce Canyon, they go way north. So this is Bryce Canyon. They leave. The next post that I'm going to show you eventually is way up here. Okay? So when you navigate from right here, Cedar Breaks National Monument, to Bryce Canyon at Sunrise Point, when they were on Sunrise Point, when you navigate it, it's really only one way you can go, is to come down this way or come down this way and go north and then go over like this. But either way, you go through the arch. You go through the Red Canyon Arch that I was just showing you that we're going to look up on the Instagram page. You go through this arch. So I believe, and this is my opinion, they went through this arch twice. And then on the way out of Bryce Canyon is when Gabby took this photo of the arch. Because they come out of Bryce Canyon July 22nd. Come out of Bryce Canyon, and then, so this is Bryce Canyon. They come out, they go this way. Here's the arch where the K is. They come out, they hit the arch. Like I said, when they went in, they hit the arch. When they came out, they hit the arch. And then they went north. And you're really only going to go one or two ways north like this. So that's my opinion. But let's go look at Gabby's Instagram page under her Utah story and look for Red Canyon Arch. Right now we're looking at Brian's. Sometimes they just did not tag each other. Guess I gotta do it the old-fashioned way. Alright. So we're now looking at Gabby Petito's Instagram page. And we're looking for the Utah story at the top of Gabby Petito's Instagram page. Here it is. Okay. So we're looking for the Red Canyon Arch. That's where the evidence points. Oh man, Instagram. You just gotta be a pain in the butt sometimes, don't you? So we're looking for the Red Canyon Arch. We already passed by the Welcome to Utah sign. We've seen that. Here's Zion National Park. Everything I was just telling you, they went past. Zion National Park. Zion National Park. Cedar Breaks National Monument. 10 weeks ago. Boom. Here is the Red Canyon Arch. So let me go back and play that again. And like I said, I believe they went through that arch twice. So after that, hold up. After that, we have Bryce Canyon National Park. 10 weeks. So you can see that between Bryce Canyon National Park and the arch, that they were around that area at the same time, same dates, okay? So they have Bryce Canyon after that. She could have posted that after they went through the arch while they were driving to where they're going next, which is north. Okay? So Bryce Canyon. On this post right here, I'm just checking ahead real quick. Okay, so yeah, these are all from Bryce Canyon. Okay, so maybe they did go to Bryce Canyon after they went through the arch. Right? Yeah. So let's go back to our map. So this is from Bryce Canyon. This is from Bryce Canyon. And then we got Mystic Hot Springs. Right. Okay. So these are all, if you look at the dates at the top, are 10 weeks ago. Bryce Canyon National Park. 10 weeks ago. 10 weeks ago. So I'm going to let these play through really quick. And then we'll continue. Bryce Canyon. Who did I just read? Someone said in the comments, I've been to Bryce Canyon. So you probably passed through the Red Canyon Arch, correct? That's the main way into Bryce Canyon, I believe. So I think they went through the Red Canyon Arch, in and out of Bryce Canyon. Alright, so that's all the posts. See, this jumps to 9 weeks. So this is further down on our map, which we're going to get to. 9 weeks would be somewhere between July 22nd and the end of the month. It is the Arch Moab, LOL. Which arch? That's not the Arch Moab. This is the Red Canyon Arch right here. It's called Red Canyon Arch. It's right before Bryce Canyon National Park. So July 22nd, they're in Bryce Canyon National Park. They also, around that same time, passed through the Red Canyon Arch, right by Cedar Breaks National Monument. And like I was saying before, I mapped these to the T. So if I zoom in, this point is exactly where the arch is. So when you click it, Red Canyon Arch. See that? Red Canyon Arch. 112. Utah 12. Yeah, we're right by Red Canyon right now. It's okay, Mara. No problem. I understand. It's a lot to take in. It's a lot to speak too. So Bryce Canyon, the Red Canyon Arch, and then from the evidence, after July 22nd, they decided to drive north, way north, okay? They leave Bryce Canyon National Park area. And according to my map from the evidence, and we're going to look at the evidence once we get up here, they went after that, Gabby and Brian at the Mystic Hot Springs on July 26th. So from around the time of July 22nd, 23rd area, they left the Bryce Canyon area and they headed towards the Mystic Hot Springs, which was north, good ways north. And they got to the Mystic Hot Springs on July 26th. And the evidence we have for them being at the Mystic Hot Springs on July 26th is, I'm going to go to the page. Okay. So now we're looking at Gabby Petito's Instagram page. Right under her Instagram handle, we have Mystic Hot Springs. That shows us where the location where they were located. And we have the date, July 26th. But I'm going to open up her Instagram page because a lot of times Google Earth blocks things off on the sides and I don't like it. And we've been going through and reviewing each Instagram post, what each of them wrote with the Instagram post, so that we can kind of build a character profile of each one as we go along the map. So we're going to open up Gabby Petito's Instagram page. So right here on her story, after Bryce Canyon, shows 10 weeks they were in Bryce Canyon, 10 weeks from now. Because the stories on Instagram doesn't show the date, the stories at the top. They just show an approximate time of 10 weeks ago that this story was posted. Okay? So they were in Bryce Canyon, July 22nd, 23rd time periods. They left Bryce Canyon. Now you see at the top, part of Gabby Petito's Instagram, her Utah story post at the top of her Instagram page. If you click on it, you can watch the little videos and pictures she added. 9 weeks ago, she added a picture of the Mystic Hot Springs right here. But there's posts on her Instagram page I'm going to show in a second. But this is the last picture in her Utah set also. So there we go. We have evidence that she was at the Mystic Hot Springs 9 weeks ago. And we want to go back to her page. Scroll down. Here we go. Zion. Here are some pictures from Bryce Canyon before we get up to Mystic Hot Springs to prove where they were and when. So July 21st, Gabby Petito was at Bryce Canyon National Park, and she wrote, "Such a beautiful drive here. Zion to Cedar Breaks to Bryce Canyon," just like I said. So I didn't even know that until I read this post. So there you go. That's exactly what they did. Zion to Cedar Breaks to Bryce Canyon. She wrote it right there. And I figured that out on the map without even knowing that. Sorry about that. Excuse me. Zion, Cedar Breaks, Bryce. And then she wrote, "After the rain, the canyons are visibility a deeper orange." And we've been reviewing her hashtags because hashtags sometimes express feelings. So she wrote van life living, travel, hiking adventures, outdoor life, van life diaries, van life community, travel blogger, adventure seeker, national parks, natural environment. Okay, so she posted this on July 21st. She was in Bryce Canyon National Park. Hello, Karen. I don't know which Chris you're talking to, but hello. So, Bryce Canyon National Park on July 21st. We got another post after that. This says, Gabby Petito, Bryce Canyon National Park, July 22nd. So we have them in Bryce Canyon National Park, 21st, 22nd, which is what we already knew pretty much. We're just reviewing the pictures now. So Gabby Petito wrote on the 22nd of July in Bryce Canyon National Park. She wrote on her post, "Every night that we have camped so far inside any national park, it's rained. Rain sounds like a negative thing when camping, but after coming back from a strenuous long hike in the sun with no shade for miles, it's nice to lay listening to the cold rain, hit your tent, and fight. Bizarre design, Brian Laundrie, for the blanket." And she wrote hashtags, van life living, travel, hiking adventures, outdoor life, van life diaries, van life community, travel blogger, adventure seeker, national parks, van life camping, live more with less. Do we know if the cases are related at all? We're going to get to that. We're coming up on that area now, Camber, Bates, and I'm going to show you some things. I can't 100% prove that the cases are related, but I'm going to show you how close they are to each other. And there's a lot of information coming on that. We're coming up on that area now, pretty soon. So we're going to go through her pictures that proves she was in Bryce Canyon National Park on July 22nd. These are her pictures. We got a video. All right. So that's all from Bryce Canyon National Park on July 22nd. She posted that. I don't believe there's any more. So her next picture after the last Bryce Canyon shows her in the Mystic Hot Springs on July 26th. So we know they were in Bryce Canyon from the 19th to 20th to the 21st. And we know she arrived at the Mystic Hot Springs far north of Bryce Canyon National Park on July 26th. But we're going to get back to that. We got to go back to our map first. So back to our map. So we know she arrived at the Hot Springs July 26th. She left Bryce Canyon here around the 22nd, 23rd time frame. And then they arrived at the Mystic Hot Springs North, which is right here. Gabby and Brian arrive at Mystic Hot Springs on July 26th. And we're going to jump back to her Instagram page. The last post she made in Bryce Canyon National Park was July 22nd. Next post, Mystic Hot Springs. So she posted from the Mystic Hot Springs on July 26th, Gabby Petito's Instagram page, and she wrote, "I took a very relaxing nap here." Her hashtags were Mystic Hot Springs, Natural Life, Van Life, Van Life Travels, Nomad Life, Zen Meditation. So we're going to go through her pictures. This was on July 26th. Okay, now we have proof that Brian was with her at the Mystic Hot Springs. So sad. Okay. Her next Instagram post was in Canyonland. So no more post from Gabby Petito from the Mystic Hot Springs. Let's go back to our map. So they were at the Mystic Hot Springs on July 26th. And just to do a simple recap, I'm not going to recap back like I've been doing. It's too much information. But I'm just going to show you their travel path. Coming into Colorado. And then L up here is the Mystic Hot Springs. So we're right here along her travel path. Again, before we go on, evidence proves by her Instagram page, and she only posted pictures from there. July 26th, she was at the Mystic Hot Springs. So the next stop on Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie's journey brings them, I think it was Mara. Right? Let me see. Let me go through the comments really quick. Yeah, Mara, you were the one that said they stopped at the Capitol Reef, right? So this is where I put that they stopped at the Capitol Reef. So they left the Mystic Hot Springs on July 26th, and then they headed back eastbound, like southeastbound. Because if you look, the Capitol Reef's right here. Capitol Reef National Park. This is why I was saying earlier when they were like at the Utah sign and all, they wouldn't go north because that would take them up to where they're gonna go later. You see what I'm saying? If they went north anytime, they would run into where they were planning to go later on. So they went like this, like a big curve out to the west, and then they cut back in like a big C. See what I'm saying? And then Capitol Reef is right here. And I'll point out more of the evidence why I believe they went to the Capitol Reef after the Mystic Hot Springs. So east and south of the Mystic Hot Springs. I have that they went to the Capitol Reef. So you can see the date at the top, according to Brian Laundrie's Instagram story called Art. If you look under his Art tab on his Instagram story, on his Instagram page, you'll find that he tagged the Capitol Reef National Park. This is Brian Laundrie's Instagram page. Capitol Reef National Park posted to Brian's Art story 9 weeks ago. And that lines up with, if you go back to the Mystic Hot Springs, July 26th. Let's go back a little bit further. 10 weeks ago, they went through the Red Canyon Arch. Then they went to the Mystic Hot Springs. See how the dates are lining up in the weeks? July 26th, they were at the Mystic Hot Springs. Then they went eastbound. See, there's it's up here north. North is straight up. They went eastbound and south. And that runs you into the Capitol Reef. Right here. And again, this is my proposed travel path by putting in as much evidence as I could as waypoints on this map. And then navigating it the best way I could figure out with the dates and the times where I proposed they were where and when. So Capitol Reef, we're going to go to Brian's Instagram page. Again, it's under the Art tab, the Art story at the top of Brian Laundrie's Instagram page that he tagged the Capitol Reef. So let's go to Brian Laundrie's Instagram page. Okay. For anybody who's just now joining, Bizarre Design is Brian Laundrie's Instagram page. And we're looking at the top. These are the stories at the top. We've already been going through them if you're just joining us. So if we click on the art, let's click on the art. And this is where we'll see some interesting things about Brian Laundrie. He was really into Beetlejuice and glow-in-the-dark art. So we'll go through some of this as we're getting to where we need to get to. So he drew a lot of Simpsons artwork. No sound. These were all from a long time ago, 60 weeks ago. Here we go. See, we see his glow-in-the-dark art collection. I mean, some people are artists. You know, I know it's weird, but some people are artists. Okay, so this I can't verify with 100% certainty where they are here, but it was posted 9 weeks ago also. So this is around what we're talking about right now. This was in the same area, this post in his story. And right here we have Capitol Reef National Park. And it's a video. Let me go back. So this post starts it. This was around the Capitol Reef area when this was posted. And then his little drawn video right here was around the Capitol Reef. They're at the Capitol Reef. And right here at the top, it shows you 9 weeks ago they were at the Capitol Reef. So see, it falls right in line with our map. This was 8 weeks ago. This post, I don't know why it's not pausing. This was 8 weeks ago, this post. So this could either be Capitol Reef or where we're going next, Canyonlands. This is Canyonlands Park, I think it's called. I'll pull it up in a minute. This was posted from there also by Brian 8 weeks ago. The him or her, because I see that thumb ring. It's interesting. Let's see. Oh, this? Yeah, I think this was her. That's her hand, I believe. On his Instagram story, Chris. Yeah, I think that's her. Right here. Holding that sign up. So she's out there with him. At the Capitol Reef National Park. Yeah, that's Gabby. That's what I believe. So we're going to go back to our map. And we're still where we're supposed to be, which shows the art tab under Brian's Instagram page. Yeah. Yup, Canberra. I'm right there with you guys. I believe that's Gabby's hand. Yes. Yup, exactly. So we got Brian Laundrie, Capitol Reef. We had what we think is her hand in that video at the Capitol Reef. So we can pretty much confirm they were both at the Capitol Reef National Park right here. And they went east. They went southeast from Mystic Hot Springs. They went north up to Mystic Hot Springs, then southeast. Now there's a post by Brian that I kept thinking about. I don't know if we ran into it or maybe we missed it somehow. But he says something like, or maybe it's later. It might be later. We haven't run into it yet. But he says something like, "Thank you, Gabby, for having the patience to deal with me through Utah." And I started thinking about all this, and I started kind of formulating the opinion a little bit. Maybe Gabby didn't like being in the middle of nowhere. You know what I mean? Like, she was for the hiking life like he was, but he was more for the hiking life. Like, he hiked with no shoes on. That was his big thing, that he free hiked with no shoes on. So he was the one who really liked that, I feel like, that nomad life. And that being in the middle of nowhere hiking, in my opinion. And she was more of the vlogger. That's how I felt. She's the vlogger type. And she even says it in the police video that we're going to get to eventually coming up. She even says it in the video that something along the lines of he don't care about I can't remember exactly. For some reason it just slipped my mind, but something along the lines that he don't care about the videos or the pictures or something like that, she said while crying to the cops. So I felt like he was more the nomad. She said she never went outside. Yeah, and she also says she never drove the van. So what I was thinking is, when they left, like, the Bryce Canyon area and they drove all this far north and went to the Mystic Hot Springs, that's more of like a public place. So it almost looked like to me that it was like, all right, Brian, I gave you all your time hiking these trails, stopping at all these trails along, out here in the wilderness. Now I want to go somewhere. And he finally agreed, like, all right, we'll go to Mystic Hot Springs, because that looks like something more she would want to do. See what I'm saying? So, I don't know. That could be all part of my opinion of how I felt about it. But, yeah. So, they were at the Capitol Reef. And what date was that? Now I'm losing track of dates. July 26th. Capitol Reef. So we're now falling between the 26th and the end of the month. Going into August. Around this time. So Capitol Reef National Park. There's only that one post from the Capitol Reef that I believe I found. I'm not, Camber, I'm not saying he got her all into that, because she had posts where she's kind of confident about her hiking and climbing mountain abilities and stuff like that. So I don't know if he got her into that. They were high school sweethearts. I think she was into that. But I think she was more the one pushing the whole let's go on adventure and post on social media. Like how he said he doesn't always have a phone and stuff like that. He was the nomad, in my opinion. Which is another interesting point, is I seen in pictures there was a tablet. I don't think anybody really ever brought that up. But I did see, I think we'll see it as we go along here, but there was a tablet. So everybody was asking, like, he don't have a phone, or what was he using? How were they posting this and posting that? There was a tablet. She had a tablet, or he had a tablet. There was a tablet in that van. I don't think so. A lot of the pics with her fam when she was younger, they out and about like the fam all went ziplining. Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm saying. I don't think he got her into it. I think she likes it also. But from how she expressed herself at the police stop and saying she don't usually drive the van and how upset she would get the fact that she was going to be alone, that he was going to be arrested, I don't feel like she wanted to be out in the wild wilderness, though. She liked hiking and stuff like that, but it was more in public areas. And I felt like she was more pushing the videos and picture thing, whereas he wasn't. And that could have created the problems between them also. Remember when they're arguing later on, they're at the Moonflower, and witnesses said they saw someone saw him trying to take her phone away. Like, what if the whole argument was over, why you always on the phone, and he wants to be the nomad, and let's go do this and hike this, and she's on the phone working on the websites, and you hear a lot of that back and forth controversy between the two characters of both of them. But, so, they're at the Capitol Reef. The van was here for a reason. 2 years is longer than any relationship I've been in. Yeah, so they're at the Capitol Reef. I keep saying wreath or something. I say like some weird word. I don't know what I'm saying. So July 27th, 26th through the end of the month going into August. They leave the Capitol Reef, and they continue to head eastbound. And they go even further south once again, according to my map, according to my approximation of their direction of travel. So they go out of the Capitol Reef. They go north, and then they travel east, and then they travel southeast, and then they come up to Canyonlands National Park, like I was saying. So we have Gabby and Brian here at Canyonlands National Park, July 29th through the 31st. I'm just checking your comments. He just seemed like the type to get upset. She didn't do what he wanted. Maybe not. Dating one life was lost, I don't think. Oh, yeah. Maybe she was on the phone looking for a less psycho boyfriend. Hey, I agree. He was very controlling, for sure. I agree. So they arrived. So now we're at Canyonlands, and we have Gabby and Brian. We're at Canyonlands July 29th through the 31st. And what evidence do we have that they left the Capitol Reef and went to Canyonlands and were there July 29th through the 31st? So we know they left. We go backtrack a little bit. I keep doing this. We know they left the Mystic Hot Springs July 26th. Between the Mystic Hot Springs and Canyonland, they stopped at the Capitol Reef. And they arrived at Canyonlands July 29th through the 31st. So they were at the Capitol Reef sometime between that period. Between the 21st, I believe it was, to the 29th and the 31st. So what evidence do we have? So we have Brian posted an image to Instagram from Canyonlands. And we're going to look at that. So we have Bizarre Design, which is Brian Laundrie's Instagram page, posted from Canyonlands National Park. And we have the date right here, July 29th. So we have confirmation they were at Canyonlands July 29th. And I'm going to open his page up on the browser so we can look at it. And it should fall right in line with the last pictures we looked at on his page. Okay. So here's Sunrise Point, Bryce Canyon, July 22nd. Okay, here's where it is. So I missed this. This is what I missed. Bryce Canyon. That's what I was talking about right here. Somehow I missed that. Let me see something. Dang, man, I missed these. Somehow I must have deleted those by accident. So we missed these. Real quick, we'll just jump back. So back to Bryce Canyon National Park, July 23rd. Brian posted pictures, and in his post he wrote, "Thank you at Gabs Petito for putting up with me through Utah, a topographic playground." See, that's what I was talking about. What is he saying? Thank you, Gabs Petito, for putting up with me through Utah? What's that mean? It sounds like to me what he's saying is all those way out in the middle of nowhere spots was where he wanted to go. Either that or maybe, I don't know, they spent more time at those places than she wanted to. And then the whole Mystic Hot Springs thing seemed like a deal they made. Like, all right, well, now we're going to go where I want to go. And she was like, you know, that's how couples are. I know we've all been in relationships. So you give in, and then the other person gives in. That's my opinion. So, the hashtags that he used while at Bryce Canyon National Park is van life, live more with less, van life diaries, rock climbing, nature, climbing life, hike Utah, Bryce Canyon, adventure seeker, hike more, worry less. See, his hashtags kind of give away his feelings too. Travel, van life explorers, travel blogger, camping, natural environment. And then his pictures. So this was July 23rd. They were at Bryce Canyon National Park. I'm trying to get your comments as I'm going through also. Yes, he said that he was just trying to avoid her, but she was swinging. Yeah. So we're going to go through his pictures while at Bryce Canyon. We got a video. Okay, so these were all posted to Brian's Instagram page on July 23rd. So then after that, he posted again on July 24th from Bryce Canyon National Park. This time he didn't write nothing to go along with the post. So on July 24th, he posted these pictures and this video. All right, so July 24th, Brian posted these pictures. Somehow I missed them on my map. I don't know how I did that. And then the next post, okay, now we're caught back up. So after Bryce Canyon on Brian's Instagram page, then he's in Canyonlands National Park. But let's go back to the map because that was a little bit of a mess up by me. Somehow I lost that on my map. And yeah, see, now we're back where we should be. So July 24th was the last post on Brian's Instagram page, and then they were at Canyonlands July 29th. So that would put them at the Capitol Reef somewhere between the 25th and the 28th. They passed through the Capitol Reef area. 25th through the 28th, they probably spent at the Capitol Reef. They left, they headed east, southeast, then headed back up north and came to Canyonlands National Park. And like I said, Brian posted to his Instagram from Canyonlands on July 29th, Canyonlands National Park. This is Brian's Instagram page, Bizarre Design. And we're going to open up his Instagram page to view this. And here we are. Bizarre Design, Brian Laundrie, July 29th. He wrote barefoot hiking, and he tagged Gabs Petito. Sometimes they don't tag each other. I mean, that's probably pretty natural. They probably don't tag each other in every post, but I don't know. Maybe there could be a correlation there, but I'm not sure. So he posted these on July 29th. Let's go through these pictures. Okay. July 29th, Brian posted those pictures. If you notice, she didn't really have friends. I'm wondering when Gabby was talking to her mom on the phone from the cop car. What did she say? I didn't have friends in the relationship. Okay, sorry. I'm following along with you guys' comments when I can. But I can see your comments. Alright, so there's some evidence that they were in Canyonlands July 29th, and that was on Brian's Instagram page. And according to my notes here, we have post from Gabby's Instagram page. My phone is ringing. I have to call you back, bro. So, Gabby posted from her Instagram page, Canyonlands National Park, on July 30th. So this is a day later from Brian Laundrie's Instagram page. So we're finding our dates. So July 29th, July 30th, we know they were in Canyonlands now. So Gabby Petito, Canyonlands National Park, July 30th. And I'm going to open up her Instagram page. And it should correlate with the last photos we went through on Gabby Petito's Instagram page. So here's Mystic Hot Springs. The next photos should be Canyonlands. And yes, it is. Okay. July 30th. So Gabby Petito, on July 30th, posted these pictures from Canyonlands. I'll go through the pictures first this time. And then she wrote over here on the right side, Gabs Petito, Island in the Sky. Bizarre design, Brian Laundrie hikes barefoot. This is what I was talking about. Hikes barefoot everywhere we go. If it were up to him, he wouldn't own any shoes. But I just find it funny how many people comment on the fact that he is barefoot. So see, this is another post where you notice Gabby talking about other people. Like, if we're just studying character profiles, Gabby again talked about other people noticing them. So that seems important to Gabby, that other people notice how good they are. I made that point with the last time I seen her quote something in that way. But I just find it funny how many people comment on the fact that he is barefoot. As soon as we reached the end of this easy walk, I kicked off my Sonic, and this woman who seemed very concerned asked me if the crust was hot. I was in such a different mindset. I didn't really understand this part of her post right here. I was in such a different mindset that this question fazed me. What does that mean? Let me read that again. And this woman who seemed very concerned asked me if the crust was hot. I was in such a different mindset that this question fazed me. So, it kind of sounds like Gabby came off kind of ignorantly a little bit. Not that I'm knocking Gabby. I don't think she did anything wrong throughout all this, but I don't understand that comment right there. I just want to read it one more time, and then I'll continue with the rest of it. I was in such a different mindset that this question fazed me. Even if it was boiling lava, I was just so happy to be there that I didn't think about the sun. Surprisingly enough, the rocks here were cold. No, not ice cold, but cool. Magically, the sandy smooth crust doesn't retain any heat, ? So not only did it feel good because it was 100 degrees with no shade, but it was tranquil. We always love surpassing people on our hikes, hearing them say things like, whoa, look, he's barefoot. Again, see, Gabby Petito is talking about people noticing them. Not that this is a bad thing, I'm just talking about character, reading into her character a little bit. So she's talking again about, whoa, look, he's barefoot and how people notice them. At Bizarre Design, Brian Laundrie inspires me every day on living a more natural lifestyle. Again, going back to what I was saying a little while ago, is she kind of just said right there a little bit that he is more of the nomad type, and she's learning from him. Like we were talking about, I believe she's always hiked and always been into that kind of thing, but he was more of the outdoorsman, as Dog the Bounty Hunter would refer to him. He was more of the natural environment, was way out in the middle of nowhere. So, inspires me every day on living a more natural lifestyle. Building my feet up so I don't have to bring my shoes in case. Hashtag walk barefoot. So that's what she posted on July 30th, Gabby Petito from Canyonlands National Park. Just checking back on your comments. She was high and didn't even think about the ground being hot because it was. That's how I kind of took that. Was like, I don't know, she was off in some zone or something. That's how I kind of read into it too. Thank you, I'm going to look for her. LOL, she should have taken him through some prickle and thorn patches. I hear you, Iced Coffee. I'm so lonely. They also say they think he may have edited her post. Yeah, that's true. That's true also. I'm going to get a drink real quick. 1 second, guys. Alright, so, yeah. So, that was on July 30th when she posted that from Canyonlands National Park. So let's go back to our map. That's more evidence they were in Canyonlands National Park, July 29th, July 30th, both from Brian's Instagram page and Gabby Petito's Instagram page. So let's go back to our map. Let's close this down. So, let me see. Okay. Looks like we have one more post from Gabby from Canyonlands National Park. And we have, this changed a little bit, which they're standing in the same spot, but for some reason the location changed a little bit. It's the same location, but it changed its name a little bit. So, from Gabby Petito's Instagram page, she was at the Mesa Arch in Canyonlands, July 31st. And she posted these pictures. I'm going to jump back to her Instagram page. So, like we said, July 29th now through July 31st, they were in Canyonlands. 3 days from what we gather from Instagram post. And here's the post. Gabby Petito, Mesa Arch, Canyonlands, July 31st, seen at the bottom of the post, right here by the likes. And she didn't really write anything. She just wrote hashtag live more with less. We'll go through the pictures. So everything seems fine. And this was 9 weeks. 9 weeks ago. And look at that. I didn't even notice that until now. But if you look under the post, even though I can see the date at the bottom, right here I can see the weeks, which really helps with the Instagram stories. So let me see. Yeah, definitely controlling. Cut out the silly stuff, man. If you want to stay, just stop. I see you guys in the comments having an issue. Trying to remedy it. Okay. So, alright. So, July 29th through July 31st, they were at Canyonlands. So we got that established. We got all our evidence. Let's go back to our map. Back to the map. Back to the map. Okay. So we'll just zoom out. July 29th through July 31st. They were in Canyonlands, which is right here. Going backwards. July 26th, they were at the Mystic Hot Springs. So the 27th through the 28th or the 29th, they were passing through the Capitol Reef National Park region. Going back from the Mystic Hot Springs, they were at, what was that, Cedar Breaks? Or I'm sorry, Bryce Canyon. Going back from there, they were at Bryce Canyon National Park before that. At Sunrise Point. Then before that, they were at Zion. And then we can go back and back and back. There's so much information here. I can't keep taking it way, way back. But I'll zoom out just so we can get the full picture. So we've been in Utah this entire time. So they went Kansas, Colorado, Utah. And let's zoom back in here. Alright. So we're now at July 31st. Canyonlands. So we're coming up into the Moab region. The very interesting region. So I think I'm going to take a 5-minute break before we get to the Moab region. I've been live now for 4 hours. So I think I'm going to take a 5-minute break again before we get to this next region because, oh my goodness, there's so much coming into this next region. Let's not text what that book about healthier. Yeah, I'm going to take a 5 to 10 minute break real quick, guys. You guys are free to stay in the chat. I'm not going to end the live stream. You guys can stay in the chat. And I'm just going to take a break real quick, get a drink, go to the bathroom from being live for 4 hours. And I'll be right back with you guys. Thanks for tuning in. Please subscribe to the channel. I do these kind of investigations all the time. And I do vlogs, traveling. I travel like this, or I try to anyway, when I have the money to do it. And yeah, hopefully we can find some answers from this crazy investigation. But I'll be right back, guys, in about 5-10 minutes. What's up, Brandon? I see you. Thanks for joining the live stream, bro. All right. Let's jump back to the map. Shout out to Paranormal in the Funhouse. Check them out on Facebook. They do a lot of paranormal videos. You got something wrong in your house, definitely hit them up. So, we're entering the Moab region now. Can't wait to meet you tomorrow, brother. Same to you. Same to you. We don't know anything from their autopsy either. No, we don't, which is sad. So everything about this is sad, tragic. So we left off in the Canyonlands region on what? July 29th through the 31st, and we are now entering the Moab region where Gabby and Brian got pulled over. Not used to logging in on YouTube, LOL. Yeah. Yeah, YouTube can be a pain in the butt. So, alright. So, right here is Canyonland. Just to recap really quick to continue onward. So, basically what I did was I took all the evidence from Instagram, Facebook, witness reports, police body cams, news reports, and I plotted them on this map from A to Z, from New York up until where they found Gabby Petito. After I plotted those points on the map, I then began to correlate the dates and try to lay out the correct path that Gabby and Brian traveled along their trip. For anybody who's just now joining. So they started their trip from New York on... They left New York July 2nd. They traveled to the Missouri state line is their first post that I could find on any social media platform online. They traveled to the Missouri state line and they took a picture, or they took a video, which this is a picture snapshot of it. They left Missouri and they traveled to Kansas, where they stopped at the Monument Rocks in Kansas, right here. Again, the red line that you're seeing is my proposed possible path that they traveled. That doesn't necessarily mean they traveled that exact path. This is my proposed path. And how I got that path was, if I knew where they were in one state, and I knew where they were in another state by using their social media accounts, then I can use Google to navigate it. And then when I have all the points laid out on a map, like I do here, I can try to figure out the best pathway that they took to get where they're going, correlate it with the dates. So, they were in Kansas at Monument Rocks. Then they crossed state lines into Colorado Springs, right here, where they stopped at a restaurant, got some food at a restaurant called Slice 420. We also established that Gabby Petito was an avid weed smoker. And again, there's nothing wrong with being an avid weed smoker. We're just, as we go along, we're also building character profiles of the people that we're following. Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie. Gabby Petito was a big supporter of smoking weed. If you go on her Twitter page, she a lot of her likes on her Twitter page were 420 posts and stuff like that. So they were smoking weed along the trip. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just stating for the character profiles of these people. So they were at Colorado Springs. They then traveled south and went to the Great Sand Dunes National Park. They were there July 10th through 11th. They left the Great Sand Dunes National Park and they stopped by the... Well, I just lost my place. They stopped by the Mesa Verde Trail area, Petroglyph Trail, which they posted pictures of. They left the Mesa Verde area. They took a picture at a Welcome to Utah sign, which we established right here. They continued westward from the Welcome to Utah sign, and they arrived in Zion National Park. I'm trying to skip through it as fast as I can just to catch everybody up. Zion National Park. They were in Zion National Park from the 14th through the 21st of July. Then they stopped at Bryce Canyon National Park. They went through the Red Canyon Arch, I believe. Well, they did. Then they traveled north. They went to the Mystic Hot Springs, July 26th, according to their social medias. They were at the Mystic Hot Springs. They left the Mystic Hot Springs and traveled southeast. They arrived at Canyonlands July 29th through the 31st. And between Mystic Hot Springs and Canyonlands, they also stopped at the Capitol Reef National Park. And we're all caught up. And we showed evidence for all those stops and possible travel paths throughout this whole video. Been live now for going on almost 5 hours. This is a long live, bro. So, we're at Canyonlands. And basically how we're doing this is we're following the dates. And they're already plotted on the map. I already did all that research. And we're finding the evidence. They were there at what time, at this time. And we're following it. So, alright, they're at Canyonlands National Park, and now they're going to enter the Moab region. So, first stop after Canyonlands National Park that I could find, but from doing research online, is they went to Arches National Park. So here's Canyonlands. No, stop. Sorry, my dog's barking. Here's Hold on 1 second, guys. Hey, stop. No. Guys, go lay down. It's alright. Go lay down. Alright, so they left. They were at Canyonlands July 29th through the 31st, and then we're going into August now. So then they went to Arches National Park. So here's Canyonlands. They went out of Canyonlands, went south along my proposed possible travel path. They got on 191, which takes you straight into the Moab region, which this is where things are going to get interesting. Hold on 1 second again, guys. Ted, come here. Get up here. Get up here. Get up here. Go. Alright, sorry about that, guys. Love the live. I just subscribed, doing a great job. Thank you, Heather. I really appreciate that. I can totally see Gabby's vibe and the girls' vibe being friendly to each other. We're about to get into that right now. I'm trying to read your name. Emochito. You did a great job. Thank you. Thank you, Hash Coins. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Hopefully, we can all work together while doing this and figure out some answers to the equation, because there's way too many answers that way too many questions that need to be answered. So they left Canyonlands. You're right, Heather. That they do. That's how they are. I got a Chihuahua and a Bulldog, and the Chihuahua wants to lay in my lap all the time. I'm like, no, bro, lay your butt down. So anyway, they left Canyonlands. And now they're entering the Moab region, where they went to Arches National Park. And this is where things are going to get pretty complicated, guys. We're going to try to work through this. Thanks, Chris. Okay, it's good enough. Okay, gotcha. So, they enter the Moab region, and this is the thing, guys. This is what tosses me off the case a little bit, throws me off a little bit, is so what we have, and I'm going to make sure I'm 100% right about this, okay, is they left Canyonlands sometime around, so we have them there on social media to the 31st, and we have them arriving in Arches National Park, Utah, from what I can tell right this second, from what I have in my notes. We have them arriving in Arches National Park on August 12th. And we don't have any other dates before that. So we're talking from the 1st to the 12th, we don't know where they were as they entered the Moab region. If anybody has any clues to that, let me know in the comments. But I'm going to work through as what I got so far on here. Yeah, you're right, Gmail. So they enter the Moab region, and then they enter Arches National Park is the first place I have near the Moab region. And I'm going to show the proof for that. So, why do I have navigate up here? That shouldn't be up here, but we'll work through it. So we have Gabby and Brian at the Delicate Arch, August 12th, which is a spot inside of Arches National Park. And then just to be sure, then we have Gabby and Brian camped out near Devil's Garden in Arches National Park. Great breakdown. Would be cool if we saw on the map where most of the FBI, police, and dog tips are coming in from possible sighting. Thanks, New Master. I'll try to look into that. Because I'm going to do another video about the Brian search and all that. Because there's just so much to go through. So I'll try to do that. I appreciate it. Alright, so the earliest I have is August 12th. Gabby and Brian at the Delicate Arch. And I'm going to show the proof for that right now. So Gabby posted photos to her Instagram on August 12th. Here is the proof. So we have right here, this is Gabby Petito's Instagram page. Below her name is Arches National Park. And then below that we have the date, August 12th. But I'm going to open her Instagram up, because it doesn't work good in Google Earth. You get a lot more information by opening it like this. So, we left off in Canyonlands right here. Mesa Arch Canyonlands. Remember, we went to this picture. And look, the last date they were in Canyonlands was July 31st. Down here at the bottom. Okay? And then the next post she posted was Gabby Petito, Arches National Park. And that was on August 12th. So we have the 1st through the 12th. We don't know where they were. From what I can find from searching on social media, Twitter, witness reports, from what I can find. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not more information out there. Hey, thanks, Brandon. I appreciate it. That doesn't mean that I could be wrong. Maybe I didn't find something and other people know something, but that's what I found. So, Gabs Petito, Arches National Park, August 12th. She posted these pictures, and I'm going to read what she wrote. She wrote, on a calm Monday morning, at Bizarre Design, Brian Laundrie, and I decided to take the highly trafficked hike to the Delicate Arch. Not sure if it's because it was 7 a.m. on a Monday, but there actually were not as many people on the trail as I expected. After waiting on a short line for someone to generously take our photo, Brian Laundrie and I made our way to the other side of the arch. See next post. We also camped for one night in Devil's Garden. That's where, when I first pulled up the Arches National Park. She said right here, Devil's Garden. I found Devil's Garden. I'm going to show that in a minute. We also camped for one night in Devil's Garden with the cover off of our tent to fall asleep watching the stars, trying to catch a glimpse of the Perseid meteor shower. Fun fact, I did not edit any of these photos except maybe to brighten the exposure slightly, but only one person in the background of the last slide. Also, during our hike, I stepped off the trail up onto a bare rock just to take a photo of the view out of everyone's way of the path. So Gabby here, this is where I think Gabby is kind of turning more towards what Brian is like, and this kind of what I was talking about earlier. I feel like Brian's the nomad type, don't like people, likes to be by himself all the time. Or, like others have said, Brian is writing some of these posts. Because what I'm getting from this as a character profile in a way is they don't like people. They don't like people. And this might be Brian writing this post. But it's kind of, they kind of alluded to this many times throughout different posts. So also during our hike, I stepped off the trail up on the bare rock just to take a photo of the view out of everyone's way of the path. And a very nice man who I believe worked for at REI, they were trying to get sponsored by this company at REI, stopped everyone in their tracks and commented about my shoes, asking me how I like them. So see, this is again, Gabby Petito is writing again, and I established this a little bit before. She once again, if this is Gabby Petito writing this, or if this is Brian Laundrie writing this, she established again that it was important to them that other people notice them. And I feel like I've made a pretty good case for that throughout reading these posts. Like, they want people to notice them. I stepped off of the trail up on the bare rock just to take a photo of the view out of everyone's way of the path. A very nice man who I believe worked for at REI stopped everyone in the tracks and commented about my shoes, asking me how I liked them. I felt like I was giving off a small presentation to everyone crowding around, waiting to continue on the path, all looking up at me while I'm standing on the rock describing how awesome these shoes have been. So this is also kind of like an influencer. This is kind of like an influencer post. It's kind of like selling that at REI company at the same time as writing a post. It's kind of what it comes off like. How awesome these shoes have been, especially hiking with them. Especially hiking with them on the hashtag Appalachian Trail, while at Brian Laundrie hikes barefoot. Side note, this is not sponsored or an ad, although I wish it was at REI. See, they were trying to get sponsored by this company, or she was, or he was, whoever was writing this post. But basically, all our hiking and camping gear, and also our van life essentials, are all from at REI. So they were trying to get sponsored big time from this at REI. I see a comment at FlightLife. Do you factor in those book of stone? Nah, I haven't really gotten into like that kind of stuff, Noob Master, because I've been sitting here working on the map and where they've gone, so I haven't really been able to look into that kind of stuff, but I'd be interested. Are all from REI. Hashtag REI Coop. Hashtag Arches National Park. Heather said, I think he heavily influenced her. She possibly wrote words he would like that she knew he would relate to or to bond to him, or he totally wrote them. I agree. Yeah, I agree. It could go either way. And you can see right here, that company, REI, commented on her post right under it, looking like a great hike. So, this was on August 12th at Arches National Park. And these are Gabby Petito's photos. We'll run through them. August 12th. Okay. So that's evidence that Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie were at Arches National Park on August 12th, and we should have more evidence. Let's go back to our map. Look like I got 2 points there. No. Okay. So Gabby Petito had 3 posts from Arches National Park. We're going to go back to her Instagram. So again, August 12th, Arches National Park, Gabby Petito. We're going to go back to her Instagram. We're going to look at all 3 posts to gather our evidence that they were there. So there should be 3 posts on Instagram here from Arches National Park. So here's the first one. I'm gonna go through them all, but I'm just looking. Second one. And the third one. Okay. So we already went through the first one. That was on August 12th. We're going to go through the second one. And she wrote another long caption here, which is weird because she didn't really write long captions too often throughout this trip. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. She did write a lot of long captions here. So we have Gabby Petito at Arches National Park, August 12th, and she wrote this. We decided to take the path less traveled on the other side of the arch. After waiting in a short line for some photos under the arch early Monday morning, we wanted to find a place to relax. It's kind of weird how that was wrote. Hold up. You know, that's kind of weird how it was wrote because it was like almost copied. Did you notice that? I felt like I was reading the same post for a minute. We decided to take the path less traveled on the other side of the arch. After waiting in a short line for some photos under the arch early Monday morning, we wanted to find a place to relax and draw while still admiring the arch, but also get away from the crowd that kept growing as the day went on. We walked just a little past the arch, where the rock is at such an angle, it appears impossible to walk on. But being such experienced hikers, I had confidence that I could make it. While Brian Laundrie climbed down some steep slopes with the camera, I shimmied my way along a thin, flat, narrow line that led directly to a big, flat rock with the absolute most beautiful view from directly underneath the arch. After taking a few cool photos of each other, at Brian Laundrie and I sat drawing and enjoying the nature without seeing anybody who was online or taking photos. That's kind of an interesting thing they said right there. Listen to that again. And I sat drawing and enjoying the nature without seeing anybody who was online or taking photos. That's kind of weird, guys. I guess it meant like, and not looking to see if anybody was online. And I sat drawing and enjoying the nature without seeing anybody who was, maybe it was in line. Okay, so the angle she was taking the picture at, she couldn't see anybody that was in line in the picture. So, I think that's what she means. It felt like we had the entire delicate arch to ourselves. Yeah, see, that's what she meant. Sorry, sometimes I'm slow. We got to spend about 2 hours relaxing here on this side of the arch with nobody bothering us. So again, we have a post that kind of alludes to they didn't like people around that often. You know? That's what you get a lot of throughout their posts. It didn't seem like they really liked people. But it could be Brian Laundrie writing these posts. We got to spend about 2 hours relaxing here on the side of the arch with nobody bothering us except this one guy who saw us and thought he could do it too. Many people who spotted us were contemplating how we made it here. So again, if this is Brian Laundrie writing these posts, again, as I've established multiple times throughout posts, it's either Brian Laundrie or Gabby Petito. But again, they're highlighting once again how other people notice them. You know? And I don't know, it's kind of weird that, like, it comes off to me like they wanted to be noticed, yet be nomads or something. You know what I mean? It comes off kind of weird. And then they push back at people, kind of, like, no, we don't want you around, kind of. That's how it kind of felt a little bit. But at the same time, they want to be noticed by people for how good they are. I don't know. It just comes off weird. Maybe it's Brian who's writing the post, like you guys are saying. Many people who spotted us were contemplating how we made it here, shouting things like, wow, you guys must be crazy. One guy started to come our direction, talking the same thin, narrow way along, walking the same thin, narrow way along the rock as I did, and he got stuck in fear of not knowing where to put his feet to climb out. At Brian Laundrie, and I helped him climb back to his wife, who was laughing hysterically, giving us a big thumbs up. In the last few photos, you can see what I mean by thin, narrow line. There was no path to the flat rock that sat perfectly level out of the steep angled side of what's basically a cliff. So I do not recommend trying this yourself. Rock climbing is dangerous. That guy we had to help off the edge whacked me with his walking stick while I was helping him back up. So, sad as it is to bring up, in the autopsy, I wonder if there's evidence that Gabby Petito got hit with this walking stick. She wrote, "We are athletic and very experienced hikers and have high confidence for rock climbing. Do not try this at home." So yeah, the way they come off about in that way, I don't know. It's just kind of weird a little bit. Sounds like they are not people at all. Yeah, 4 or 5 times mentioning not want to be around others in the same and multiple posts. Gabby's not a girl who cares about being noticed, in my opinion. And you don't think that she slipped off of something or waiting on the autopsy, I guess. I would think it would be nice to see people after 24/7 in a van. Right. See, a lot of you guys are kind of getting the feeling I am, because when you run through all these posts like we are, it starts to highlight character traits. Get a drink real quick. Like, I've read through these posts many times. And so when I'm saying something, I'm coming from a place of, like, looking at it and thinking about it. And I just noticed that trend in their post, that they wanted, whoever's writing the post, they want to be seen, but at the same time they want to come off like they don't want to be seen. So see if there's anything down under. No, so that's everything she wrote on this post. So Gabby Petito, Arches National Park. This is from August 12th. And we'll go through the photos. So when she's talking about that thin, narrow line, she's talking about this. Right here. That line. I'm guessing. Anyway, I'm not a rock climber either. And another point that I brought up earlier is a lot of people are confused about the phones, like Brian's phone situation. There was a tablet, and I have a picture of it. If not, I'll find it before this live's over and show you that they had the tablet. So Brian could have had the tablet, and they could have been using a hotspot, And that's how he was posting what he was posting. That's possible, is what I'm saying. So that post is done. So then there was one more post. I don't know if I want to go to this post yet, because this post, in my opinion, came from the, this post came, or if you look at the dates, I don't know, we'll get to this post in a second. I want to show you something else. But there's 3 posts on Gabby Petito's Instagram from Arches National Park. So let's go back to our map. Okay. So we just went through this evidence. So we know that Gabby Petito was Gabby Petito. We didn't see Brian in any of the photos, but we can't really assume that he wasn't there. But we know Gabby Petito for sure was at Arches National Park on August 12th, and we're going to assume that they both were there at that arch, the Delicate Arch, August 12th. Now, let me see. I gotta take my time with this area. Okay. So you see right here, this is the Delicate Arch. And then I have another plot point way up here. And I'm going to explain that. So Arches National Park. Gabby and Brian camped near Devil's Garden August 19th. And it says Instagram photos and the release of their Van Life YouTube channel video. Gabby Petito's Instagram photos and the YouTube video. Okay, now this is what I'm going to say. And why, this is my opinion on why I put this here. So if you zoom in on this road, okay? What's this road called? Okay, right here. This is called Devil's Garden Trailhead. Okay? Now, what did Gabby Petito say in her post? I believe it was Gabby Petito. She said they camped at Devil's Garden, right? We're going to find out here in a second. So right here. And this was on August 19th. So we're going to go to the Instagram post where this was posted on August 19th. I'm going to open it up on the browser. There's no other post on Gabby Petito's Instagram other than the Delicate Arch than this post right here. Now, I'm trying to remember exactly. But here it is. Here it is. Okay. So if we go back a little bit, and this is on August 12th, she wrote in this post right here, we also camped for one night in Devil's Garden with the cover off of our tent to fall asleep watching the stars, trying to catch a glimpse of the per se media shower. But the weird thing is right here is this post was posted on August 12th. Okay? When she said they camped for one night at Devil's Garden. Right? Now a post after August 12th, posted on August 19th. Okay? Is this post. And if you look, see this picture right here? Now you can't figure out where they are in this picture. So August 19th, there's no location data of where they are, okay? And hold on, I gotta do something really quick. So I can read this post to you guys. Oh, damn it. Come on, Instagram. Sometimes Instagram cuts off the side of the post. See it right there? So I gotta play with it until I can get the right one. So on August 19th, Gabby Petito posted this post. And it's this picture right here, laying in the van, and Brian sitting in front of her. And then the van picture. Okay? See the white sands? So she wrote, almost immediately after telling Brian Laundrie, which is Bizarre Design, how happy it made me to see that people were truly respectful of the park. I watched some guy leave his processed prepackaged plastic conglomerate of lunch garbage on the picnic table. Then she wrote in hashtags below that, hashtag respect your national parks, hashtag NPS, hashtag parks project, hashtag live sustainably, hashtag vanlife, hashtag live plastic free. So again, it's kind of like mad at people or don't want people around, like you're destroying this. So anyway, what I'm getting at is August 19th this picture was put up. Where is this picture from? We don't know. Okay? Let's go back to our map. Let's take our little street view. Let's drop it. Now, this is all opinion. But, hold on. Now, we know they wouldn't be near a bunch of people. Right? So, this is right by the parking lot where they go into the Devil's Garden Trail. Devil's Garden. Now, remember the mountains you could see off in the distance in the picture? So, we know they ain't going to be right by the parking lot. So, this is Devil's Garden Trail right here. This is Devil's Garden Trail. Let's go down this way. Along the road. And I'm just going to drop a random pin in. I'm sorry, a random street view. Right here somewhere. Because I just want to look. Okay. No. Doesn't look like this area. Don't see no white sands. Okay. Let's go back out for a second. So where is the white sands? See some mountain ranges. Mountain range. Over this way, maybe. What's down here? It's kind of starting to look like that picture now. Let's see. Where is the white sands? Looks like it's down this way further. Let's keep going down. This is all me just looking real quick. We need them blue mountains. White sands. White sands. Blue mountains. I don't know. This might take me nowhere, but I'm looking at something. White sand, blue mountains. Kind of looks like this. White sands. It's a white sands area, guys. It's not this. It's white sands. They were somewhere right here in this area. For some reason, is this it? I had a spot marked. I'm not finding it for some reason right this second. See, like, it can't be. Hold on. We're going to continue in 1 second. Sorry for the hold up for a second. Maybe I went this way. No, I had to have gone that way. I went this way. I think it was down here, guys. Right here somewhere. Let me see. Balanced rock. Whoa, Google Earth going nuts. Calm down, Google Earth. Hold on 1 second. Google Earth is just losing its mind. There we go. Basically, there's only so many places that white sand shot could be taken. I mean, there's a lot, don't get me wrong. But it looks to me like it's down here. It has to be down that way. Because that's what the mountains look like. But Devil's Garden Trail, I don't know. I can look at Devil's Garden Trail, which I'll look at real quick. I can pull that up. You can pull up the trails on Google Earth and see where Devil's Garden Trail leads to. Maybe it's that direction. No. Dude, I'm telling you guys, I don't know why I can't find it now. But I found exactly what I thought looked like the exact area. For some reason right now I'm just having trouble finding that where I was. I know it wasn't down there. But the sketchy thing is, what I just seen, which was freaking me out a little bit because I wasn't even realizing that, is see these two dots right here? Come on, Google Earth. Playing dumb games with me now. Hold on. See these two dots right here? You see what that says? You notice that? Okay, see this one? So, that's where we're getting to, guys. So you see this? Where are the white sands? Could be up here. That's outside of the park, though. Park's right here. So I had to drive in. It's the entrance to the park. I don't know. I'm getting sidetracked looking at this. So right here is where Kylen and Crystal were found. This yellow point right here. Okay? Right here is where Brian and Gabby were. That's how close they were. Okay? Now, if you narrow down that picture of Gabby and Brian where they were sitting, I don't know. This is all hearsay because I'm making assumptions here. But where's the mountains? Guys, where's the mountains? Is that the mountains that are in the picture? Let's go back to the picture. Dude, I had this spot. I just cannot find it now. Is that the mountains? Because I can go all the way around in a 360. This is right by the Delicate Arch entrance way in. And on this side, there's canyon walls. This is where Devil's Garden is. Look, I can go all the way around. Where's the mountains? They're over there. Let's exit the street view. Let's zoom back out. Look. Where are we looking? Where are we at? Gotta zoom back out more. Is it? This is the mountains. Is that what you're telling me? Are you telling me that? I mean, it kind of looks like that. I don't want to start no conspiracies, but the mountains looking out the van look like the mountains where Crystal and Kylen were. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to start a conspiracy. Let me try a different road real quick. So, come on, Google Earth. Stop messing with me, man. So let's go back to where I believe they camped at, okay? There is like sand here. Let me see. So look, this is Devil's Garden Trail right here. So I'm just gonna drop the Google Earth image in. I mean the street view. And look, it can't be right here. This is where all the people are. And I could go around. Let's do a 360. There's canyons everywhere. Like, you ain't seeing nothing. You ain't seeing nothing from around here. It's all canyons. So where can you see something? So did they just go driving down the trail? I don't think so. I mean, they got to be somewhat close to the road, right? So let's go to the entrance. Because maybe that is where I took the picture. I was trying pull-offs. So there's pull-offs in the park where you can pull off of this main road. And I was looking at them pull-offs. So let me see. Sorry, I know we're slowing down a bit just to look at this because I'm curious real quick. So here's Moab. Here's the mountains. It's the mountain. And let's go like right here real quick. This is the last time I'm going to try. This is the White Sands area a little bit. There we go. I found it. Okay. This is what I was looking for. So this looks like where they took the photos, guys. So it's closer to Arches National Park front entrance. See, this kind of looks like the same kind of backdrop. But they were in a white sand spot. But if you look, because this photo actually comes out similar. Let's go back. So it looks like that on the backdrop. Looks like that. So I think they were pulled off on the side of the road. But is that in the same? I didn't notice this until now either, guys. If that's the case, but is that in the same direction? It's Moab. I mean, yeah. It is. It's looking towards the mountain. Right there. Right there is where Kylen and Crystal original campsite was. And then on the opposite side of the mountain was where they were killed. So what other mountain can it be? You know what I'm saying? What other mountain can it be? It's got to be the mountain. I don't know. I'm not trying to start a conspiracy. I'm just trying to figure it out too, guys. That's all. See, right here. So if they were camped down here towards the entrance, look, I can even measure this. Let's measure this real quick. So we'll go miles. Miles from near the front entrance of Arches National Park to where Kylen and Crystal were discovered. 17 miles. But we know Brian would hike 17 miles because later on we're gonna look into when he was hitchhiking up there where they found Gabby's body, and he was hiking all over the place. 17 miles don't seem that far when she's releasing the YouTube video, sitting in the van, or But what other mountain could it be? I mean, I didn't notice that until now. That was just an interesting point that I found just now. So here's the Delicate Arch, where they were. Here's Devil's Garden over here. Was Devil's Garden wrote just to throw you off? You know what I'm saying? Was this wrote just to throw you off? Because it could be right here. Or over here. Now I'll show you the trails. You want to see the trails? Because I know that's interesting. I don't think anyone showed you the trails. So on Google Earth, it has the ability to show you the trails. So let me see. I'll show you the trails. Let me find it real quick. Where the hell is it? Did I miss it? Every trail. That ain't it. Okay. So when I start opening up these trails, you're going to start seeing possible travel paths. Okay, now we just opened up all the trails around the area. And, hold on, let me turn this one back off. Every trail. Alright. So these green lines are trails in the park. It even shows the picnic areas, campsites. So right here is the Delicate Arch. Doesn't look like any trails connect, but I can't see that as possible. I can't see that these trails are right here and these trails are right here and they don't connect to each other. So it might be Google Earth. So if they were camped down here, so here's a trail right here. So I'm just very curious. That's 8 miles. 8 miles to the trail right here. This is location of Crystal and Kylen's bodies. Sad to say. August 18th. That picture sitting at the Devil's Garden was posted on August 19th. So we know that that picture, if it was looking at the mountains, Gabby and Brian were probably parked like right here. Somewhere, because they were looking at the mountains. That's what it looks like to me. I mean, I can't 100% prove that that's what it looks like because there's canyons everywhere. So, and like I said, if they were parked, let's go right here. So this is the entrance. Oh, see, here's the trail. Let me see if I can get a picture from the trail, because sometimes Google Earth lets you take a picture from the trail. Oh, look, here's a picture. These are all picture spots right here. Let's see. Oh, this is in the canyon. This ain't gonna work. This is in the canyon. So maybe that's why it looks like the trails don't connect, because it's a big giant canyon. Look at the dog. Let me see if I can find a spot where there's no canyon. So look, it's a big giant canyon right there. Okay, so see, that makes sense, guys. That's making sense. That big old canyon in the middle, that makes sense. So that's all canyon. This is all canyon, but that's a trail. Let's see if there's a picture point right here. Somewhere right here. Damn. I mean, I could sit here and do this all day, guys. But we might have to continue on. I mean, I could narrow down where exactly that picture was, and the best idea I could find is right near the entrance of Arches National Park somewhere. 'Cause that's what looked like it the most, in my opinion. So we looked at the parks. We tried to establish where the picture is. Let me turn the parks back, the trails back off, sorry. And just one more time before I carry on to the next part of the map along our path that we were traveling, because we got a lot to still cover. I'm just going to come over here and just look real quick. How far can we go this way? Ooh. Mighty similar. It's really similar, guys. Really similar. And when you can see off in the distance like that. Looks like it could be right here somewhere. This is white sands right here, though. Looks like a little patch right there. Let's go right here. Come on, give me a picture. Right here. Ooh, look what we found here, guys. This looks close. This looks extremely close. We close. We are close. We are close to that picture now. Looks like right here almost. I mean, I can't prove it, so we just got to continue on. But that looks damn close. I mean, it looks like the mountain where Kylen and them were. I mean, maybe that's a weird coincidence, but that's what it looks like to me. I mean, it can't be this way. Alright, we gotta continue forward anyway. We jumped ahead too, because we still got Moab and the connections, and we jumped ahead by going into Arches and then going to the 19th, which we gotta go back a little bit. So, continuing on. So they were at Arches National Park. Come on, Google. Sometimes the ruler thing doesn't go away and give me my mouse back. It stays on the screen. So they were at Arches National Park August 12th. And we went through Gabby's Instagram photos to prove that, to find the evidence that they were there. And they were there. We saw Gabby's Instagram photos August 12th. Now that August 19th picture, we're going to come back to that, because we got other stuff to look at first. So next up, as I have marked on here, is on August 12th. So when they were at the Delicate Arch, let me just verify this really quick. So look, on Gabby Petito's post, her first post from Arches National Park was on August 12th. Arches National Park, August 12th. What else happened on August 12th, guys? They got pulled over on August 12th. So, I don't want to jump to that yet, because I believe that's later in the afternoon. Before we do that, this is what I'm saying. We got to take all this slow. Let's go back to Moab. Okay, we don't want that yet. Or yeah, it might be pulled over is next, actually. So this is what's strange. They were at the Delicate Arch August 12th. So now we're going to go to the Moonflower Co-op. The Moonflower Co-op is inside of Moab. And I have the exact spot marked on here. Show you it. This might not be it. Yeah, this is it. Alright. Moonflower. This is the Moonflower Co-op. Okay? On August 12th. Moonflower Co-op. Same day that they posted the pictures from the park. From Arches National Park. So this is what I have up here. And I'm just going to go through this step by step. Moonflower Co-op, August 12th. The young couple were seen by a witness scuffling on August 12th outside Moonflower Community Cooperative, where Kylen Schulte, 24, worked. On the afternoon of August 12th, someone identified only as Chris arrived at the Moonflower Co-op, a natural food store in Moab, states the partially redacted witness statement taken by the Moab City PD. It was there that he saw the beginning of the now infamous dust-up between Petito and Laundrie that took place shortly before her death. While standing on the south side of the street, south side of the street, that would be this side of the street where we're at right now. So let's say the store is the north. South side of the street would be over here. He was standing over here. So they must have been in front of the store. Standing on the south side of the street, I observed a man and a woman appear to have some sort of dispute. The statement explains, they were talking aggressively at each other and something seemed off. At one point, they were sort of fighting over a phone. I think the male took the female's phone. It appeared to Chris that Laundrie didn't want her in the white van, and as he got in the driver's seat, Petito tried to follow him inside. It continues, adding that Petito began punching him in the arm and/or face while struggling to gain access to the vehicle. She eventually climbed over Laundrie and made it to a passenger seat. According to the statement, I heard her say, "Why do you have to be so mean?" It says, I wasn't sure how serious this was. It was hard to tell if they were sort of play fighting, but from my point of view, something definitely didn't seem right. Chris noticed another person had called this in. He wrote, so as he left Moonflower, he gave his contact info to a police officer he spotted nearby. So the cop that pulled them over seemed to be in the area. The couple was later pulled over by Moab police. This is where a possible conspiracy begins to take shape. The Moonflower Community Cooperative, www.moonflower.coop, like many independent food cooperatives, Moab's health food legacy started as a small buying club that members referred to as the Moab Co-op. It was eventually located on 100 West, operating with a relic of a building constructed from vintage wooden ammo cars. The locally produced products unavailable elsewhere in town. The co-op was later run under, I'm going to skip some of this. Social network, cultural hub for nurturing and growing interest in healthy lifestyles by providing employees who worked at the Moonflower, and from what my research has found, was working at the same time when Brian and Gabby were there, was a 24-year-old woman named Kylen Schulte. Right here. All right. So this is Kylen Schulte and Crystal Turner. Both of these girls were murdered extremely close to where Gabby and Brian passed through. Okay? So going back to the reading. So one of the girls worked at the Moonflower Co-op. Sorry, I lost my place. So Kylen worked at the Moonflower Co-op, of which Brian and Gabby Petito were fighting outside of on August 12th. August 12th, remember that date. They were fighting outside the Moonflower Co-op on August 12th. They were at Arches National Park on August 12th. Okay? So they must have went to the Arches National Park in the morning. And you just seen Kylen and you just seen Crystal. So it says, like Gabby and Brian, Kylen Schulte, newly married, was living as a camper, traveling with her wife, Crystal Turner, staying at various locations in Utah's LaSalle Mountains, close to her job at the Moonflower Co-op. On the weekend of August 14th, the couple complained to their friends about a man behaving strangely near their campsite close to the Moonflower. They said they were going to move. They were going to pack up and move their campsite, that he was still creeping them out, Schulte's aunt Bridget Calvert revealed. Investigators were informed that Kylen had mentioned to her friends that if something happened to them, they would be murdered, according to a police search warrant. So both of these stories I'm telling at the same time. So I'm trying to keep it together too. According to a police search warrant, Kylen went on to say that there was a creepy man around their camp who had intimidated them. Okay? So we've established that Brian and Gabby were at the Moonflower, probably parked right here in front of the place. And we established that Kylen Schulte worked at the Moonflower. We established that Brian and Gabby were at the Moonflower on August 12th. And it's possible, I haven't seen no evidence yet, it's possible that Kylen was working that day. So we're going to go on. So we know Gabby and Brian were fighting right here. And then I'm guessing they left at one point. So let me make sure I'm not getting caught up here. So Gabby and Brian left while they were fighting. Let me get out of Street View. So they managed to drive off. Okay, August 12th. We're on August 12th. So they managed to drive off. And they headed, in my opinion, and from witness statements, they headed back towards Arches National Park. So Arches National Park is up here, the entrance. Here is the Moonflower. They headed up this road, right here, headed north. Now remember, the guy was standing across the street, and he flagged down a cop as they were driving. So they were driving, fighting. Guy flagged down the cop. I'm guessing, we don't know all this. Guy flagged down the cop. Cop flew down this road behind him. They got up near Arches National Park entrance. That's what statements that were made were said, that Gabby and Brian were pulled over near the entrance of Arches National Park. So they made it all the way up near Arches National Park, somewhere right around here, when they got pulled over. We're going to get back to Kylen and Crystal in a moment. So right here is where I have marked. I tried to narrow down exactly where they got pulled over, but I couldn't. I tried. So Gabby and Brian pulled over August 12th at 4:50 p.m. I don't think at the Moonflower. So they were pulled over at 4:50 p.m. August 12th, police pulled over the couple in their white van near the entrance to Arches National Park. And the subsequent interaction was captured on body cam and written up in a police report. So this is what I'm going to do, guys. A lot of people haven't seen, I'm sure a lot of yous watching have, but a lot of people haven't seen the second body camera footage. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let it play for a while. I'm going to play the second body camera footage, and I'll be right back. I'll use that as a break for a minute, and then I'll be back. And then we're going to get into Kylen and Crystal and how close in proximity things were, and then we'll continue on all the way up to Wyoming. I'm here, guys. So we're going to play some of the body cam, and I'll be right back.
If you are struggling to lose weight and you also drink any type of coffee every morning, then you're going to want to see this. A shocking discovery has been leaked about the real, root cause of a slow metabolism, and it has nothing to do with dieting, exercising, gut bacteria, hormones, aging, or even...
Sorry about that. I'm waiting for Google Earth to load. So, anyway, I can work around it.
Genetics.
Oh,
so
God.
before you resign yourself to being hooked on prescription medication for life, spending outrageous amounts of money on fitness programs and meals, or trying another gimmicky fat loss pill that doesn't work, you've got to see this new method right away. A clinically proven, 10-second coffee trick that can increase your metabolism by 500% almost instantly. Backed by scientific and peer...
Sorry, guys. This is Google Earth does this. It gets real slow for a minute. I shouldn't have opened the YouTube link up on Google Earth, because Google Earth makes it lag out.
Viewed studies from Harvard and Johns Hopkins University, this method has been proven to be more powerful than any diet or exercise known to man, and it's turned everything we thought we knew about weight loss completely upside down. It works so well that the weight loss industry has been scrambling to cover it up because it's going to rob them of countless dollars if enough people find out about it. Thousands of people are already...
Alright, thank God. Thank God that stopped. Alright, so I'm going to play some of the body cam. I'm definitely not going to go that route. Take a break for a couple minutes while you guys watch the body cam. And I'm here, guys, so we're going to keep on keeping on. Don't want to do it on here. All right. So this is the new body camera footage that came from the Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie stop near Arches National Park. I'll be right back with you guys. Gonna use the bathroom, get a drink, check out the body camera for a minute, and I'll be right back.
She says that she can only drink water.
Are you worried about her story? Like,
No, you can talk to her. She seems like a really sweet girl, 22 or something, has a lot of anxiety, and from what she's claiming, she's the full-on aggressor here.
That's kind of what he said.
I'd love to go talk to the independent witnesses, and maybe that's what I'll go do.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a couple waters. Here's this back, because you might need that for someone else. I know to keep her rings, phone, and I was holding on to the keys because I didn't want to go anywhere. And my big fear is, I don't have my phone, I don't have a phone, so she goes off without me. So, alright, I'm on my own. So I was saying, let's just go for a walk, and she was trying to get the keys for me, so I was just going, just wait back up, and that's when she hit me, and I didn't give, I don't want to push you, I didn't give it overtly physical, I was just trying to keep her away and not get hit. And then I got really loud, and I just like fear this attention where I was going, back up, get away, just get me.
Okay, so you said you pushed her to create some distance, obviously, right? What happened after that? What got distracted?
Okay, Google. Police, how are you? Hey, we got this van stopped, and we've separated the male and the female, and we got both of their stories. Now that we're not looking for them so intensely, I was just wondering if you had a minute to just kind of repeat to me what it is exactly you saw.
No problem, sir. Yeah, so I was talking to my friend across the street near the Forest Service building, and I just noticed that this couple was sort of arguing a bit. And, I wasn't staring at them, but it did catch my attention. And what I noticed is it seemed like they were sort of squabbling over a phone. I want to say that he was trying to grab her phone, and I'm not sure the one side of the van and sort of wasn't letting her in, and then the male was stepping into the driver's seat, and she was trying to get into the van, and he said something about, why are you being so mean, something like that, and I remember she sort of hit him a few times, and it wasn't like slugs in the face, but just kind of like two kids kind of fighting. They reminded me of very mature, I don't know, children sort of fighting. But there seemed like something was off, and it seemed like a weird vibe. And eventually, it's like, she crawled into the driver's seat, sort of like got into the vehicle over his lap, sort of forced her way in, I guess. And then they were in the car, and then they just drove away. So I wasn't sure what the nature of the argument was or what. It just seems like there was some sort of disagreement and some sort of like shutting. I don't know why she would have entered through the driver's door. I thought that was strange. So I thought about calling it in, but as soon as I walked up this bar, there was another gentleman who was already calling it in, so I was like, oh, good on you. That seemed a bit off. I wasn't sure what to do in that situation, but that's what I saw, and if there's any other specific questions, I'm happy to try to answer.
Did you ever see the male strike the female?
I would say that I think I saw maybe a push or a shove, but not like a full-on punch to the face or anything.
Was the shove was the shove or push an aggression towards her, or was it a defensive maneuver away from her, or to get her away from him?
That's a good question. It was unclear what was going on to me, but it did seem like he was. It seemed like he was trying to close off the passenger side of the vehicle and close things up. It almost seemed like he put that backpack or something on the back of the vehicle. I'm not sure. And then he was stepping in and she was out trying to get in. So maybe.
Okay.
I don't. It was the whole thing was off, and so no, I didn't see anything that was like him chasing after her or hitting her or vice versa. It was kind of light, and they were almost kind of laughing, and I wasn't sure if they were just joking around, to be honest. But then it got more strange as he was in the vehicle about to drive off.
But you did see her slapping him, though. It sounds like.
Yes, it was like my memory is he was in the driver's seat, and she has the driver's door open, and she's like kind of hitting him either in the arm or maybe on the face, maybe with an open hand, like, hey, let me in, don't be a jerk, something like that.
Okay. Well, your story is really, really helpful because you're an independent witness, and we've just interviewed both of them, and what you're saying is making everything make a lot of sense. So I really appreciate that I ran into you and that I was able to get your number and talk to you. So thank you very much. If we need to ask for a written statement, obviously it's voluntary, it's helpful, but at this point I don't know if we need to go that far unless you're around and super willing at this moment. I can meet you and get a statement.
Yeah, no, I live here, totally willing to do that.
Oh, nice, okay.
Maybe I'll just go, I can go write it down now before memory fades, because like I said, I was kind of just casually observing, but something did seem off, and just wanted to make sure that no one was in a bad situation. So.
Where can we find you to give you a form real quick? About 10-15 minutes.
Okay, cool. All right,
Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right, bye.
Hey, Robin. So I just got off the phone with one of the two witnesses, and I recorded it. Do you want me to tell you what he said real quick? Do you mind hanging with him for a minute? So, I think we'll get away from both of them. So, he said that he never saw the male strike the female. He saw the male trying to lock her out of the vehicle. She even told us that he was trying to lock her out, told her to go take a walk. Said that she was trying to get in. She eventually couldn't get in and actually clawed her way in through the driver's door. He says, I don't understand why she's doing that. Well, I think it's because it was the only door that wasn't locked that she could get through. She's trying to get in over him. He's trying to disengage from her. I guess he hung her backpack on the back probably so she'd have her shit so that he didn't have to engage with her. Everything she's saying is the same thing. I haven't heard what he said, but if that's what he said, it's also what the witness is saying. The witness says, I never saw him hit her. I saw him shove her, but I couldn't tell if it was an aggression against her or a defense against her, as far as her, being the aggressor. So at this point, unless the guy's screaming that he needs to go to jail and did something to this girl, it sounds to me like she is the primary aggressor.
Yeah.
Now, the problem with her being the primary aggressor is in incidents of domestic assault, be it a male or be it a female, we shall arrest. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they have to go to jail. We can do a citation if it meets one of 3 criterion, which one of them is that we can ensure that they're not going to further risk each other's safety. But the problem with that is they live in the same vehicle.
That's what I was going to say. The other part of it is
there was actually been injury too to the victim, which is him.
Right, and I'm getting conflicting stories about why they hit the curb up here.
What did he say why he hit the curb?
Well, I watched, this is what I saw. Saw him cross the double yellow. I was doing 42 miles an hour. I was, I don't know, probably 2 car lengths behind him, tapping my wheels at him, trying to get his attention. They knew I was behind him. And then after he crossed the double yellow, he merged over into the right lane, and then out of nowhere, just boom, hit the curb.
So did he tell you why?
He said that she grabbed the wheel and turned it real hard. She said that she was hitting him in the arm. So
sounds legit. I mean, I'm sure if I'm driving and my arm's on the wheel and I'm getting hit in the arm, I'm probably pulling out the wheel.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it was a little of both. I mean, usually the truth is somewhere in between. He's probably trying not to say that he hit her because he probably doesn't want her charged with assault, domestic assault. He probably would rather say she pulled the wheel than hit him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, unfortunately for her, we cannot treat, just because he's bigger and stronger, and even if he's not willing to press charges, we can't treat this differently than if it was a male on female violence.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to charge her, and we can do a citation if there's some arrangement that can be made to separate them, and then we have to let them know that there's no contact order in effect. And then we have to let him know the only way to drop it is to go into the police department during business hours and fill out a waiver, which, by the way, what's today? Thursday? So it won't be till tomorrow. And they're only there till noon, I think.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure he's going to want to drop it.
Well, the other part of it is they said they've been on 4 or 5 months that they've been living out of the van together.
Well, this is really bad news, so let's talk to him first. Yeah. His name's Brian? Did you ask him yet and take pictures of him? Yeah? No, okay. So Brian, unfortunately in the state of Utah, we don't have discretion on some things. Like, for example, if I pull you over for speeding and I want to give you a warning, I can do that because it's under a Class A, it's a Class B or under. If I want to give you warnings for all kinds of stuff, I can, but there's a few things I can't. Like, when I say I, the police, I'm not in charge of this. One of the things that the state legislature doesn't give us discretion on is charges when it comes to a domestic assault. And it sounds like you guys are living together, so you meet the statute for domestic partners, and you do have injury, and both an independent witness, probably the next one we're going to talk to as well, which we haven't talked to yet, but the one we did talk to, and your own companion have made it clear that she was the primary aggressor, and that she was striking you and that you received injuries. You haven't admitted to striking her. She has not admitted to you striking her. The witness did not see you strike her. So at this point, you're the victim of a domestic assault. That even if you didn't want to pursue this, we don't have a choice. The best thing we could do to not, the law says we have to charge her. It doesn't say we have to put her in jail. Okay, but it also says we have to separate, do a no contact order, and then we have to put her in jail if we cannot separate. And there's a little problem here. Is you guys are out of Florida living in the van together. How are we supposed to separate you guys? Now, I don't want to take this small 20, what is she?
Yes, a 22-year-old
female in jail that you could definitely defend yourself against, but at the same time, we can't say because you're a male and she's a female, we can't treat this different than if you were the male hitting her. We got to treat it the same.
Yeah, no.
So she's kind of in a tough spot. So unless you have an idea about how she can not go to jail and be separated, do you have friends in town? Somewhere she can stay? Tomorrow, if you want to, it's up to you. You can
go to jail?
You can't because we don't have a charge for you. Now tomorrow, if you wanted to get with her again tomorrow,
I'm gonna take your radio.
if you want to be with her again tomorrow, because it's after 5, so our office is closed, so you can go to the police department, fill out a waiver to drop the no contact order, so you guys can still be together. But she's gonna have a court date online in a week or two. She's gonna have to show up for her court date online and answer. The prosecutor might drop it. They might say, for example, if you're not willing to pursue it, if that's your decision.
Anyway, I was going to say, it definitely is. I'm not going to pursue anything. She's my fiance. I love her. It's just a little squabble. I'm sorry that I had to get so public.
Stuff happens.
So I just want to get like the checklist of things I got to do to get rid of it. So
if you want her back, well, she'll get a paper with a court date. Okay?
How do I get rid of it?
Well, the court date has to be attended in order for them to decide whether they need to continue or drop it. The first is just an initial appearance to say, are you who we think you are? Yes. Do you understand the charge that's been brought against you? Yes or no? Yes or no? The answer. Do you have an attorney? Yes or no? Do you need one? And then from there, she can ask to speak with the prosecutor. The prosecutor might be contacting you and say, hey man, I know she's 110 pounds soaking wet and you're a big strong guy and we understand you're not even wanting to pursue this, but the cops have to follow the statute. How, what in the interest of you, of justice for you as a victim, what do you think? And they can decide to still prosecute her, or they can decide to drop it, or they can decide to give her a plea and make it kind of go away if she behaves from now on. But that still does not eliminate the first court appearance that she has to attend, which thankfully for you guys is going to be online, so you don't have. So if you're out of town, here's the thing: if you're out of town and she doesn't come into our court appearance online, they can suspend her driver's license, they can issue a warrant for her. So she needs to play ball and go. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And we're a team. Me and her are a team. I'm sorry about all this. I apologize again. But so she's got her online court date just to acknowledge that she's hurt, and then she's got the one for the.
Well, there's automatically right now there is something called a no contact order in place.
Yeah.
From this point forward until tomorrow, if you wish to drop it, you have to go into the 217 East Center Street, Moab City Police Department, and you have to ask them. We'll give it to you. You want to fill out a waiver that you're requesting a waiving of the contact order, the no contact order. The no contact order means she cannot come into contact with you, she cannot talk to you, she cannot text you, she cannot go onto any premises that you're occupying, she cannot go to your vehicle. And until you drop that, or until court date, if you don't drop it, it stays in effect until midnight on the day of court. And then that gives you time to get a protective order, a long-term one, if you feel like you need one. But it sounds like you don't even want this one. So tomorrow, they open at 8, you can go in the police department, you can fill out the waiver, they can remove it, then you can say, hey babe, where you at? Let me pick you up. And you can pick her up. Now, we're hoping not to put her in jail, but if she doesn't have somewhere to go tonight, to be separate from you, then where are we supposed to
I can't talk to her now because of the separation.
Because there's no contact order now.
So, tell me this. Do you guys have enough money for like a hotel room or anything like that? Because what we could do is we'd cite her for this, and then I'd give her a ride over to whatever hotel you guys is choosing.
You can pick her up there tomorrow if you want to drop the no contact.
On your way to go pick her up, you stop over there at the PD, sign the paperwork that they're requesting, and then you can go pick her up quite literally within minutes.
Unless you know someone else in town that's a friend that she can stay with.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, unfortunately not. I don't, and I guess that...
Man, I sure hate to... I don't want her to go to jail.
Will it be... If she goes to jail, it's like... that goes down somewhere instead of her going to a hotel, right? If you did a citation, it would be...
It kind of depends. So if she goes to jail, they're going to book her, and they'll take her fingerprints, and it's going to go on her criminal history, and then if they don't convict her, then it will just show that it was dismissed. It'll show up in her criminal history, but the charge was dismissed. If she is found guilty, it'll show up as she was guilty of domestic assault. But the charge itself will show up on her criminal history until she gets it expunged. Now, even if we give her a ticket, we're still going to take a fingerprint, and it's still going to show up. Either way, it's still going to show up. There's no way around a Class A. Or is this Class B?
This is Class B.
But they do require a fingerprint on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
The other part is if you contact her or she contacts you, she can be charged for the Class A.
Well...
Which is a little bit different, but it doesn't help the city.
If you were to contact her and she responds to you, then she could get a new charge for violating the no contact order. The no contact order doesn't restrict you, it restricts her. So if you go talk to her and we find out you're not in trouble, she'll be in trouble. So it's in your interest to... Does that all make sense?
No, I'm getting it all.
It's a lot, really quick.
No, I'm getting it all. I'm just trying to figure out a way through it. Shoot.
You don't know anyone in town? You guys been here how long?
No, I don't know anyone in town. If she went...
She could... I don't think CK will take her where she's the aggressor.
No.
It is a women's shelter.
I'm curious.
You could find out and say, hey, she doesn't have where to go.
If you did the citation, say she drove off she could drive off in this car.
We could give you a ride somewhere.
I got my backpack.
It sucks for you, but
I got my backpack.
You can spend a night.
You want to drive me to Delicate Art?
Does she have a good driver's license? And
Yeah, she does drive a license.
You trust her with your vehicle? And
yeah, she can handle it.
Well, then you'd kind of be homeless for the night around town.
And I mean, I can't talk to her at all.
Well,
and I've got to do the thing, so I can't go camping.
We can tell her what it is that she needs to do to get through all this, and then let her know what your plan is.
Here's the problem, though. If we take you up to Delicate Arch, you're going to be hoofing it from Delicate Arch all the way down to Moab Center Street, so that you can fill out that paperwork. Because if you're not there by noon tomorrow, you're going to be looking at Monday morning.
Because it's early out Fridays over the office, so you won't be there after.
You'd be looking at Monday morning before you could actually see her again.
And again, we're not trying to make your life hard, but this is written in statute. There's nothing we can do about it. It's designed to protect victims of domestic assault. Not everybody's the same. This is different than normal, but we have to treat everything the same. And that's just how it is.
So do you think they can't afford a hotel?
No.
Very little money we have for sure.
Hotels are expensive here now.
You want me to? I'll call Sea Caven.
Just see if Sea Caven will take her for the night.
I'll see if they'll take either one.
Sea Caven.
This is a women's shelter. Actually, Sea Caven will take him as a victim of domestic assault. Sea Caven will take you, and they will help you tomorrow.
And you're like a block and a half away from the PD.
Let's see if Sea Caven will take him, because they didn't take a guy, but they got a hotel for a guy last time.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Sea Caven might get you a hotel. Okay. Now, what she does...
I might be sleeping outside in a sleeping bag.
No,
so, I don't need a hotel.
I think Sea Caven will get you a hotel. If you want her to have the van, we don't care. It's up to you. But there's nothing we can do about the rest.
I don't know if I'm just trying to think. I gotta grab my... I gotta make like a little bag.
You sweating to death yet?
I think we're good.
You good? I'm gonna talk to you real quick, but I've been talking so much, I gotta get some water. I'll be right back. Let me grab the water. Now this is the water. It's cold water.
That's what we get visitors.
Oh yeah? Okay, Gabby, when you grow up and you're a full-grown man, this is what you'll drink from. Plus it's ice cold, and so I'm gonna drink from it. Sorry. You'll probably never be a full-grown man.
And then you do curls.
Then you can do your curls. So, look, I'm going to speak to you frankly. I have a daughter almost your age, and I'm looking at you not so much like a suspect, but also as kind of a victim, in the sense that you're dealing with some struggles emotionally and mentally at your age. Probably they'll work themselves out as you get older. There's a lot of angst at your age, and I remember being your age too. And hopefully it works itself out. But the stuff you did today that contributed to this, because you both contributed to this, is as a result of your inability to cope with the anxiety and the stress that you're having. So in a way, you're kind of a victim of this. I think you would have done better if you had the skills to do better. But you don't learn skills until you learn skills. And you don't have enough life experience yet to know how to navigate everything. Like, I don't either, but I can navigate what happened. If I was in your shoes, I could handle it different because I'm 39 years old. I've been through it. But I've got a lot of life lessons to learn still, because I'm like my dad and my grandpas, they know stuff I don't know, right? They can do stuff I don't know. So in a way, I'm just letting you know that we sympathize with you. But based on what you've said, and based on what our witness has said, and even based on what your fiancé has mentioned, trying his very hardest not to have you in any trouble, he does have marks on him that witnesses say were caused by you slapping him. And that even you say you slapped him and were aggressing him first. And I don't have anyone saying that he actually punched you aggressively. It sounds like it was shoving in a manner that was probably more consistent with trying to prevent you from entering the van, or to get space from you, not to assail you, if that makes sense. So if the tables were turned and he was beating on you and you were shoving him, of course we're going to look at it like, oh, of course she's defending herself to get away from this guy. Well, we're kind of looking at it the same way with him, and we have to treat both fair, even if he's a bigger male and you're a smaller female. The law doesn't say, hey, Officer Pratt and Officer Robbins, you can treat people different based on gender under the same, so we can't. Even if it makes no sense that because you probably could not physically destroy this man the way that he could if he attacked you, we can't treat you different, okay? So all that long-windedness I'm giving you right now is leading up to the fact that if I pull someone over for speeding, I have the right to give them a warning. I have something called officer discretion. But in the legislature in Utah, they have made a law that if we have a domestic assault, they don't trust the police to make good decisions because too many cops have made bad decisions. So they say, we're not going to give you discretion. We're going to write a law that says if you have a domestic assault, whether it's male on female or female on male, whoever the primary aggressor is has to be charged. No choice. You don't get to give them a warning. It doesn't even matter if they're barely hurt at all and the guy doesn't want to press charges or the girl doesn't want to press charges. We don't have a choice. We literally have no choice. He does not want to press charges. He says you guys are a team. He says you're his fiance. He says he loves you. He says he doesn't want anything to happen. But we're explaining to him that we don't have any choice in this. So we're trying to get a local victims advocacy group called Sea Haven to get him a hotel for the night so that you can have the van, because they won't give you the hotel because you're the one who is the primary aggressor. So they're going to consider him the victim, so they're going to get him a hotel. So he wants you so that you don't have to go to jail, because the only thing we can do is take you to jail. He says, well, so she doesn't have to go to jail, then I will accept Sea Haven's help if they'll give me a hotel, and then she can have the van so she doesn't have to go to jail, she can just have a ticket. When you get the ticket, it's going to give you a phone number to call, and they're going to give you a court date, and that court date will probably be online.
I have to come back to Utah?
No, it'll be online.
Oh.
You have a smartphone?
Yeah.
So you can. I go to court. You're okay.
Sorry, I've never heard of this. I didn't know
Yeah.
this was in
When
Utah.
COVID happened, they switched all the court from in person to online. So when I go to court now,
I have a ticket for hitting the curb or something, please, because we're okay. Like, we're just.
I understand, but we don't have any, like. Listen, if I had any discretion in this, I would separate you guys for the day and just give you warnings to stop hitting each other. But I lawfully don't have discretion here. I don't have any.
Because somebody said something, like a witness said something.
There's two witnesses, and then there's what you said and what he said, and guess what? It all matches nicely that you were the primary aggressor, and that the injuries he has were caused by your aggression towards him. Even if he doesn't feel hurt, even if he doesn't want to press charges, there's nothing any cop can do about it. It's written into the law.
I don't.
Normally we take people to jail, but he's trying to work it so you can just have the van. Tomorrow,
I don't want to be separated.
You gonna have anxiety?
Yeah, no, we're a team, please.
There's no, what is it?
No, wait, we're a team, please. It's gonna give me so much anxiety. Can we just have like a driving ticket?
Okay, the very best thing I can do is call my supervisor and see if I'm missing something here.
Because if I'll pay any driving ticket, a parking ticket, anything.
Okay, Gabby, try to calm down, and I'm gonna go call a supervisor. But I don't think that there's much I can do, but let me see if the supervisor can tell me something I'm missing to make this not happen.
I couldn't handle that, I'm sorry.
Okay, just give me a minute, okay? You don't have to sit out in the hot sun unless you want. Okay. Hey, so a tiny little girl, 22 years old, slapped her boyfriend, her fiancé, several times. He's got a little bit of a little tiny abrasion on his chin, on his jaw. They got into a van and drove off. They got called in by there's one caller and then a witness. Got them stopped. The story from the witnesses matches the story from the female, matches the story to the male. She was pissed off, she's having a rough day, he tries to separate from her, she's not staying away from him, she has severe anxiety problems. He locks her out of the van, says you need to go for a walk and cool off. She's forcing her way into the van, she's clawing her way past him into the van to be with him. He's shoving her to get her out of the van, but he's not assaulting her, or he's not assailing her. He's trying to keep her out. She's punching, slapping, everything. She's got to be 105 pounds soaking wet, 22, full of anxiety, having a really tough time. Not making excuses, but I mean, it is written into code. We do have a domestic assault here. He's not wanting to pursue it. He's very adamant. He does not want to pursue it. We're explaining we don't have any discretion on these things. We're giving him a no contact. We're letting Seek Haven see if they can get him a hotel so she can have the van, so that we don't have to put her in jail. She's really struggling with the idea of being alone and not with him and not having the van. They want to be together. I told her, look, there's not anything I can do. This is all written into freaking statute. I just said the last thing I can do is call a supervisor and see if where this is such a minor. It was like a slap fight, and the injury is from a fingernail. I just don't know if it's worth the whole domestic thing or not, or if it's going to get us in trouble if we don't do it this way. Well, they don't want to, but I told them that unless I get some kind of permission some other way, I'm pretty sure this is just statute and that we have to separate you. As far as the domestic assault charge, what do you think about that? Well, I mean, do the whole thing or not? But is there a way to not do anything on something like this? I mean, it's so minor. It's hard to say, right? I'm going to go reread the statute and just see if it fits, or if there's a way it doesn't fit, and if I can find a way that, because it really is this. The spirit of the law is being lost on this one. It really is. So let me see what I can find, and if nothing else, then we'll have to separate him whether she likes it or not. Alright, thanks. Alright, bye. Thanks. Bye. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. So let's see. He's not ill. He doesn't have an impairment of physical condition. And if he's not in pain, like how far do you want to go with this? Like, you know why the domestic assault code is there. It's there to protect people, especially the reason why they don't give us discretion on these things is because too many times women who are at risk want to go back to their abuser. They just wanted him to stop, and they don't want to have to be separated. They don't want him charged. They don't want him to go to jail, and then they end up getting worse and worse treatment, and then they end up getting killed. Mm-hmm. In no way, shape, or form that I can perceive does what happened here, a little slap fight between fiancés who love each other, want to be together, can I perceive that this is going to digress into the situation where he's going to be a battered man? Right. But then again, I don't have a crystal ball. So I was looking at I talked to the assistant chief to see if there's any way to just go less than than the full force domestic assault route. Right. And he says, look, I mean, you either go all the way or you don't. And it's like, okay, but under what circumstances can I not? And really the only time I cannot is if it doesn't fit. If it fits, then it's in the law, then you have to do it. So I went and I looked at the code for assault, because this is an assault enhanced with domestic assault. Utah Code assault. Now, you and I both know what it is, but think of how valuable it is to look it up and read it word for word, especially when what you're doing is going to get evaluated by a court who cares a lot about words. Words are there for a reason. Assault is an attempt with unlawful force or violence to do bodily injury to another. So did she attempt to do bodily injury to him?
She went to smack him.
Was it her intention to do him bodily injury? Now, that's what we have to find out, because it says bodily injury is, that by definition, physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition.
Well, he's got a swollen right eye.
We don't care what the result was, we care about the intent.
So we gotta go find intent.
If she did not intend to cause him pain or illness or to cause him impairment of physical condition.
Was it intent and attempt, or intent or attempt?
When you're attempting to do something, you have to intend to do it.
True.
If I attempt to get a basketball through a hoop, I have to intend to do it. Intent is implicit with attempt.
Right.
Okay, so what was her intent? What was her intention? If you go ask her, what was your intention when you were slapping him, and she says, I wanted him to hurt or be ill or impair his physical condition, then there's nothing we can do.
Okay.
One way to word it might be, hey, when you slapped him, were you intending to cause him physical pain, and let's get rid of illness because that has nothing to do with it, physical pain or impairment of his physical condition? Was that your intention? Is that what you were attempting to do? That's what it says right here, an attempt.
Right.
Were you attempting to cause him pain or an impairment of physical condition? Whatever she answers to that question will seal her fate. Because the only way you know what she was attempting to do is by asking her.
Right.
Set it up right. Set it up just right.
That's how people slap someone that way.
Gabby, this is a very, very important question. How you answer this question is going to determine what happens next. But the only person who can answer this question is you.
Okay.
Think very hard before you answer the question. Do not quickly answer it. Think very hard. When you slapped him those times, were you attempting to cause him physical pain or physical impairment? Was that what you were attempting to do to him?
No.
What were you attempting to do? What was the reason behind the slapping and stuff? What was it you were attempting to accomplish by slapping?
I was trying to get him to stop killing me and calm down.
Well, it doesn't sound to me like she attempted to injure him. It's your call. This is 100% your call. I support you either way.
Say that I did very quickly. She openly admitted to me earlier that she was striking him in the arm. He said that she was striking him in the arm. He said she was, and that's what caused him to hit the curb. She said that she grabbed her. I might have this too myself, probably.
No, she said that too, that she started just distracting him by hitting him, and then he probably looked at her, and that's why the mark is on the window side. She said it's her fault that he swerved because she was distracting him by hitting him. But she said she didn't try to hurt him, it wasn't malicious, she thought that he wasn't listening to her.
So assault is an attempt with unlawful force or violence to do bodily injury to another. The code for bodily injury, the definition says, bodily injury is infliction of pain or physical impairment or illness. So you can go. Now, I'm recording, and society and the judges and everyone can judge me for this. I am looking at a 110-pound female and her fiancé who have no means to be separated. He doesn't want to pursue it. She's not a threat to him, more than slight abrasions from her fingernails. I don't care if we use the actual letter of the law to not charge, but I also don't care because it literally does possibly make perfect sense to go full-on domestic assault and and do the whole thing. This is your opportunity to make the decision.
Let's do this.
I support you either way.
Let's do this. Taking your advice, let me do a crime report on this. Won't charge right now. Won't cite her for it right now. We'll send it off to the county attorney. City attorney, because it is a people. Send it off to the city attorney. Let them screen it and make a decision.
If you send it to the city attorney and they strongly disagree with your decision and they throw a complete fit, you might hear about it in a very negative way.
Right.
So I would make a decision yourself.
I'd rather be dinged for a decision I made than a decision I didn't make.
Especially if they think you're completely negligent in your decision. Why give it to them? The only reason to give it to them is if you're not sure if you have enough for something and you want them to decide if they have enough. So I support you. I'm not joking. If we need to go all the way to jail or whatever we need to do, all the way down to
3 years out.
Go ahead. I better go on that. You got this?
I'm making this decision. I'm going to cite him. I'm going to go follow through the process.
Would you feel more comfortable handling that guy?
Yeah.
Go handle that guy then.
Go handle that guy?
Go handle that guy.
Okay.
If you're more comfortable.
Well, it's 6 one way, half dozen the other.
It's up to you.
I mean, it's a headache whether I go left or it's a headache whether I go right.
Another option is to not charge them but separate them for the night. If they find themselves together again, what is it to you? You separated them. You provided for his safety. If he doesn't have enough sense to stay away and you got him separated, it's on him.
You can't babysit them all night unless they're in jail, so it's up to them what not to do.
You can separate them and say, don't let this go off till tomorrow. If they don't let it go off and we hear about it, we'll hear about it.
They're camping in the park tonight, we'll let you know.
And if there's some fighting going on, you already was Mr. Nice Guy. You already gave him a chance. What you can't do by law is separate someone and say, if we hear from you again, we're going to arrest one of you. Because then if one of them really needs help, they may not call police and get help. The law says you cannot, literally, you may not say, if we get more problems with you guys tonight, one of you is going to jail. You can't threaten them like that. If it's true, because it will stop someone from wanting to call the police to get help. Does that make sense?
Right.
So go full or nothing or in between and separate them and kind of give them the nod, the wink, like, hey, just stay separated. It's up to you. I'm going to go handle that. You got very capable help with you here, and I trust you. All right. Call me if you have any problems. SOTT, I'll separate. I'll be en route to that intoxicated male. I just want to say thank you guys for helping us. Appreciate you. You too.
Alright guys, took a decent time out there. Been live going on 6 hours now. Whew, damn. So that was the newly released body cam video right there, and a lot of people haven't seen that body cam video. Really quick, or no, I can do it on the map. Let me exit this. So yeah, we were looking at this picture, and I was in the comments talking to some of you guys while that was going on. So some things we learned also in that video is Brian said, "Can you drop me off at Delicate Arch?" Which is what we examined before we watched the video. That's where they were, at Delicate Arch on August 12th. They got pulled over on August 12th also. They got pulled over around 4:50 p.m. So they were at Arches Park earlier in the day. That's what I believe. And they left Arches Park and they went down towards the this could be wrong, but this is just how I'm summing the events together in that time period. They went to Moonflower at some point and for some reason got in an argument at Moonflower. Witness saw them at Moonflower. 2 witnesses saw them at Moonflower fighting. From what I gathered, a cop was flagged down. That's what it seemed like to me. And then the cop followed them up towards Arches National Park right here, which you're seeing on the map, and then pulled them over when he hit the curb. What kind of irks my nerves is they could have been drinking and we don't know it. And any other time a cop is behind you and you hit a curb, dude, they're going to breathalyze you, or they're going to make you get out and make sure you can drive at least. So I was just surprised that didn't happen. They should have did that. I know they were trying to help Gabby in their own ways, but they should have at least gave a breathalyzer. I mean, made sure, you know what I mean? Another thing I noticed is in a lot of their pictures, I believe they have weed plants growing in their car. Like the little plants they had in little pots. I believe it was weed plants also growing in the car. But I didn't see them in some of the other pictures. I did see them in the front window. And then I didn't see them in the front window anytime after that. We also learned Brian said that he cut his finger on a wire. He said he cut his finger on a wire. I almost wonder if that's why the FBI is such hard up on trying to find DNA evidence of Brian. Because maybe they're investigating the Kylen and Crystal case also. So they're trying to connect DNA evidence. That could be hearsay. So it's August 12th. They were at the Delicate Arch. At some point, they went to Moonflower. Like I said, I just walked through it. Got in a fight. The cops pulled them over near the entrance of Arches National Park, which is right here, what we're looking at. And, let's see, yeah. So then, what I have after that, I think I had the other body cam linked here too, right? So what the second body cam video doesn't show is the drive between I don't know if that would work. It doesn't show the drive between Brian and the officer who takes him to a hotel. So they decide to take Brian Laundrie to a hotel for the night. And the hotel is in Moab. And I have that linked. Let me see something. Yeah, I have that linked. So let me try to, I'm going to try to jump to that really quick. I know we just watched that long video, but it's important to see the end of the other body camera footage because it shows the drive then from Brian to the hotel with the other officer. So I'm going to show you that really quick, just the end. Because this all plays into everything that I'm going to talk about still.
Sequoia National Park, while you're in California, like I said, to pass on her like it?
So they just got in the police car. Now this is the drive.
Dude, I got my own phone hooked up to this thing. Yeah.
This is the drive taking Brian to the hotel that he's going to stay at for the night to separate him from Gabby.
Real good, you know what I mean? So.
I stuck my hands up because I didn't want to scare you when you pulled over.
Oh, no, you're... That wasn't a traditional stop, to say the least. So, don't feel bad. SO2T9. Already know. She did want to pass on her good nights and loves yous and stuff like that, okay? And she understands that I didn't tell her where you're staying because, like I said, I'm trying to keep you guys away from each other for tonight.
Where did you say I was going?
Say that again?
Where did you say I was going?
I just told her that you were going to a hotel. Okay? So, like I said, it's my request, not legally obligated to hold to it, but I want you guys to take some time away from each other because it will make world of difference. Oh, you're not in any trouble? You got handcuffs on? I didn't tell you that I'm taking you to the jail. No, I told you I'm taking you to the hotel. So, like I said, my main concern, I told her to go take a shower like I told you to, because she seems a lot like my wife. And things that really works for my wife is when she gets stressed out to go take a long hot shower. So I gave her a place to go where she can get a hotel room, or not a hotel room, but get a shower tonight for like $4 or $5, really cheap. So, no problem.
They do work on her too.
Well, I've got quite a few. Like I said, my wife has really, really bad anxiety, and she takes medication for it daily, and sometimes it's just not enough. Sometimes it builds up and it happens. I mean,
I think definitely the doctor told me that I prescribed me medication, but I don't. I felt like if I took the medication, I'd like put myself off balance, and then I'd be more anxious. That's why it's part of my anxiety.
Well, I will say this. When my wife got put on the medication, within a week, I saw a complete turnaround in her attitude, her demeanor. I mean, she wasn't nearly as aggressive or angry or anything like that. It was a considerable difference in her day-to-day life. It made her quality of life better even. You know what I mean?
No, I know what you're saying.
And it's made my quality of life a lot better too, because I don't have her being as stressed. I know that 5.5 years of marriage, I know it's not very long, but at the same time, you learn a lot in the first 5 years. How long you guys been together?
I would say, well, we've known each other since the start of high school. But in our relationship, it's been 3 years.
Wow.
A little while. Definitely the 5 months of traveling together. There's been like a green, but we're also like right on top of each other.
I used to drive a truck.
What's that?
I used to be a commercial motor vehicle driver, you know, the big trucks.
Oh, yeah?
And I took my wife with me, and we would easily spend a couple months on end without going home or anything like that, being cooped up in a little 8x8 cage is what I called it, because you didn't have any time to yourself, so to speak. You didn't have time to, you know, you're going through Arizona, you can't just turn off the road and go see the Grand Canyon or anything like that. So,
whatever you do too, it's you and the other person, something like I'm trying to paint or something, or I'm making myself a snack. It's like, you know,
well, that was one of the major advantages of having her with me, was I could say, hey, I'm hungry, can you get me something to eat? She was able, because I was driving and she wasn't, she was able to go back, get into the cooler, make us lunch or whatever, you know. So, there was that as an advantage.
if you ever think that it's better to do this before I always go, I think you're wrong. I think it's a lot better to do. It just makes life easier.
Yeah.
Have you been in this area a long time? Or how long are you?
I've lived here, I'm just shy of 2 years living out here, but my grandfather's lived out here for like 40. So I've been through here a couple of times. But, you know, growing up in California, have you ever been there?
Yeah. 2 years ago, we did a cross-country trip, and
I love driving the one. I absolutely love it. But
we're really looking forward to getting back there. It's beautiful here, but the desert is definitely different than before. It's come from like New York and, you know, the Appalachian Trail.
Yeah.
It's all trees and waterfalls and rivers, and you come here and it's going.
Well, if you hit if you take the 80 across to get into California, takes you up over Donner Pass and into Sacramento. It's not any different at all. But you said you're going to be going up to Oregon to see her grandmother or her grandmother's friend. So you'll be probably, you'll probably be coming down the 5. You won't be able to tell the difference between California and Oregon up there. Except for the fact that there's going to be a sign that says "Welcome to California." But at the same time, since you're going to be coming from the east side of Oregon, you're going to be driving through Oregon and going, there's no difference between Utah. It's actually desert in the southeast corner of Oregon. It's a lot of high desert atmosphere like what this is. It's not the Red Rock or anything like that, but it's just, there's nothing out there for 120 miles, it seems like.
What was your favorite part of, like, growing up in California? I mean, like, parks, like, just because I'm such a big hiker.
Parks?
Like, hiker growing up?
Look, if you don't hit Sequoia National Park while you're in California, you are doing yourself a disservice. If you don't go and see Yosemite while you're in California, you're doing yourself a
Yosemite, I regret not being there alone. We stayed there for 3 nights, and it was...
It's like coming to Utah. You come here with the intention of 1 or 2 days, and then it turns into a week, and you're like, well, what happened to the time? Yeah, trust me, I get it.
That's why building the van was so great, was because the Nissan Sentra, if you tried to camp out somewhere, you could camp in like the sleepover Walmart type situations.
Yeah.
Now it's all BLM land, and it's
wherever you want.
Watching shooting stars as we go to bed. So I was excited to get that. Look at that.
But yeah, sorry, my radio was going off. But no, Sequoia National Park, there is nothing like it. Gotta see the General Sherman tree. You gotta go and see Morro Rock and climb to the top. If you like hiking, it's about a 1.5 mile hike. Well worth it. Gotta do it. It's really, really cheap for their tent sites up there. Do you have a National Park Service pass?
Yeah.
Perfect.
That thing's the dream. It's $90 or no, $80 once. And it's like you go to 3 parks, it already pays for it. It's like 8 to 15.
Exactly. Well, the other thing of it is with that drive, if you go through Yosemite, you'll drop down into Fresno, and then you'll turn off to go to Kings Canyon National Park. If you drive through Kings Canyon National Park, the road literally takes you through to Sequoia National Park. And the Kings Canyon is actually bigger than the Grand Canyon. Yeah, I'm dead serious. And it is a sight to behold. I'll tell you what. And then it takes you straight into Sequoias. And then when you get into, I think they call it Sierra Highway still up there. But you'll take that down and you'll pop up into a town called 3 Rivers. It's where I'm from.
3 Rivers?
Yep.
So it wasn't terribly far from Sequoia, right?
My house, I think the furthest I lived away from it was like 12 miles from the entrance.
Oh, man. There you go.
I just hope you don't get motion sickness because it's I think I counted it out to like 32 hairpin turns, and it's about 25 miles an hour the whole way up and down. It's very, very slow. It takes about an hour to travel that 30 miles, 35 miles, whatever it is. But it's worth it.
I grew up in Queens and Forest Hills, and then I moved down to Long Island. Kind of surrounded a handful of other spots. I mean, in New York, you kind of not landlocked, that way. To get to like the mountains and hiking, that's
yeah. Alright, we're here.
And now you see that I didn't have to file anything?
We got
Alright, guys, remember the hotel entrance right here. The video cuts in and out.
We're gonna come in here and we're gonna come talk to Tyson real quick. Tyson?
Yep.
Officer Robbins Phil called for me.
He did, yes.
This is Brian Laundrie.
Alright.
So he's gonna get you all set up with your hotel room, and he's gonna take care of it from here.
Alright. Well,
Alrighty.
thank you so much.
And like I said, just remember my requests. I think it'll make a big difference in your guys' next couple weeks at the very least.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for everything.
No problem. It's nice to meet you, Brian.
Nice to meet you.
Have a good one.
Alright, so sorry.
Alright. So like I was just saying, remember the hotel or the motel or whatever it is. It's called the Moet, or it's called hold on, I got it linked on my map here. But remember the front entrance that they pulled up to. I don't want to quote something incorrectly. Alright. So that was the first body cam video that they released. And then just recently they released the longer body cam video that you watched before that. That was just the end of the first body cam video that they released. So they decided to take Brian to a hotel, and then Gabby was left with the van. Which another point to make is Gabby says, I don't know, I'm not sure if it showed it in that body cam, the longer one that we watched, but Gabby says, I don't usually drive the van. Which is kind of weird. I mean, she is young, and when you're young, you know, you rely on that young kind of love. You kind of, it ends up like that. You're just, you kind of fall back on that other person because you don't understand the world yet. You haven't been on your own for long enough. So she says she doesn't usually drive the van. So the hotel that they ended up taking Brian to on August 12th, I'm going to show you. Let me just go through my notes. Okay, so the hotel is called the Bowen Motel. So right here, what you're looking at is Moed, the area. Okay. Here is the hotel Brian's going to stay at. I'm going to show you that in a second. Here is the Moonflower. They basically took Brian back to the Moonflower. Like, let me show you guys something. This is the hotel that Brian is going to stay at on August 12th. I'm going to show you this is the exact hotel for sure, without a doubt. The Bowen Motel. This is where the cop pulled in, and this is where Brian and the cop walked into the building right here, this door. Okay? Now watch how close this is to the Moonflower. I'll show you something. It's going to bug your mind when you see how close these things are to each other. Because it bugs my mind. So it's going to bug your mind. Come on, Google Earth. So when you're at the Moonflower, okay, you can see this hotel, the Bowen Motel, from the Moonflower. This is the Moonflower, okay? Now, we know Kylen worked at the Moonflower, okay? We don't know for sure when she was working, but let's take a look at this. That building that it shows in that 3D view isn't there anymore. So this is the Moonflower. This is the Moonflower with the green awning. And then if you look straight up the alley here, let's zoom in. There's the motel. That's how close the hotel Brian stayed at to the Moonflower is. Okay? It's pretty crazy. So he basically went right back to where him and Gabby were fighting to stay at the hotel. And from what I'm gathering, we don't know this with 100% certainty, but Gabby might have went back to Arches National Park, but that's doubtful, which is north of here. Yeah. Northwest a little bit. There's Google Earth doing its typical bullcrap. So I want to open this up. So on August 12th, Brian goes to stay at the Bowen Motel. The Moab police brought Brian Laundrie to the Bowen Motel after they suggested the couple separate for a night in mid-August. At the time, the two were pulled over and questioned about a domestic dispute. Witnesses called 911. Okay. So that was everything you just seen happened on August 12th. Okay? Everything you saw. From Arches National Park, them being at the Delicate Arch, getting pulled over, being at the Moonflower, all that happened on August 12th. Okay? So then we're going to keep going up my notes here. The next thing on my notes that happens is this. Kylen Schulte and Crystal Turner last seen at Woody's Tavern, August 13th. So on August 13th, or the night of August 13th, around 6 p.m., Kylen and Crystal visited a bar just down the street from Moonflower called Woody's Tavern. While there, the couple spoke with a friend of theirs named Kayla Borza, who later said this. We were just having a great time, having a couple of drinks, and all they said was there was a creep staying next to them, said Kayla Borza. And that was it, she said. I don't know why the creep wanted to kill them, Borza said. Let me see this. We're slowly working the puzzle pieces out, one by one. So, this is a video right here of Kylen and Crystal at Woody's Tavern, August 13th. This is the last video of them seen alive at the tavern. This is Kylen, I'm pretty sure, right here. This is the girl that worked at the Moonflower. So Brian was at the Bowen Motel on August 12th. And he stayed there for the night. So he was there the next day, August 13th. I started to question things like, they said Brian used a card for $1,000, correct? And I remember in the body cam video, one of the cops saying to another officer, I think Brian was standing, or he might have said it to Brian. He said, look, I don't have the company card. I got to make a call for that. I'm almost wondering if Brian either ordered a bunch of pay-per-view at the Bowen Motel and ran up a bill at the Bowen Motel. Or that could just be hearsay. But I'm wondering that. Or what if he stayed another night? Could he have stayed another night and we don't know it? So I don't know, I was just thinking about that. Because they did have the police's card on file, maybe, at the Bowen Motel. So another witness, Ariel Beck, another witness said, they showed up at the bar around 6 p.m. on Friday, August 13th. They showed up at the bar around 6 p.m. on Friday, August 13th. So, definitely Brian could have been in the area. I'm not trying to start a conspiracy. I'm just saying it's possible. And left around 9 p.m. So they left the bar around 9 p.m. Beck, the second witness. Excuse me, I got a burp. I'm trying to. excuse me, told the Daily Beast, adding that she didn't see anyone but Borza and her friends speak to Schulte that night, and that nobody followed them out the door. Although police and local media have said Schulte and Beck were last seen at Woody's on Saturday, August 14th. So, the dates are mixed up. It's August 13th is when they were there. Ariel Beck, who worked both nights, said they were only there that Friday. Yeah, which was the 13th. They left at 9 p.m. and would never be seen alive again. Now, this is what I'm going to show you. Okay? Because I know no one on YouTube, I know people have worked on timelines and everything else, but no one has looked at it on a map like this. So, yeah, order a pay-per-view. Hey, you never know. I'm just saying, when you live in a van for a long time, maybe you ordered a bunch of food. True, he ain't a TV guy. Maybe he stayed another night, though. More so is what I was saying, but the pay-per-view thing was kind of a joke. So, okay, so look at what we're looking at here, okay? I want to show you guys something. This is the hotel Brian stayed at, August 12th. This is the Moonflower. You know what this is? This is Woody's Tavern. And how many reports, witness reports, this is all walking distance. How many witness reports have come in that supposedly seen Brian at a bar? Now, could it be possible that Brian got in a fight with her, got in a fight with Gabby that night, stayed at the hotel, and then walked down to the bar? Hey, I'm saying it's possible, but that was the night before. Now, if he was still in the area, could it be possible that he was hanging out at that bar? It could be possible. It's all walking distance. Look at this. We don't even know. It could have been Brian and Gabby went to that bar together. No, because they would have probably captured it on camera, and we would know that by now. So, could Brian be poking around the area? I mean, it's possible. It's possible. So that was August 13th. Was Kylen Schulte and Crystal Turner. Yes. Yes, New Master. I believe he did have a bag on him when they dropped him off. That was another point, another thing I was thinking about also. Before I knew they had a tablet, because they did have a tablet, is they, in the first body cam video, Gabby says to Brian, tells the cop to tell Brian, make sure he takes his charger. And I was kind of curious about that because as far as we know, Brian never had a phone. So I'm thinking maybe it could have been the tablet. But what if Gabby was saying something to Brian in code in a way? Like, I don't know, take a gun. Make sure you take your gun. Or make sure you take the weed out of the car. Or something like that. Maybe that was a code kind of thing. What night did the couple see the creepy guy? So they were at Woody's Tavern on August 13th. And they were telling people at the bar that on August 13th that a creepy guy was staying around their hotel. And Brian was at his hotel, or staying around their campsite, I'm sorry. And Brian was at the motel on August 12th. But see, they do have a campsite, which I'm going to show you in a second. So, I'm just showing you, this is all within walking distance. If anything, the craziness of these two cases, because they said people haven't been murdered in this area in years. The craziness of these two cases and how close they were is crazy. Just to show you how close this all these interactions took place. Okay? So the next thing on my notes is Kylen and Crystal's original campsite. So this is going to show you where Kylen and Crystal were camping at. they end up moving from their original campsite because of the weird guy. So we're going to go there. So we're going to zoom out. So I have this road on here. It's August 16th. Their original campsite. We're going to find out why I put that there as August 16th. So we're zooming out over Moab. So as we were looking at earlier when we were at Arches National Park, up here, this is the area of Kylen and Crystal campsite and more that we're going to get to. So Kylen and Crystal's original campsite. This is it right here. Remember the mountains we were looking at? So Kylen and Crystal's original campsite, August 16th, reported missing. So on August 16th, so they were at the bar August 13th. And then Crystal worked at McDonald's. Crystal, her wife, Kylen's wife, worked at McDonald's in Moab, which is south of Moab. It's at the south end of Moab. And she didn't show up for work, so people started to get worried about her. So, going back here. So, from August 13th to August 16th was when the missing persons case was reported. It says officers searched a camping area at nearby Warner Lake but did not find Turner or Schulte, according to Hackwell. So as we can see, this is Warner Lake, and I figured out where this original campsite was. So here's Warner Lake. They were camped up in here, right here. This is a campground. Okay? So August 16th, they were reported missing. Again, the strangeness of how close this is to Brian and Gabby is mind-blowing. Okay? On August 18th, the location of Crystal and Kylen's bodies. Horrible tragedy. Terrible what happened to these girls. The location of Crystal and Kylen's bodies, August 18th. And I thought I had linked information here. I guess not, for some reason. So remember that post where I was looking for the mountains? What date was that? August 19th. And I said we'll come back to that when I was searching around for the mountains. That post was August 19th from Brian. Or I'm sorry, I think it was on Gabby's page. And it showed Brian sitting at the back of the van in the white sands and the van in the sand. So this is the location where Kylen and Crystal's body was discovered. They were discovered in a small lake, and both of them were pantsless, and one of the girls had her shirt lifted up in a bra, as if like they were held at gunpoint and told to get naked or something like that, and were shot point blank, murdered, right here. And I don't know why. I don't have none of that information in there. It's kind of strange. Let me see. So basically what it was let me jump over here real quick. I just want to make sure I get, because for some reason I didn't have it linked. I don't know why. Moab murders what happened to Crystal Turner and Kylen Schulte after August 13th. They were at the bar August 13th. Remember, it was marked on our map. Moab, Utah. A horrific double murder that rocked Utah's scenic Moab community in mid-August remains unsolved. One month later, went out looking for... Am I still live? Can you guys still see me? That was a weird thing that happened. It looked like my live cut off for a split second. Am I still go? Can you guys see me? Let me know in the comments. Cool. Thank you, Chris. For some reason, the counter on the live stream restarted. It was weird. They're probably like, geez, or whiz, how long is this guy going to go live for? Hey, man, look, I got to get through it, all right? So, Cindy... Cindy Sue Hunter on August 18th went searching for Crystal Turner, 38, and Kylen Schulte, 24. And their bodies were found the same day. She stumbled upon a crime scene in the South Mesa area of LaSalle Loop Road. She found Schulte in a creek, partially clothed with multiple gunshot wounds. She said, her arms and legs were at an awkward angle, and I went into shock in that moment, Hunter said. It's terrible, guys. Horrible. We need to get this case to be just as loud as Gabby's. It's terrible. Fearing the killer or killers might still be nearby, Hunter said she called police and did not search further for Turner. I felt that Crystal was further south and that she had been brutalized more than Kylen. It's just a feeling I have, she said. The couple had told friends earlier that a suspicious man was creeping them out near their campsite and that they wanted to move. So I showed you their original campsite, which, even though Woody's was that close, I mean, either way, the extreme closeness to Gabby and Brian is crazy, okay? And where Brian was staying. But the original campsite was the mountains that we were looking at. The couple had told suspicious man was creeping around them out near their campsite and they wanted to move. We don't think they got a chance to, Hunter said. We think they were ambushed. The Grand County Sheriff's Office has released few additional details in the case, citing the ongoing investigation. The horrific crime scene has shocked Moab residents, who number just about 5,200 according to the U.S. Census data. Authorities have not yet publicly identified any suspects in this case. This happens every day in other cities, but Moab is small, said Aaron Bird, co-owner of the Moab Garage Company coffee shop on Main Street, around the corner from where Schulte worked at the Moonflower Cooperative grocery store. We're in a really small community, 5,000 people, and lost 2 people. So local businesses and anonymous donors are offering a $20,000 reward for information that could crack the case, the sheriff's office said. Sad, guys. I'm just looking for any kind of other relevant information here. So they put in here, Petito last made contact with her mother August 25th. Police said Laundrie drove back. Look at this. Oh, okay. I was thinking something else for a minute. Yeah, we know all that. Okay. So this is what I was saying. This is the picture I said we'll come back to about the mountains. So, right here, on this picture posted on Gabby's Instagram page, the date was August 19th. So there was no pictures post it on Gabby's Instagram page or Brian's, I believe. We're going to go back to the map in a minute. From August 12th to August 19th. And when August 19th came, it looked like this. So they look like they're still at Arches National Park. That's my opinion. I don't believe they had headed towards Salt Lake or any of that. They're at Arches National Park right here in this picture. And then they also took the picture of the van right here. But we're going to come back to that maybe too in a second. I want to go back to the map. So yeah, we worked through Crystal and Kylen bodies where they were found. So then the next stop is this. Now a lot of people miss this picture. I don't think a lot of people have seen this picture. Okay? This was 8 weeks ago. Brian put this in his Utah Instagram story. I don't think a lot of people saw this picture. I feel like I've identified exactly where this picture is, where this picture was taken. And it's kind of weird. And it says at the bottom here something, been out of Wi-Fi. Oh, you guys can't see it. Been out of Wi-Fi. Been out of the Wi-Fi. And it says up top here 8 weeks ago. Posted 8 weeks ago. But we're going to go to Brian's Instagram page. What's it said? Yeah, his head looks freshly shaved on that day. Yes, it does. You're right. Like he was spending money, right? Like when he went to the hotel or something, like he got money somehow. That's what I was saying. But, so see this picture? We're going to go to his Instagram page. So remember, on August 19th, on Gabby's page, this was posted. But we're going to go to Brian's page. So, okay. At the top of every Instagram page, you have story posts. These are the story posts, these little circles. And according to my notes, under the Utah tab on Brian's page is that picture. So let's go through it. Why did it show up like that? It's kind of weird. Okay. We've went through all this. Keep on going. Bryce Canyon. Mesa Arch. Canyonlands. Okay, here's the picture. Or actually, it's a video. So this is a video. Oh. Let me go back. Man, Instagram, sometimes I hate you. Hold on a second, guys. I'm going to go back to it in 1 second. Have to refresh the page because Instagram acts stupid. Back to Utah. Alright. I'm going to skip ahead. Okay. Here we are. Got the video. So it looked like to me, it looks like he's trying almost to make it look like someone else is holding the camera. But his right arm is holding the camera. Unless he just wanted to look like that. But it looks that way. It doesn't seem like Gabby's here. I'm going to show you where this is in 1 moment. So, okay. So what this is, and I found it. I found out right where this is. So we're going to go back to our map. So here it is again. It's in our maps. So where this is, okay? Let me zoom out. Excuse me. So where this is right here. I put a question mark on it. Oh, man. Come on, Google Earth. God, you get on my nerves sometimes. I love you, but you get on my nerves. So this is actually north of Arches National Park. This is way up north from Moab. And how I know this is when you click on this, I put the evidence here. So, posted the Brian's Utah story 9 weeks ago. And what this is, what he's looking at, I'm going to zoom in and I'm going to show you. Should be here anyway. Gotta zoom in real close, because I marked it. What he's looking at here is the Crystal Geyser. And that's a terrible picture of it though. So I'm going to show you what the Crystal Geyser looks like. Or we might be able to do it right on Google Earth. Let's go in the street view. Is there no street view? There's no street view. Alright, well I'm going to show you. Whoops. Wrong one. Google. Not go. And I had to find this for myself. Okay. This is the Crystal Geyser in Utah. It's called the Crystal Geyser in Utah. And you can pull up alongside the road, like I was just showing you on the map. Just like this, in this picture. It looks like a pipe sticking out of the ground. It's called the Crystal Geyser in Utah. See, Crystal Geyser, Moab, Utah. So see the pipe? Let's look at the picture again. I believe almost with 100% certainty that that is the Crystal Geyser he's looking at. So we're going to zoom back out. So going from here on, I really didn't mark a travel path because a lot of things are up in the air. So here's all the plot points between the geyser. Here's Moab, the hotel Brian stayed at, where they were pulled over, where Kylen and Crystal were found, where their original campsite was. So 9 weeks ago, so 9 weeks ago from this week would be what? What, 2 months ago? So what's today's date? October 3rd. So October 3rd, 23rd. Yeah, so puts it right around the same date as August 19th. Right? August. I'm trying to think of the dates. Hold on. 8 weeks ago. October, yes. June, July, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. So it was in August. 8 weeks ago. 8 weeks ago. So that was what? At the end of August. Yeah. Right around the same time as this picture was posted. Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Mid-August? New master? That's what I was hoping for, somebody to do the math for me in the comments. Help a brother out, guys. So what? What would be that date? It's hard for me to look at the date right this second because I got all these screens in front of me. I can't pull my calendar up, I don't think. Somebody narrow that down to the date. I'm trying to find this damn picture. It disappeared on me. 8th or 9th? Hold on. I'm going to tell you right this. I'm going to tell you in 1 second. So the post Gabby put up that I think was in Arches National Park on August 19th, that was put up 6 weeks ago. 6 weeks ago, right here. Okay? And that was August 19th. So the post of Brian at the geyser was put up, what was it, 9 weeks ago? 8 weeks ago. 8 weeks ago. So hold up. Hold the phone. Hold the phone, bro. So August 19th was 6 weeks ago. August 19th was 6 weeks ago. Brian posted the picture from the geyser 9 weeks ago. Or 8 weeks ago. I might be getting a little out of it. But 8 weeks ago. 9 weeks ago. What was it? Not 8 weeks ago. So this picture is older than the last Instagram post of them supposedly in Arches National Park. So this picture was in the time period from August 12th to August 19th. It was older. So it was between August 12th and August 19th that Brian's at the Crystal Geyser. So technically, that picture where they're at the Devil's Gardens area where they parked up at, technically, if I drew a line like I've been doing on the other spots on this map, okay, after Brian stayed at the hotel At some point, he reacquired the van with Gabby. They went to the Crystal Geyser, and then they drove back to Arches National Park. It kind of be like this, if I had to show it. Just look at it like this. They went here from the hotel, or whenever Gabby got back with him, and then they went back here, like that. So I don't think anybody's really known that. 6, 8, 9. 9 weeks at the top. 9 weeks. Your dates are wrong. You have pictures of pictures. No. All those pictures, all the pictures that you're seeing on my Google Earth, I just put them on there this week. They're not old. They're not that old. So they're the correct dates. I can go into Brian's story. Here, we'll go into Brian's story. I'm going to show you. Let's go into Brian's story and we'll get the exact number to make sure. That's what I'm saying. That's kind of weird. I don't think anybody's realized about this geyser. It's kind of off, huh? So look, we're back on Brian's page. Let's go through Utah. Right here, see? All these pictures are from this week. Look, on Brian's Instagram page, here is the actual Instagram page with the dates going back 8 weeks. See that? 8 weeks. Before that was 9 weeks. Yeah. That's weird. So what the hell? This is some weird facts going on here, guys. These are some weird facts. So 9 weeks ago on Brian's Utah story, he was in Canyonlands. Look, I'm discovering this exactly right along with you guys. I didn't look into that geyser. I actually had just started looking into that recently. So 9 weeks ago, they were in Canyonlands. So maybe that's not the Crystal Geyser. I mean, it looks just like it. 8 weeks ago. Damn. That's trippy, guys. That's trippy. Maybe. I don't want to look it up right now. 8 weeks is August 1st. Hi, Chris. Hello. I would love to know if the girls camped together on that night. August 3rd to the 8th. Weeks from today. So unless there's a geyser up around Canyonlands. I mean, I could look that up. I guess for research purposes, I should do it. Let me see. Real quick. I'll try to look up a geyser and see if there's one around Canyonlands. Look, If you type in geyser around Canyonlands, Utah, it comes up Crystal Geyser. But that's north of Moab. That's north of Moab. It's tripping me out a little bit. Hold up. That's north of Moab. So I had us coming up into Moab from the south, like this. This is Canyonlands down here on my map. See that? This is Canyonlands. This was before Moab. If I click on it, it'll tell you the dates. They were in Canyonlands July 29th through the 31st. So whoever said, yeah, around the 1st was the Crystal Geyser date. You were right. Yeah, it's around the first week of August. So this is Canyonlands down here. So unless they went out of Canyonlands, I guess that's possible, guys. I guess it's possible that my mapping here is wrong. I guess maybe they could have went out north of Arch. So this is Arches National Park. This is Canyonlands. Unless they went out north, up this way, and they came down into Moab. I can navigate it. I mean, because before Canyonlands, they were at the Capitol Reef, which is right here. So they could go either way. You see that? They could go north and come down through Moab, or they could go south and come up through Moab. So maybe they went north. If you look at it that way, it could make sense that way. So Arches National Park. So at least we're working it out. We're working it out. Their travel routes had no rhyme or reason. Yeah, exactly. They didn't. They definitely didn't, Mara. They could have went anyways. So, but look, this is the reason why, to me, it would seem like they went south, and I'm going to show you. They would have came out of Canyonlands and went south and came up through Moab. Because where they go after Arches National Park and all that, they go north. So they would go out like they're going past Crystal Geyser. They would go past Crystal Geyser again, basically, and they're going up this way. This is Salt Lake City up here. So it's kind of weird that they would go out, go north, come around, and go this way into Moab, instead of coming out, going around, and going this way, hitting Canyonlands, and then coming up into Moab. See what I'm saying? That's why, yeah, two routes. It could be two routes. That's why I approximated they went south. I guess it makes sense that they went north. I guess they backtracked to go north, up to Salt Lake. So, where were we? Alright, so let's just say they did that. Checking in on your comments real quick. No, I totally agree, Chris. It doesn't look like it makes sense, but knowing that, it does. Yeah, I agree, Mara. These cops know. Yeah. What if? Everybody, when they type Brian, for some reason they type brain. I guess because of his big head. Nah, it's natural to accidentally type brain by accident. I don't know why. I do it too. Yeah. This is very interesting. Huge mystery where G and B were between the 13th and the 21st. Really, a big mystery in itself, too, is where they were from August 1st. Well, now we know the Crystal Geyser. But at first, we didn't know where they were from August 1st till August 12th. From the time they leave Canyonlands, we don't really have any evidence where they were from August 1st until August 12th. But now we just added in the Crystal Geyser, which puts that within that first period of August, in that first week of August. But that would mean they went north. So if they went north, where did they go? Because they weren't seen at Arches. They didn't post anything from Arches National Park until August 12th on any feeds. So if they went north then, this way, where'd they go for that many days? See, what I was thinking, and I'm not trying to start a conspiracy when I say this, but this is a possibility, and this is what I was thinking for a little bit, okay? From August 1st until August 12th, and this is just a possibility I was thinking. Yeah, still 4 or 5 days unknown, exactly. What I was thinking, and I'm not trying to start a conspiracy or nothing like that, I'm just throwing out a possibility, okay? Because only Gabby and Brian know. And Gabby's gone to tell us. So what if they left Canyonlands towards the end of July and they drove up towards Moab? And you can see on my map, this is Canyonlands. If they went north, okay, say they went north, they're coming into Moab, right? What if they camped at the same campsite that Kylen and Crystal were camped at first? They camped here, up in the mountain, where Kylen and Crystal's original campsite was. Then maybe Brian started stuff with Kylen at the campsite, which ticked her off. Gabby got angry. That's what started them fighting, Gabby and Brian. So Gabby and Brian decided to pack up and leave the campsite over here where Kylen and them were. And they moved back out into Moab. They went back into Moab. Then they drove up into Arches National Park, where they camped out at near Devil's Garden. That was a possibility. That's another reason why I thought maybe they went south. This would kind of line up with this. But I can't prove that. There's no way to prove that unless we have someone that says it. Or something. So there's no way to prove that. Well, Brian didn't go in the hotel till August 12th. So we have from August 1st, and we had the Crystal Geyser mixed in there. What was the Crystal Geyser? Or in the first week of August, around that time. So from August 1st till August 12th, we don't know where they were. So it could be that they stayed at the same campsite as where Crystal and Kylen stayed. But that's a possibility. You can't prove it. So on August 18th is when Crystal and Kylen's friend was out around the campsite, their old campsite up here, and looking for Kylen and Crystal. Yes, all hypothetically speaking. Yes, Chris. Exactly. So, Brian's IG story. So, yeah. The last post that came out of Arches National Park before they leave this area, is the Devil's Garden post on Instagram, which we looked at many times, but and that's the last post in Brian's Utah section of his Instagram stories. So the last post that came out of the Arches National Park area was this one. And this was on August 19th. The day before this, August 18th, is when Kylen and Crystal were found in the creek over there by the mountain. And it's almost, like I said, like this picture is pointed at the mountain. So, this is the day after Kylen and Crystal were found. And I haven't read this post yet. So, this is on Gabby Petito's page on August 19th. And she wrote, almost immediately after telling Brian Laundrie how happy it made me to see that people were truly respectful of the park. Here we go again. See, this is going back to the character profile, speaking things. This is kind of weird, this terminology used here. Let me read it again. Almost immediately after telling Brian Laundrie how happy it made me to see that people were truly respectful of the park. Like, it just sounds weird, dude. I watched some guy leave his processed, prepackaged plastic conglomerate of lunch garbage on the picnic table. And under it are the hashtags Respect Our National Parks, MPS, Parks Project, Live Sustainably, Van Life, Live Plastic Free. And that was 6 weeks ago. And that was on August 19th. So like our dates that we found, yeah. The Crystal Geyser seems like, yeah, it was before that. It was in the first week of August. Which is still odd. And then they also took this picture of the van. Whoever took the picture. And they're in white sands. Notice that? It looks like they're in the middle of the desert. They're in a white sand desert, though. All white sands. So let's go back to our map. I agree. I don't think Gabby wrote that. That's all speaking official. A murder book. She posted a pic of him and he's not there. Shaking my head. It is weird. I believe Brian is innocent all the way for all the deaths. We're crazy from what I heard. He telling you there he murdered her. She also grabbed the plastic bottle out of the river. The cops had the Gatorade and Gatorade. People writing funny stuff. Don't call Tarzan. Alright. So now Brian and Gabby leave Arches National Park. And the last post we have is from August 19th. So they left Arches National Park around August 19th. And like I said, the day before is when Crystal and Kylen's bodies were found, August 18th. So they left supposedly on August 19th. So here is Arches National Park, and from here on out I'm just going to show you a line to each destination myself because I didn't map it out. I kind of left it open. So here's Arches National Park, and they would have had to go like this in a way. If they stayed on the highway, they would have went something like this maybe. Or no, that doesn't even make sense either. I'm just going to show a straight line so you know where. So they went from here to here. Okay, you're looking at the map yourself too. So if you wanted to pause this video and go back and try to figure out the roads from there to there, that's a good idea. Because you might be able to find street cams, webcams, traffic cams, and find video footage that no one else has seen, and find evidence for yourself. All you got to do is try to figure out which roads they took and try to get the webcam videos and the cameras from those days that they were in those areas. That's why I'm using the map to get to that point where I can do that. Then you can look up the cameras in those areas and try to find video footage, picture footage. A lot of these campgrounds and trails, believe it or not, have cameras, static cameras that were in those trails that the police, I guarantee you the police and FBI have video footage of them up in the trails. Because there's cameras. You can go look up cameras right now from Arches National Park. I looked them up. But they're static cams. You can only see from the same day that you're looking. And they're just picture cams. You can only see a picture like every 20 minutes or so. And then all the rest of the parks that I've been showing you where they have gone, there's cameras in all the parks. So that's like where the FBI is. So here we go. I'm so focused because I'm almost through this thing. I'm almost through. I'm almost at the end of the finish line now. If you're talking about me, Elisa. So they leave Arches National Park and they go to Salt Lake City. That's where we find them at. So Gabby stayed at a hotel in Salt Lake City in August 24th. So we know her their last Instagram post in Arches National Park was August 19th. And Gabby was in Salt Lake City on August 24th. So we're going to zoom in to Salt Lake City. And we're going to find the evidence how we know she was there on August 24th. So here we are. Hotel Gabby stayed at in Salt Lake City. For some reason my link's not here that I wanted to show you guys. But we know that Gabby stayed in a hotel in Salt Lake City. This is the exact hotel. Maybe it's right here. Hold up. No, that's further up. So we know that she stayed at the hotel on August 24th because that's what the media has released. I believe the police released that. It's everywhere that she stayed in Salt Lake City on August 24th. Now this is where a weird conspiracy begins, and I know you guys have heard of the weird conspiracy about Brian flew back to help his father move the things out of the storage. Now, as far as I can tell, I can't find any evidence for that. But we're going to go through the dates and see how the dates line up. So August 19th to August 24th is what? How many days? 25 days. So how many miles from Arches National Park? And I'm not going to go on the road. I'm just going to do a straight line. How many miles just in a straight line from Arches National Park to Salt Lake City is it? 170 miles. So even if they went up the road, yeah, it comes out to about 180 miles. So 5 days to go 180 miles. Her dad, he bought her pizza. She was broke. Right. Yeah, that's what I was saying about my article is missing on the Salt Lake City Hotel. But we can look that up real quick. Right here. So Fox 13 confirmed Salt Lake City Hotel where missing woman Gabby Petito was last seen. It says was last seen in public on August 24th at a Fairfield Inn and Suites near the Salt Lake City International Airport. We went there Wednesday night. Staff wouldn't speak to us on camera, but they did say the FBI and police officers had visited the hotel recently. They also told us that Gabby stayed there for more than one day. The morning the search for Petito is focused on Wyoming. We know that's old. Trying to see if it says the father. No, it doesn't. So I'm going to show you. Okay. Guess we're going here. So it said, someone wrote this on Reddit, but it explains. I just listened to Gabby's dad, Joseph Petito, on Nacy Grant's podcast from today. I've linked the episode below in particular post part I'm referencing. He talks about how he ordered Domino's for Gabby Petito through the Domino's app on the 21st, not Uber Eats, to Salt Lake City, Utah. Initially, he said he ordered it for her because she was having trouble with having connectivity issues. But then talks about how she FaceTimed him when she was eating the Domino's. In addition to seeking his tech help for her nomadic static page, he made it sound like she was in the same hotel they both checked out of on the 24th. So they checked out on the 24th. Assuming her dad is telling the truth, we have I'm not going to read his whole post, but that's all the details about Salt Lake City right there. So, they checked out on the 24th. He ordered her food on the 21st. And I have on here the 24th. Okay, yeah. So I was messing up in what I was saying a little bit, actually. So she got to Salt Lake sometime, probably, what was it? She left Arches National Park around August 19th, and she got to Salt Lake, around August 20th. About that time. Around August 20th, yeah. And then he ordered the food on the 21st, right here at the hotel in Salt Lake. And it's the exact spot. I can give you the coordinates so you can see it. If anybody wants to do this research for themselves, that's the coordinates. Just pause the video and come back and you can look at it. Her dad ordered her food on the 21st. And they FaceTime while they were there also. So they checked out at Salt Lake City on August 24th. And then we get to our next location, which is Gabby's last Instagram pic, Ogden. Ugh. Stretch it out. Ugh. Alright, so here we go. So the next day after we know that Gabby checked out of the Salt Lake City hotel, she was in Ogden. And she posted some Instagram pictures. Supposedly he was in Florida. I'm reading your comments on the 17th and 19th. Proof could have been posted a few days later. I want to believe that he was in Florida, that he flew back, but I feel like if that was the case, if he flew back from Florida, right, the FBI and the police would have seen that. And I feel like when he got back and they were going to question him, remember when he first got back around, September 11th, they started to want to question him? I feel like, I don't know. I feel like there would be evidence somewhere that we would see that he flew back. I just don't think he flew back. But I mean, that's what people are saying, is that he flew back. I agree, Mara. I agree. What do you think, Mara? You think we should call it a night and save getting to the final resting place of Gabby Petito until tomorrow and come back live again? I think we should hold off. We went through a lot tonight. I think we could take a break. But I'm going to finish off Ogden here. But I don't think they flew back. I'm sorry, I don't think Brian flew back. I think if anything, Brian was I think if anything, Brian lied to Gabby or someone. Maybe Gabby mentioned it to the father or something, and Brian lied to Gabby about it, maybe to get some time alone or something. Because, I don't know, I just feel like there would be some kind of evidence released. Like, if he flew back on an airplane, we would see airplane video footage. They would have released that by now. They would have been like, there's Brian Laundrie on airport security camera passing through the gate. I feel like we would have seen that. I agree. Look, I agree. I'm just saying what I think. I'm not saying that's 100% fact. Chris Thompson, long live the stream, brother. I agree. I just feel like we would have seen airport videos. That's all I'm saying by now. I agree. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I was thinking. Like, look, I'm open to all possibilities. If he did fly back, right around this time period, I don't know what the hell he was doing. I mean, that just deepens things. I don't know what he could have been doing. They said that he was moving things into a storage unit. Or what I was thinking is, I don't know. For a while there, before I put all this map together, I was thinking that was right around the same time that Kylen and Crystal disappeared. But going through it like we are, it doesn't seem to be around that same time. So Gabby, the last Instagram pic was in Ogden. So she left Salt Lake City and on August 25th. So she left Salt Lake City on August 24th. And she was in Ogden on August 25th. And how do we know that? Gabby Petito FaceTimes mother for last time and posts final Instagram photos. Nicole Schmidt, Gabby's mother, begins to lose contact with daughter. Less and less FaceTimes and messages coming back. Here's a video. Play this. I mean, it would be crazy.
Parents of a missing woman from Long Island need help finding her.
She was on a cross-country and suddenly shut down. CBS 2's Jenna DeAngelis with the pleas from her family tonight.
An emotional mother holding on to a photo of her daughter is desperate for her to come home.
Scary, and it's nerve-wracking. We don't sleep. We're just actively looking for her.
Gabby Petito's family reported her missing Saturday to Suffolk County Police. The 22-year-old of Blue Point was on a cross-country road trip, but kept in touch with her mom.
At least 3 times a week. We would FaceTime, call, text frequently. She kept me updated on this whole trip.
Her mother says they last FaceTimed about 3 weeks ago. The last text she received was on August 30th.
The first couple of days, I wasn't getting responses. I believed she was in a place with no service. It was like day 8 and 9 that I really became concerned.
Police say she's believed to have last been in Wyoming's Grand Teton National Park. Video of the trip was uploaded to YouTube August 19th. Her mother says she left New York early July for the trip, which was set to end in Oregon next month. She was traveling in this white van, which police say has been recovered.
I just believe she's in danger because she's not in touch with us, and she could be alone somewhere. She could be stranded somewhere in the wilderness, and she needs help. I believe a mother's instinct is the most powerful.
Her parents say she was traveling with her boyfriend, who she's been living with in Florida for the past 2 years, but they wouldn't comment further on him. All they want is to find Gabby.
Gabby, we just want you to come home. Call us. Let us know you're okay. We just come home, please.
We miss you.
Gabby is about 5'5" and 110 pounds with blonde hair and blue eyes. She has several tattoos, including one on her forearm that reads, "Let it be. If you have any information, contact police." Jenna DeAngelis, CBS 2 News.
And Jenna tells us the van was located in Florida, where the couple lives. A police department there now says they know where the boyfriend is and they are in contact with him.
Yeah, they know where the boyfriend is and are in contact with him, but yet they let him walk right out the front door. I mean, how stupid. Oh my God, bro. Look, the cops that were trying to help Gabby, I feel for them, but they did the wrong thing. And then we got these cops in Florida who have the #1 suspect in marriage. When there's murder and their people are married, the #1 suspect is the partner. And these cops in Florida just let him walk out the front door. Oh my God, bro. What? How? I sound like, what's his name? Pastor Paul Beagley. Anybody watch him? What? Maybe I'm getting delirious a little bit. But come on, guys. How do you let the guy walk out the front door? What is wrong with you? Oh, God. Let's go back to our map. So you just saw that was before Gabby's body was found in Wyoming. And it's so sad that they even said in that video right there that she had a tattoo that said "Let it be," and then later, if anybody saw the press conference of all the family members and they all got the same tattoos as Gabby, it was so sad, guys. Yeah, they spoke about the tattoos, yup. Sad, man. So what you just saw was Gabby's mother saying how she was losing contact with Gabby at the point of Salt Lake City and Ogden, and yeah, it threw me off thinking about the tattoo. It's really sad. So she was in Ogden. Excuse me. Petito's mother, Nicole Schmidt, said she last spoke with her daughter on August 25th while she was near Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. I mean, I guess she was near Grand Teton National Park. She really wasn't on August 25th. I mean, she was in Ogden. That's what I gathered. She wasn't near Grand Teton National Park on August 25th. She was right here in Ogden, and I'm going to show evidence for that. She was just outside of Salt Lake City at that time. So, when she was near Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming, I wasn't getting responses, Schmidt said. I believe she was in a place with no service. It was like day 8 and 9. I became really concerned. I figured she couldn't be off the grid that long. Gabby's last Instagram photos, no locations were given, but I found the location. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to show you the evidence for this. And I don't think anybody else is finding this kind of evidence because I'm looking into the map here, okay? So the reason why I know on August 25th that Gabby wasn't near Grand Teton National Park yet I'm going to show you. So her last Instagram photo was this. And I'm sure most people know what her last Instagram photo was. But I'm going to show it, and then I'm going to show the evidence why I know she wasn't near Grand Teton National Park yet. So here we are. This is August 25th, Gabby Petito's Instagram page. And you can see the date right here. I'm going to open this up on the browser, so remember that picture. Whoops. Okay. So like I said, when you switch from Earth to the browser, it changes the pictures around a little bit. But there's the picture. It's in a picture set on our Instagram page. So if we look at the top of this picture, like they said, there's no location information for where this picture was taken. Okay? We see down at the bottom, though, that there is a date, August 25th. Okay? Now look at the pictures. Okay? See the wall art? I found out where this wall art is. So if we go back to the map, August 25th, let's zoom into my point here. In Ogden. And let's take a look at Google Street View. I believe it's this side. So if we rotate around and look at that, guys. That is exactly where Gabby Petito was standing. Right there. Exactly. And that was in Ogden. I'll show you the coordinates in a second. And that was not near Grand Teton National Park. Not yet, anyway. So let's go back to her Instagram photo. So these are her Instagram photos that she posted. These were her last and final Instagram photos. And you can see she was in a store right here. So I'm guessing, and this is just a guess, it's probably one of these stores right here she was inside of. So here's the wall with the butterflies on it. Google Earth is acting dumb. Here's the wall with the butterflies on it. And she was probably in one of these stores right here. Probably this store right here. The coordinates are to this location. Are right there. So if you want to come back and you're trying to plot out this on your own, that's the coordinates to the wall where Gabby Petito took her last and final pictures. And like I said, that wasn't near Wyoming yet. I'll show you. Zoom out. And that was on August 25th. She took those pictures. How far is that from where they found the body? I'm going to show you right now. Matter of fact, I haven't zoomed out in a while. Okay, so we're looking at it backwards now. Let me go back around this way. So here's Salt Lake City. She was there on August 24th. Here's Ogden. Just to get an approximation real quick. From Salt Lake to Ogden is like 40 miles. So then we're going to zoom out, and I'm going to show you how far away is the location where her body was discovered. So right up here, where you see these points on the map, is where Gabby was discovered. And the Tetons are right here. Teton National Park. So her mother said she was near Teton. I guess you could say that's near Grand Teton National Park. I guess you could say that because the park probably comes all the way down here or whatever. But the way it sounded was like she was really close to there. But I'll do a measure real quick, get some mileage. I mean, see, that's a pretty good distance. She's about 190 miles from where her final resting place is. She's still 190 miles away. So that was Gabby Petito's last Instagram pictures. And that was on August 25th. Now this is where... I'll try to power through this. This is where some confusion comes into play. Right at this point also, where some conflicting stories happen. So next on my notes over here, I know you guys can see them also. So you see Gabby's last Instagram pic, Ogden, right? Next I have Brian and Gabby visit the Rustic Row Inn in Victor, Idaho. And I'll show you why I chose that as next. So here's Ogden, where her last Instagram pictures were taken. Here's Victor, Idaho stop. This is the location of the Rustic Row Inn. And then right here is Jackson, which I'm sure you've heard about if you've been following the case, the Jackson area. So what I have here is Brian and Gabby visit the Rustic Row Inn in Victor, Idaho on August 25th and August 26th. Okay? And it says, an Idaho business owner says Gabby Petito and her fiancé, Brian Laundrie, stopped into their store on the way to Yellowstone National Park, and both seemed happy and were chatting about their travel plans. The owner of the Rustic Row Inn, Victor, claimed the couple popped into the shop for about 15 to 20 minutes on either August 25th or August 26th. East Idaho News reported, they told me they were traveling from Florida. They had just been to Teton Park, and they said they were interested in going to Yellowstone. And I told them that they could go to the west entrance, the owner said, who was not identified, told the outlet. They seemed happy, and when they left, she hollered back from the door that they were engaged, and then I said congratulations. And I have a video here. Let's check that out for evidence purposes. Let's check out what this video has to say.
We are getting a better in the Gabrielle Petito person case. The owner of Rustic Row in Victor says the 22-year-old woman and her fiancé came into her store on either August 25th or 26th. In a Facebook post, Wendy Wolstenhume says they discussed their trip to Teton Park, as they called it, and plans to head on to Yellowstone next. Wolstenhume says she told them about the west entrance and that they would need to go through Tetonia and Ashton. She didn't comment on what the couple were doing in Victor or how long they were there or where they went next. We sent a team to Victor, but the store was closed at the time, and we were told Wolstenhume was out of town. Among other areas, authorities have confirmed they are searching Grand Teton National Park for Gabby Petito. A visitor at the park said he saw them searching.
We noticed that there were 5 or 6 people with high-vis jackets on, walking in a specific line 5 or 6 feet apart, looking down at the grasses.
Authorities are asking anyone who saw the couple or may have pictures, possibly of their white transit van, or you may know where she might be, to contact the FBI. Now, Gabby Petito went on a months-long road trip with her fiancé, Brian Laundrie, and then went silent 3 weeks ago. She was reported missing by her family late last week, and police say her fiancé is not speaking with them. He went back to Florida, where they live, and never said she was even gone. Laundrie is a person of interest in this disappearance. He is not speaking on advice from his lawyer. Now, currently, protesters are at the home in Florida where they live together. This is live right now. Authorities are there as well. Some of them went inside this yellow home. Others, the authorities standing outside because of the protesters to keep things calm, let's say. Again, this is live look at the home in Florida, and authorities just barely, just before we went to this, searched that soft top Ford Mustang right there in the driveway, the silver one in the front. This story is developing, and we will have more as it continues forward.
So see, guys, I don't think it gets much better than this when you can plot things out on a map like this and then go back in time. Like, we're literally traveling back in time. I mean, at that point in that video you just saw, we just saw before that a video where Gabby, her mother lost contact with Gabby. And then now we're going back in time, basically. In that video, we just seen how Brian's not talking. It's not about Brian being on the run yet. So we're literally traveling back in time at times. So yeah, this was the storm Victor, and they could have either stopped through there August 25th or August 26th, I believe. Let me make sure. In Victor, Idaho, the Rustic Row Inn. Okay, this is where stories conflict. There's a lot of different stories that go on here. So on August 25th, August 26th, they might have stopped through the Rustic Row Inn. Now, what was interesting about that video and what it said also was they had said they were already in the Tetons hanging out. They had already been through the Teton Park area. They said that in the video, according to the witness who saw them at the store. So on August 25th, they were already in the Tetons walking around. So that's just an interesting point. When was the hitchhiking dates? I'm going to show you. I'm getting there. I don't want to jump out of order, but I'm going to get there. So next I have so here's two possible scenarios. And I've seen people jump to conclusions on this. So according to the guy at the Rustic Row Inn in Victor, Idaho, they stopped through there for a couple minutes and he told them about the west gate into Yellowstone. Okay? Thank you, Be Happy. I really appreciate that. I appreciate anybody who subscribes. I'm going to be making more videos on Brian that's missing in the future too. This is the beginning of the case. This is working through trying to find any little hints and things that we missed along the way going back in time, and I don't think anybody's mapped it out on a map like this before. But thank you, Be Happy. I really appreciate that. You can follow us on Facebook too at Facebook.com FlightLife410. Or I'm sorry, I've been on here a long time. Facebook.com/FlightLife410 if you want to come on the Facebook feed. I also run another channel called Truth Tracker, and that's more so of like what these videos are dedicated to. And I have a Facebook group. You can look up Truth Tracker on Facebook. And I have a Facebook group on there called Truth Tracker Truth Network, where I work with other people who help me figure out these details like this. So, continuing on. So he said he told him about the West Gate, okay? Now I'm going to show you the West Gate. So here's the Rustic Row Inn right here, okay? According to that eyewitness, Brian and Gabby stopped through the Rustic Row Inn. Now, if they would have went through the West Gate, it looks like they're on this highway right here, Highway 33. This is the Rustic Row Inn, okay? So down here is when they came from Ogden. Just to backtrack a little bit real quick, just to give you perspective. Here's Ogden. They would have came up some way up through here somewhere, up to the Idaho Falls area, where they could have came up this Route 89, and then they were coming up towards Yellowstone. Yellowstone's up here, okay? So here's the Rustic Row Inn. So the guy told him about the West Gate. So here is Route 33, okay? If they went past the Rustic Row Inn and say they went towards the West Gate, they probably would have took this Route 33 up to Route 20, followed Route 20. If you keep going up, it goes around to the east, and here we are. Here's the West Yellowstone Gate. Now this is where things get going, weird situations occurring, okay? And if you look at Yellowstone, they have gates. And I'm sure they have cameras which the FBI and the police can go, okay, yeah, they were here. So here's the west entrance, right here. See, it's a gate. It's a gate that you go through. See that? So what's weird, let's just say for a minute before we go to Jackson and all that, which, yeah, we'll get back to Jackson. Now, if they went to the West Gate, okay, so on August 25th or August 26th is when that witness at the Rustic Row Inn reported they might have stopped through there, okay? Now, we have another report, which this one is sketchy to me. I don't know if I believe it, but it's all possible, okay? So we have another report at another bar up here called the Bullwinkle Inn. And that's right outside the West Gate, okay? And on August 26th, a witness came forward and reported this. And I'm going to play it. If they went to the West Gate. So check out this video.
Meanwhile, as the had a strange encounter with an angry Brian Laundrie, he thinks, just days before her disappearance. Hunter Manis joins us now to describe what happened. Hunter, good morning to you.
Good morning, Steve. How are you?
I'm doing okay. So what were you doing at Bullwinkle's in West Yellowstone? Let's see, when was that? That was August 26th.
August 26th, that was correct. A friend and I were just traveling more or less around the country. We had gone Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, and we had toured the Tetons and also Yellowstone, and went out West Gate, and we stopped in West Yellowstone, Montana for the night, which is how we get the restaurant.
All right, so you're there and you're having a nice conversation with your friend, and there's a guy over at the bar and he just seems angry at the world.
He was. We had actually eaten dinner earlier in the restaurant, and then we moved into the bar for a drink. And when we got in, there was a couple we had met earlier in the restaurant, and then there was a guy by himself at the end of the bar, and we really didn't pay him much attention until he got kind of, he just seemed overly invested in our conversation, and eventually ended up speaking up, which is what made us notice. But again, I mean, we didn't know any of this was going on. It was just, I mean, and at the time there wasn't anything going on.
Right.
We just, it was an odd encounter. He made us all extremely uncomfortable.
Sure. And at one point, I understand there was a little dialogue, and he said his name was Brian, and you say he looks just like him, and your friends from the bar that night are 100% sure it was him, but didn't he say something about Southerners and complained about y'all?
He did. He was kind of overhearing our conversation, which had to do with hunting and some other things, and then it got political, which obviously you try to avoid in a bar. But there were very few people in there, us and another couple, and him and the couple of bartenders. So my friends were carrying on a conversation, and he just kind of abruptly jumped into it with a comment about stupid Southerners and some expletives about Republicans, and that's what made us draw notice.
And real quickly, before you go, has law enforcement talked to you?
Yes, we on the 16th, when we realized, I believe it was the 16th, when my friend and I both realized that it was, without a question of a doubt, him, I contacted the FBI. I did a roughly 45, 50-minute interview. My friend also contacted the FBI and filed a report as well to attach to mine. And also another lady, a doctor that we met that was part of the other couple in the bar. I believe she also filed a report as well.
All right, all part of the record now. Hunter Mann is joining us today from Mansfield in Louisiana. Sir, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor.
All right, so that's a witness report at the West Gate. Sorry about that. Might got a little loud. That was a witness report at the West Gate. And like I said, not to discredit that man's story, but when you hear the other side of this, I feel like that's more likely to have happened. And the fact that thrown in Republicans and stuff like that, I just don't know for sure if that was Brian. It could be. I mean, anything's possible. So, if they would have went to the Rustic Row Inn and they would have went up to the West Gate, there's another witness report at the Bullwinkle Saloon right by the West Gate of Yellowstone. Okay? Now let's go back. Let's go back down towards the Rustic Row Inn. Excuse me. So if we go back down towards the Rustic Row Inn, let's say we didn't go up to Victor right here yet, where the Rustic Row Inn is. Okay, let's say we went to Jackson. If we went to Jackson, now all of this could have happened also. It all could have happened, or none of it could have happened. I mean, I'm pretty sure this happened, what I'm about to tell you. Now, the Rustic Row Inn, that could be a possible or could be a no. Could have not been them. And the Bullwinkle Saloon is a possible, could not be them. So, I'm just checking your comments really quick. Alright, so, in Jackson, at the Mary Piglets, Brian and Abby were kicked from a restaurant. On August 27th, 1 to 2 p.m., a Tex-Mex restaurant in Jackson, Wyoming confirmed Wednesday that Blue Point homicide victim Gabby Petito and her boyfriend Brian Laundrie were indeed in the eatery and that they have notified the FBI. The acknowledgement from the Mary Piglets Mexican Grill on their Facebook page came hours after an Instagrammer detailed sitting next to Petito and Laundrie as the couple argued on August 27th. Do I have a link to this? No. With workers inside the restaurant. The woman, Nina Salih Angelo, and her boyfriend Matthew England may have been among the last people to see Petito alive. Yes, we can confirm Gabby and Brian were in Mary Piglets. So they're saying right here that they can confirm on August 27th that Brian and Gabby were inside the Mary Piglets. The restaurant stated in a Facebook post around 6:30 p.m., "We have already notified the FBI and they are aware. We are letting them do their jobs and we are respecting Gabby's family and have nothing further to comment. Below is the Facebook post from the Mary Piglet's Mexican Grill. And for some reason I can't make that any larger. So it says, yeah, but it says exactly what I just read in the post. And then you see the picture of the restaurant. So it says, Angelo told Fox News Digital, "It's crazy because it wasn't just like we passed them on the street. It was a full-blown incident." Angelo said, she and England were out to lunch at Mary Piglet's between 1 and 2 p.m. on August 27th when they witnessed Laundrie argue with a server. Less than 5 hours later, a travel vlogging couple drove by and recorded Petito's white van on the side of the road near a campsite not too far from Mary Piglet's. Petito, who was on a cross-country road trip in the van with Laundrie and spending time in national parks in the Utah and Wyoming areas, was found slain on Sunday in a national forest in Wyoming, 8 days after she was reported missing. The couple, both are Bayport Blue Point High School graduates, left Long Island and began their road trip on July 2nd. Laundrie returned September 1st. We know that. Petito's mother received an odd text on August 27th. So on this day that they were in the restaurant, Petito's mother received an odd text on August 27th that read, "Can you help Stan? I just keep getting his voicemails and missed calls." According to the Northport, Florida police warrant, Stan refers to Petito's grandfather, but her mother, Nicole Schmidt, told police that Gabby never referred to him by that name. Now, I seen on the internet recently that Stan could stand for, what was, anybody know in the comments, what was Stan that could refer to? Something like, send someone immediately or something like that. Send authorities. Send something. Stan is shortened for something. So, according to this, on August 27th, they were inside the Mary Piglet's at 1 or 2 p.m. So, okay. So if we backtrack a little bit, August 27th, 1 to 2 p.m., they were inside the Mary Piglet's. If we look at the Rustic Row Inn in Victor, Idaho, that man reported they were in there or stopped by there between August 25th and August 26th. Send the authorities now. Thank you, Iced Coffee. That's it. Send the authorities now. And I never thought about that. I always seen the Stan text, and I'm like, what are they talking about? That's so weird. So, August 25th and August 26th, the Rustic Row Inn witness said that he saw them and told Gabby and Brian about the Westgate. The Bullwinkle Inn incident happened on August 26th. See, this is why this doesn't really add up. So the Mary Piglet's incident happened on August 27th. So what would have had to have happened if that were to be the case was they would have had to stop here at the Rustic Row Inn at some point after they left Ogden. Then they would have had to go up to the Westgate, up here, the Bullwinkle Saloon. If all this fits the narrative, they would have had to go up here to the Westgate at Bullwinkle Saloon, then leave Bullwinkle Saloon, either drive back this way, back down towards the Rustic Row Inn, they turned around and went back, or they went through Yellowstone, past where Gabby's body would be found, and Gabby's still alive because the Piglet's restaurant people saw her, came back down and went to the Mary Piglet's restaurant. Now that doesn't seem like to make sense. That doesn't make sense to me. Now I could see like, all right, they went to the Rustic Row Inn, It's kind of weird that they asked how to get into Yellowstone when it's a straight shot. It's kind of weird that they stopped there to ask them that. I could see maybe they stopped there to get something or something. Maybe they turned around. Instead of going to the West Gate, they went back. They hung out in the Tetons. But the guy at the Rustic Row Inn said they had already been hanging out at the Tetons. But we don't have them at the Mary Piglets until August 27th. We have them supposedly at the Rustic Row Inn on the 25th or the 26th. And at the Rustic Row Inn, they said that they were already hanging out in the Tetons. Here. So things don't add up. So if they were in the Tetons, the last time she was in Ogden was August 25th. And that doesn't even... See, all this is confused and doesn't make sense all the way. Supposedly she was in Ogden August 25th. Which is 180 miles away. We measured it. And then at the guy at the Rustic Row Inn reported them being there August 25th, August 26th. So I'm thinking it was August 26th then. Because they had to drive 180 miles. So let's just say they were at the Rustic Row Inn here August 26th. Which would make Bullwinkle Saloon not make sense, because according to that witness, they were at that Bullwinkle Saloon on August 26th. So unless they went to Rustic Row, went around, went through the West Gate, Yellowstone's open 24 hours. They went to the Bullwinkle Saloon and went into Yellowstone. And then drove back down south and went back to Jackson and went to Mary Piglets. So all these are possibilities, guys. But if you believe they went to the Rustic Row Inn, then you have to believe they were in the Tetons. Which is almost impossible, because they were in Ogden on August 25th, 180 miles away. Then let's say the next day they were at the Rustic Row Inn August 26th. They could have, earlier in the day, been hiking the Tetons a little bit. And then went to the Rustic Row Inn. But I don't think the Bullwinkle Saloon fits the scenario. See what I'm saying? If you guys are catching my drift. I know it's a lot to take in. I think, if anything, they went to Rustic Row Inn, turned around, went to Mary Piglets, and hung out in the Tetons. That's what I think. I think this Bullwinkle Saloon didn't happen. Or I think it did happen, but I think it was a different person. So, continuing on. So there's interesting points of all that. We're almost through this. Continuing on. The Mary Piglets restaurant, August 27th. So like I just read, on August 27th, so they were at the Mary Piglets restaurant on August 27th, which is right here. This spot right here. They were there August 27th at 1 to 2 p.m. So Gabby's van was spotted in Spread Creek on the same day at 6 to 6:30 p.m. So August 27th, 6 to 6:30 p.m., travel vloggers Red, White, and Bethune spot Gabby's van in the Spread Creek dispersed camping area. I'm going to play that video in 1 second. So they were at the Mary Piglets at 1 to 2 p.m. Then her van was spotted at the Spread Creek dispersed camping area, which we now know is where Gabby's body was found. And so how would all this make sense? I mean, I guess it could in a way. But that would mean they either went into Yellowstone earlier than was expected. Right? If they went into Westgate I guess they could have went in the west gate, and they could have went back south, and they could have went to the Mary Piglets and then went to Spread Creek. Or they could have did like what I said. They went to the Rustic Row Inn, then they turned around, and then they went in the main gate. So, right here, August 27th, 6 to 6:30 p.m. Travel vloggers, Red, White, and Bethune spot Gabby's van in the Spread Creek dispersed camping area. I'm going to play this video. Check this out. Thank you, Elisa. I'm glad that you're here.
Because we're from Florida, too. It's completely dark. There was nobody there, so we decided to continue on our way.
Yeah, the van... kind of abandoned. We figured maybe they were out.
2021, we got camera footage going through the Grand Tetons Park around 6 to 6:30 p.m.
This is at the Spread Creek dispersed camping area. We got there and there was a huge gravel lot, and we decided we wanted to try to drive more toward the back because we had heard the views were better back there. So we were heading back on this long dirt gravel road.
And we came across a white van that had Florida plates, a small white van. We were going to stop and say hi because we're from Florida too, but the van was completely dark. There was nobody there, so we decided to continue on our way.
Yeah, the van looked like it was pretty much kind of abandoned. We figured maybe they were out hiking or they were just chilling inside. There was no doors open. You know, it was just kind of, you know, neat to see a Florida plate, you know, on the other side of the country. It's not something you see all the time.
But we wanted to include this in the video just in any way that we can help and get this out there to be able to find Gabby Petito. So if you could share it, if you know anything, please don't hesitate.
Yeah, as we're coming up on it, we're approaching it up here on the left-hand side. This is most definitely Gabby Petito's Ford Transit van. It's kind of wild, like it's insane a little bit, because we drove past, we actually weren't able to find any sites, and we ended up driving back through, saw it again, but here it is on the left. So.
And I slowed it down so you can possibly see it a little bit better.
But kind of freaky for a late Saturday evening, but we just kind of had a brain fart. Oh my God, there's that van. So if anybody can help, I know the FBI is looking for all the help they can get onto the case.
I would not recommend it. Just don't do it. Go on a different night because this sucks. Welcome back to Red, White, and Bethune. This month, we're doing something.
All right. And by the way, I know a lot of people were looking at that van footage that they released. If you go on their channel, Red, White, and Bethune is the channel. I'm giving them a shout out to Red, White, and Bethune. They did an awesome thing by...
Welcome to Red, White.
Without them, it might have taken a long time to find Gabby Petito's body. Like, without this video, when they discovered that her van was on their video, that's when they found Gabby Petito. And I don't even think Brian Laundrie expected that. I mean, that was such a weird coincidence. And thank God that that happened. Because they led the police to Gabby Petito. But if you go on their YouTube page and you really want to look at the footage, where is it? So there's a high quality and there's a lower quality. So they have the edited video, which they put on their channel that you just saw, and then they actually uploaded the higher quality version of the video. So it doesn't look like, I'll fast forward or I guess I'll let it play. So this is the original GoPro footage before being edited, and it's a lot higher quality. And I'll let it play so you guys can see it.
Alright, so we're here trying to find our spot on this bumpy ass road. Yeesh, niche, quiche. Let's see what happens. It's a pretty good road, it's just got big river rock in it. What? Hurry up, hurry up! Shut that thing in there.
Alright, so I slowed it down for you guys just to look at. Now I want to show you something that I noticed here too. I believe you can see it in this video. Now for one, new master, I don't believe the door closed. I believe that's just the ladder, and as the camera moves close, I shoot films for a living. So in my opinion, it looked like it's just the ladder, and the camera that you're watching is bouncing up and down, and it makes the black line of the ladder look blurry. And I don't think the door closed, no. So look, if you look over here, I know a lot of people are looking for a person, but another thing I want to show you, it looks like a person right there, but hold on, I want to show you something else. See that black thing? See that? Nah, that's hearsay. I don't know for sure. I mean, I could analyze this video in another video too. But, damn, maybe you can't see it. I swore I saw it. in one of these breaks, you can see a trail at right from Gabby's van. Across the field is a trail that goes up into the mountain. I thought I seen it in this video. Maybe I'm mistaken. Yeah, maybe I'm mistaken, huh? You can see the hat. That's the hat Gabby was wearing in the picture where she was holding the little pot in Colorado Springs. She was wearing that hat, I believe. And yeah, like I said about the door, if you watch it in slow motion, I know it's got this damn blur in the middle. That sucks. But we work with what we got. As it gets closer, you'll see that the black line is part of the ladder. See, it looks like the door closing, but look, if you keep watching that black line, especially on the higher quality version, just keep watching the black line. It's still the same even now. Still the same, still the same, still the same. It's the ladder. I don't think it's the door closing. The other video was posted and used some high-end program. I know, I could do that too. Maybe I should do that. That's a right. I seen someone say go back. You want me to go back again? One more time? Saying go back to 2 minutes. You want me to go back to the two minute point or go back 2 minutes? See, there's the black spot. What is that? See that? Looks like someone standing in the field or walking in the field. See that? I mean, it could be a part of the brand. Oh, I can zoom in on YouTube. That's crazy. I didn't know I could do that on this webpage. Well, what do you know, guys? Oh, it won't let me now. How come it let me for a second? Dang on it. It won't let me now, guys. Dang. Oh, there we go. Look. Definitely doesn't look like it's part of the bush, bro. That right there. Looks like a head. Looks like shoulders, legs. I'm gonna try to zoom in a little bit more, if I can. Nah, I mean, you can't really say that because look, it could be part of the bush too. So it's really hard to say that. That on top right here though looks like a face. That does look like a face, but this looks like it could be part of the bush too. Go back a bit, okay. Hold on. I'm telling you, where I went back to just about as far as you see the van. Unless you know something I don't. I'm gonna put it in normal speed. I see. I seen what you're saying right there, but that just looks like the camera was focusing, cause it's a GoPro, I believe, and it auto focuses. Watch. See, it goes out of focus and then it goes into focus, then it goes out of focus, then it goes into focus. That's what it's doing, cause it's a moving camera. See, out of focus, in focus, out of focus, in focus. That's because the car is moving. That's a leaf. Rewind it. Here, let me see. I mean, it could be a leaf. I'm just saying. Here, I'm gonna go back and play it from the beginning one more time, and then we're gonna keep on moving. And then we'll have to come back live again tomorrow, because we've been going at it hard for a while. I'm gonna play it again.
Bumpy ass road. Yeesh. 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 See what happens. It's a pretty good road. It's just got big river rock in it. What? Hurry up, hurry up! Shut that thing in there.
See, you said look at the red truck, the red trailer. And then there's the truck. You want to zoom in on the truck? I mean, this zoom is sucky no matter what, because this is like a fake zoom. But it's a zoom. This isn't like I'm in my video editor, I'm zooming in on it. But you get an idea. Yeah, the truck's bed is down. And it just looks like work tools to me. It looks like maybe a tarp. And there's a cone out there. I'm playing the wrong video. What video am I supposed to play? The high-end video? I don't have that right this second, though. I can get it for you guys by tomorrow. I'll check it out. I can pull it up and do a more high-end look at it myself, too. I'm stopped. What you want me to say, Xavier? I'm looking. You tell me. What am I looking at? Thank you. Thank you, Heather. Go before. So you're saying in the high-end video they could see the van from here. Is that what you're saying? You want me to zoom in and try to see it? Can't see nothing on here from this angle. I can play it zoomed in. Here we go. See, that's the camera autofocusing. Doing that. I see what you're saying. I see the black thing to the right of the van right now. I can see it. I mean, anything's possible. Anything's possible. But I can't tell for sure. I have to look at it in the video editor. Where the white truck is, go 5 seconds. But you guys can see the van down on the right-hand side here. I think I can move over. Yeah. I'm just seeing the ladder. See, that looks like an open door, but I'm telling you, that's the ladder. If you keep your eyes on that black line, just keep your eyes on the black line. I'm gonna go back though for you, Xavier. Hold on 1 second. Keep your eyes on the black line. I mean, it did look a little thicker there. I will say that. It did look a little thicker. Let me see if I can go back a little bit. But they got that damn smudge right there, too. I think this is a tree. This is a tree in front of it right now. That's a tree right there. See, that shot right there looks crazy. I will agree that shot looks crazy. But are we looking at the far left side of the van at this angle? Because it might be that's the far left side of the van. Because the black line is the ladder. Yeah. See, I'm getting mixed up. See that black line? That's the ladder. It looks like it's getting bigger and smaller because of the camera's autofocus, in my opinion. But see, it did get a lot thinner right here. So, I mean, it's possible. I mean, it's possible. For sure, it's possible. I'm going to go back to the truck for you, Xavier. Hold on. And then I know, like, other people examined down here and saw the flip-flop. There's a flip-flop laying down there. So, hold on. Just go back. Xavier wants to see the truck again. So there's the red trailer. Zoom on the red truck. I mean, zoom on the truck. Is that what you want me to do? Gotcha, iced coffee. There's the truck. There isn't a red and white truck, though. There's a red trailer, and then there's this truck. You see a red trailer, and then you see this pickup truck. Alright, we're going to be moving on here shortly. We're going to go back down to the van one more time. I agree. So, in another live stream, I'll examine the video in full 4K version. Stop. Xavier, I'm not stopping again, bro. We done stopped enough. We continuing on. We've been live streaming too long. So, yeah. I'm sorry, man. I promise tomorrow I will live stream and we'll examine this shit top to bottom. There, we got the van. And like we said, the black line gets dark, big dark, and then it gets thin. I see what you're saying. Night, Chris. Thanks for tuning in, man. Thanks for sticking around all this time. I really appreciate it, dude. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be back on. Or hopefully tomorrow I'll be back on. I'm not sure yet. But I'll definitely be back. Thanks, Chris. I really appreciate it, man. Alright, we are moving on from this, guys. I see this is a very hot topic that you guys want to talk about. But we gotta move on. It's getting late. We gotta move on. Alright, so we can finish up the map tonight. So let's go back to the map. I'm sorry, I promise we're going to do another video and we're going to examine that video top to bottom. So on August 26th at 6:30 p.m., they drove by and captured that video that we watched 20,000 times. That video they captured. And on that same day at 1 to 2 p.m., They were at the Mary Piglets. They got kicked out of the restaurant because Brian Laundrie got in an argument with one of the waiters or hostesses at the Mary Piglets. So like I said, the Rustic Row Inn and the Bullwinkle, the dates make it possible that they could have did all this, but they would have probably gone through Yellowstone earlier than we think. So we're just going to run through the rest of this, knock it out, and then there's always more time to come back and examine it later. So, alright. Gabby's van spotted in Sprague Creek. So it jumps now to August 29th, where Brian gets picked up hitchhiking. So that video we just watched 20,000 times of the van. Now, I'm not making light of this situation. It's a horrible tragedy. I'm sorry. I don't mean to seem like I'm making light of it. I'm kind of delirious. I've been live for so long. It's a horrible tragedy. We shouldn't be trying to make light of it. So, yeah. So, the next point we get is Brian was picked up hitchhiking on August 29th. And the van was captured in Sprague Creek on August 27th at 6 to 6:30 p.m. Thank you, Heather. Hey, I try. So, Brian's picked up hitchhiking on August 29th at 5:30 p.m. All the hitchhiking spots are marked with these red arrows, okay? And I even, in one of the videos the girl posted on TikTok when she picked this right here, when the girl picked up Brian Laundrie, I marked their path because the girl on TikTok actually took a map and actually showed where she drove, and I actually copied the exact what she drew. So, on August 29th, Brian Laundrie was picked up at Coulter Bay Village. He was outside of the showers at Coulter Bay Village, hitchhiking. And this is far north from Sprague Creek, where the van was found. You too, Chris. Thank you. Have a good night, man. Get some rest. See you tomorrow. So this is far north. Like, I'll do a quick measure real quick from where Gabby was discovered. There's another thing I want to show you, too. The trails that kind of point to something. I want to show you something. We'll get to that, but not yet. So if we measure just in a straight line from Coulter Bay to where Gabby's body was found, that's 12 miles. So somehow Brian got 12 miles from where the van was and was hitchhiking. And remember way back when we were looking at the Crystal and Kylen and how far he would have had to hike? It was like 17 miles from the Arches National Park to the trail that led up to where Crystal and Kylen was. It was 17 miles. So we know from right here he hiked 12 miles somehow. So the guy's used to hiking long mileage. Just put it that way. So 12 miles. So he was hitchhiking up here by Coulter Bay Village on August 29th at 5:30 p.m. That's 2 days, 27, 28, 29, 2 days. She could be just as much, which is the Bullwinkle Saloon. That's 2 days after the YouTube video where they managed to capture Gabby's van parked down here. Okay? So what it almost looks like is after the Mary Piglets incident where they got kicked out of the restaurant, for a while I thought maybe Gabby drove off without Brian. That was an opinion I was forming a little bit. Maybe she drove off from the restaurant and she drove up to Sprague Creek. She parked. She pulled off the side of the road because she doesn't like to drive, so she didn't drive that far. And at the same time, she was trying to avoid Brian. He was drunk. He was on drugs or something. Maybe she was trying to avoid him. She was trying to get away from him for a while. She drove off because he fought with the hostess at the restaurant. So then Brian hiked the trails up to Coulter Bay all the way from Jackson. He made his way up from Jackson all the way up to Coulter Bay, didn't find her. And in the witness reports when he was hitchhiking and the girls picked him up, the people picked him up, he went to Coulter. He got picked up at Coulter Bay, and then the person at Coulter Bay on August 29th took him to the dam that's down here. So they took him to the dam down here. And the person who gave him this ride, she's on TikTok. I don't know why I don't have it linked here. Damn it. She's on TikTok and she tells the whole story. And she, I'll get that for a future video. But, she tells the whole story about, she was driving all the way back to Jackson. Okay? Basically where the Mary Piglets is, which is down here. Okay? So if Brian knew she was at the Sprague Creek place, why wouldn't he just take the ride all the way to Sprague Creek? Because, and this could point to this, because Brian knew there was something wrong at Sprague Creek. He could have took the ride all the way from where he was. They were going to Jackson. They would have dropped him off right at Sprague Creek. See what I'm saying? He knew something was wrong at Sprague Creek. So I started formulating another opinion, which was Brian did kill Gabby. Maybe he got frustrated and he started walking. He walked 12 miles thinking about what he was going to do next. That's when he conjured up all this, I'll drive the van back and all that along that walk. He probably called his parents, had her phone or something, and he conjured up, oh, I'll hitchhike back to the van. And maybe he even thought, I'll hitchhike back to the van, I'll have witnesses who saw me, I'll say I was out hiking the Snake River, and then when I get back, I'll find her dead. Now, that would make sense. That would make sense to also with the way Gabby was found. Now, we don't know the cause of death, but we do know that Gabby wasn't buried or anything. She was just laying in a field. So, if he wanted to stage a crime scene, and he wanted to have witnesses that said he was out hiking, kind of fits the script. That he came back from the hike and she was dead. Because she wasn't buried or nothing, but we don't know the cause of death yet. So we can't really tell that for sure yet. But he could have took the first ride from Coulter Bay back to the dispersed camping site. So then he took the hitchhike ride and they got close to the dam here, and the girl in the TikTok video said he got all freaked out and he wanted to get out immediately when they pulled up to the dam here area. Like she said, he was looking across at the parking lot. There's a parking lot across the dam, and he was freaking out like he had to get out. He had to get out right then. So that was kind of pushing on my theory a little bit. Maybe he didn't know where she was. You see what I'm saying? Maybe he didn't know where she was. Now, this was all on the August 29th. Maybe he didn't know where she was, and she drove off from the Mary Piglets, pulled off in that camping site, and then he hiked up the Snake River, up all these trails, and then he realized, like, she can't be this far. Then he realized he had to come back. So then he hitchhiked a ride to the dam area here, and he figured maybe she's at the dam. Let me out, let me out, let me out. So he got out, thinking maybe she's parked at the dam here. But she wasn't at the dam. She's at the dispersed camping site over there. So he gets out at the dam, Jackson Lake Dam, all on August 29th. And you can see I marked the drive path from the first hitchhike. So he got picked up here. Here's the red line. The girl on TikTok showed this red line to the Jackson Dam. So then he got out at the Jackson Dam, and he walked for a while after the Jackson Dam. Okay? He walked for a good bit. He got out at the Jackson Dam, I believe. Let me make sure. Brian drop off. Yeah. So he got dropped off at the dam right here. And then he walked this green line. See the green line on the screen? He walked all of this. At least that's what I'm saying is possible. To this point. And then at this point, this is what happened. On August 29th, Norma Jean Jelovic, a seasonal Wyoming resident from Florida, told Fox News Digital on Thursday that after seeing Baker's TikTok video, she realized she had also picked up Laundrie. Baker is the girl, if you want to look her up on TikTok, who gave Brian the first hitchhiking ride. Also picked up Laundrie on August 29th and dropped him off around 6:30 or 6:40 at the Sprague Creek dispersed camping area. So his second hitchhike ride actually dropped him off at the dispersed camping area. So, like I said, it kind of almost points to maybe he didn't know where she was. He was just hitting all these spots as he was coming back south. Either that, or maybe he wanted witnesses that would say, oh yeah, he was out hiking and I gave him a ride. She said she realized she had also picked up Laundrie on August 29th and dropped him off around 6:30 at Sprague Creek dispersed camping area where Petito's remains were discovered weeks later. Jelovic said she spontaneously decided to visit a Roman Catholic church called Chapel of the Sacred Heart in Grand Teton National Park that Sunday for its 5 p.m. service. The church is about 1 to 2 miles from Jackson Lake Dam, where Baker said she dropped Laundrie off after he freaked out and asked to get out of the couple's Jeep. Jelovic said she picked him up around 6:15 or 6:20 p.m. past the dam near Pacific Creek Landing. He was walking backwards and holding out his thumb like so many do in that area of the national park, she told Fox News. And if you zoom in, this is the exact spot, because this road right here, this, I know he walked all the way to this point now. This is Pacific Creek Road. And she picked him up near Pacific Creek Road. I found this road. I don't play when I'm trying to find these spots, because I want to make sure I get the right spots. So she picked him up around 6:15, 6:20, past the dam near Pacific Creek Landing. He was walking backwards and holding out his thumb like so many do in that area of the national park. I picked him up, Jelovic said. Something just said, hey, ask him where he's going. Laundrie, who sat in the passenger seat of Jelovic's 4Runner, asked if she was going to Jackson. So now he asked this woman if she's going to Jackson, when the first person he got a ride from told him that they would take him as far as Jackson. You can watch that on TikTok. I mean, that's almost the exact words the girl on TikTok said. She says those words. She said, I told him I would take him to Jackson. He freaked out at the dam and wanted to get out. So what that points to, in my opinion, is he wanted witnesses. He wanted witnesses to say, oh yeah, he was here at this time, and not where Gabby was. That's what it looked like. Laundrie, who sat in the passenger seat of Jelovic's 4Runner, asked if she was going to Jackson when she told him no because she lives in the opposite direction. He asked her if she'd drop him off at the Sprague Creek dispersed camping area, which she agreed to. So that seems like Brian knew right where Gabby was. So it doesn't make any sense. Is he on drugs? Are they taking psychedelics? What is going on? Doesn't make no sense. Maybe he's sussing them for an easy victim. Maybe. Maybe he was trying to kill more people. Who knows? I think he was trying to have witnesses that would say he wasn't there when they find her. The 23-year-old asked Jelovic to drop him off at the gate of the remote campground, which has a single dirt road that extends miles to various camping sites in the area, at 6:30 p.m. in August. There would have still been some daylight to see into the camping area, Jelovic responded, saying she could drive him inside, which is when he tried to get out of the moving car, she said. And I'll show you where that is. So she picked him up here. And you can see the red line. He comes all this way back south hitchhiking. And there's multiple ways. I found 2 roads into this area, but they're saying 1 road on the Fox News site. So here's the 1 road. This is the road the Bethunes caught the van on. And it was right about right here where they caught the van, in this area, on their GoPro footage. And there's actually 3 roads, because there's a road right here that goes up north this way. So I don't know which road they took. They could have came down this way, and he could have hopped out right here. If you really want to know, this road right here is called the Spread Creek Road. And the road where the Bethunes saw the van isn't called the Spread Creek Road. It's called USFS 30290. This is the Spread Creek Road up here. And remember that trail I told you I was trying to point out when you saw the van? So if you look across the way, if I can, you'll see these little breaks in the mountain, or this cliff's edge up here. So this is location of Gabby's body, like in this area. This is the location of the van. And then I just put this on the map just to put it there, because I was thinking like that. But it could be the main road that they came in on. And she said he got dropped off at the gate, which I don't remember no gate. Maybe that's right here. Maybe that's over here. But Gabby was found like up here. Or, I'm sorry, down here. Not up there. It wasn't that far from the road. It was like right here where the blue is. So, let me see. So yeah, on August 30th, after all the hitchhiking and all that, the next day was the weird text to Gabby's phone. I mean, Gabby's parents. August 30th. That, I can't talk, the signal's bad, I'm near Yosemite. Was after that. And then we're going into to Brian Laundrie, which is Brian Laundrie returns to parents' house. But I want to go back, and I want to show you one more interesting thing before we end this live tonight. Whew, this has been one hell of a live, guys. Wow. I can't believe I ran through this whole thing. It's crazy. It's awesome, but that's crazy. So, what I want to show you that's really interesting. Remember when I was in the Arches National Park and I showed you the trails? I'm going to show you the trails again. And this is going to be interesting. I want you to pay attention to this. Because Brian hikes the trails, right? So let's turn on parks and recreation areas. So we know this is where Gabby's body was found, this and that. Let's turn on parks and recreation. Now this is the trail. See that big dark green line that just showed up on the map? That's the trail. Watch where it goes. You see that? The trail actually starts right here where Gabby's body was discovered. The trail goes east, goes up into this area, goes up here, goes up into this mountain region, and then you can go 2 ways, I believe. No, sorry. Can't go 2 ways. Here we go. So it goes up here, and then it goes north, and then look, it goes up into this mountain picnic area up here, and then it goes west, and look where it almost comes out at, Coulter Bay, the first area where Brian was picked up hitchhiking. Look, the trail comes to about right there. And this is where Brian was picked up. It's pretty interesting, huh? Just a little bit of info. And then if we go back here, we can see Davis, just for extra purposes. I don't know why it's not clicking that. Davis Hill. And Brian said he was hiking the Snake River. Right around here is the other Snake River. Somewhere. I might have to zoom in a little more. Let me see. Lawsier Hill. So see, this trail comes up through here. Lawsier Hill. So you never know. This could be where Gabby got murdered, along this trail. Swift Creek Outfitters. Pacific Creek Campground. Two Ocean Trailhead. And like I said, you can do your own research and try to pull up these areas and see if they have webcams or anything you can pull from them. You never know what you might find. Two Ocean Lake, Grandview Point. Here we go, Pilgrim Mountain. Leaks Marina and Pizzeria. I'm just looking along this trail. Mount Reed. Grand Teton National Park entrance sign. They did say they were hiking in the Tetons if they went to the Rustic Row Inn. Steamboat Mountain. FlightLife, is that a channel you all watch? What is it? Read my previous statements above. FBI charged Brian with CC fraud on August 30th and August 31st. Dave Adams Hill. Mount Berry. I mean, that trail is an eye-opener, guys. I mean, can't get much closer to where everything was happening than that trail. You can see the pathways up through here. Swift Creek Outfitters. I was trying to see if I could find the Snake River. Is this it right here? There it is. Remember Brian said, so if you don't know, Brian said to one of the people that picked him up and gave him a ride, I think it was the first person that gave him a ride, he said, I've been hiking along the Snake River. But you got to zoom in to find this Snake River, because there's another Snake River south of here. But look, right here is the Snake River. See that? Runs down through here. Brian said that to one of the people who picked him up. He said he seen mooses. He didn't see any mooses or something like that. And he was hiking the Snake River. So many possible questions. So many possible questions. Did he not know where she was? Did he kill her and want witnesses? Did he use the trails to get around? Why did that guy up north at Bullwinkle say he saw him at the bar? Why was Gabby's van parked at the dispersed camping site and no one was there? Lots of questions. So in a future video, when I go back, I'll analyze this more and I'll try to figure out more answers than just the basics of going through and plotting it out and showing the links and all that stuff. We'll try to figure out things, actually. So I'm just going through your comments. So her death was the 29th. Not exactly sure. Brian was hitchhiking on the 29th, yes. And before that, Gabby's van was spotted in Spread Creek on August 27th at 6:30 p.m. 6:30 p.m. by them YouTubers who caught it on video. So it seems like whatever happened at the Mary Piglets set this whole thing in motion. And like I said, it almost looked like maybe she left him there, and maybe he was looking for her. Maybe she was going to leave him. And then maybe he went up, you know, he went looking for her and just kept getting dropped off, looking for her. And then when he found her, he killed her. And that was it. He was so angry that she had left him. But you remember, going back, that Brian would always lock her out of the car. He even said that to the police. He said, when she gets all worked up, I lock her out of the car, basically, or something along those lines. Or she said that to the police, that he pushes her out of the car and gets in the car. That's the same thing that was reported at Moonflower was going on. So maybe she turned the tides on him because they were fighting all that time, and she said, screw him, and she drove off and left him at Mary Piglets. And then he just went looking for her. And he was so angry because he couldn't find her. Finally, when he found her, he snapped. Wouldn't he have left early near August 27 if he had already killed her? Who knows? Or there could be a whole nother scenario where they did go to the Rustic Inn. They went to they went to Bullwinkle's. And went and then drove through Yellowstone somewhat, then drove back down to the Teton area, then went to the Mary Piglets. That's how it would line up with the dates. Got in a fight at the Mary Piglets, and then the same scenario could have happened. She could have left him, or they could have fought leaving the Mary Piglets, and then that fight turned deadly. And then he was driving, so he pulled into the dispersed camping area. You know? Or it could even be he was trying to create his alibi. That maybe they got in a fight after the Mary Piglets and he killed her by accident. I'm not taking up for him. Maybe he snapped and he killed her by accident, and then he wanted an alibi, so he went walking. And that's where he devised all this. And then he wanted witnesses to say, oh yeah, he told me he was hiking the Snake River around that time, so how could he be there? Many of those things are plausible. You know? It's plausible. We don't even know how Gabby died, and I'm not saying this is fact. Okay, I'm not, before I say this, I'm just giving all possibilities. They could have gotten a fight after the Mary Piglets, and Gabby drove up to the dispersed camping site and was by herself. We know she didn't like to be by herself, and she could have committed suicide. And he was out looking for her. You know, and I thought about that too, because when Gabby's family did that press conference where they all had the tattoos and all that, people kept asking them about Brian, and I'd be so angry about Brian. I don't care about no lawyer or whatever. Screw that. I'd say what I had to say about his ass. And it was more like the family was more sedated. Like, they got the tattoos, and they just kept saying, we want Gabby's story to inspire people. And I'm not knocking them. That's amazing. And they started that foundation. And that's amazing. But what if they know something we don't? What if she did commit suicide? Or it points to that. And maybe that's why the police didn't keep an eye on Brian when he was home. Maybe Brian panicked when he found her and just drove home. He didn't know what to do. It's possible too, guys. We can't just... But what's not right is to drive home on the 1st and not tell anybody until the family reports her missing on the 11th of September. So, I mean, those are all possibilities. Where it could have been, they got in a fight at Mary Piglet's, and Brian got left behind, and she drove to the dispersed camping site, and a random person found her. It's also possible, too. All those things are possible. Yo, anything is possible with Lisa, just like Elisa said. I mean, I think it's narrowed down to a few possibilities, and the number one suspect, in my opinion, is Brian. I mean, yes, he could have panicked and found her, or maybe he found the van and never found her, and is like, I don't know where she is. But see, if that was me, I'd be calling her mom. I'd be getting to the nearest payphone, whatever the hell I had to do. I'd be there, like, where the hell's Gabby? Like, I would be going crazy. Like, we need to find Gabby right now. So, yeah. And another thing, somehow I missed that I wanted to point out, that I don't know how I missed, but they had a tablet. And somehow along the way of us all looking at everything, we missed the tablet. But I wanted to show you guys the tablet real quick. Let me see if I can find it real fast. There it is. I think that's it. There it is. I haven't seen anybody talk about this. There's the tablet. See the tablet? So when they say, why didn't Brian have a phone? And look, there it shows her. I believe that's her. And this is on Gabby Petito's Instagram page. And this is under Van Life Inner Stories. And this was posted 9 weeks ago. So they had it even towards the end of all the scenarios that we worked through. There's the tablet. So there was a tablet involved. So when she said to the cop, tell him to make sure he takes his charger, maybe he had the tablet. So there was another communication device. I just wanted to make sure I went back and showed that. I mean, yeah. So that is, I think that is the most thorough, in-depth look at the Gabby Petito case, going from New York to where they discovered her body, ever done so far. I mean, that was seriously in-depth, and I did it all under one live, which I can't believe I did, guys. But you guys helped me a lot. You guys really carried me along the way. I really appreciate it. You guys kept me going. You did. You guys are awesome for staying active, commenting, questioning. It was an awesome live because of you guys, too. I mean, it's a very sad, tragic subject. Terrible subject, but having you guys here with me really kept me going. And I just want to say thank you to guys. Thank you to all you guys for tuning in with all your questions and following along with me. And they said he went camping and the whole Mustang situation. Yeah, the whole Mustang situation is weird. That's another thing I want to get into. He had a phone in his hand. Cops got to stay in their counties. I actually had a brother who was pretty dark. Personal story. Brian telling cops he had no phone was taken out of context. Yeah. Smart devices have been smashed and disappeared and advised by his lawyer. Yeah, but I think he was working off his Wi-Fi, and that's why he said he didn't have a phone. Yeah, I don't know if it was working off his Wi-Fi, because there's so many back and forth stories that he had a phone, he didn't have a phone, but he could have been working off of Gabby's Wi-Fi. If he had the tablet in his hand and Gabby's close by and they had the hotspot running, he could have been on the tablet. And then if he's going to a hotel to stay, like when they got pulled over, he could take the tablet with him, because most hotels have free Wi-Fi. So it could have been Gabby was saying take the charger because she knew he had the tablet. That's what I was saying. Thank you. That was fun. Thank you, Elisa. Thanks for being here and everything that you questioned with me and riding this out with me. All you guys are amazing. Thank you. Noob Master. That's why he got mad when she left him. Right. It seems that way. You never own your fam's actions. You never own that, but own your fam actions. Good stream. Thank you, Iced Coffee. You gave me a lot of good tips along the way. I really appreciate it. If I remember exactly, you told me what stand meant. See, I got good memory. Thank you, Iced Coffee. I seen you there the whole time, helping me out. I really appreciate it. I've been listening, fascinating live. Thanks for your work and time. Thank you, Fran. I really appreciate that. That's what I meant. Oh, yeah, I understand he had no charges, but if you think about it, he came home on September 1st with Gabby's van, and she wasn't with him. Wouldn't you think that's enough to question him? I would. I would think that's enough to at least put a tail on him. Connection when you're mentioning suicide or death is a homicide. Right, I know. They ruled her death as a homicide. True. That is true, Alan. Yes, Alan. That is true. They did rule Gabby Petito's death as a homicide. That's right. Brian, of course, had his own phone, maybe more than one. That's what I believe. I think he had a phone also. But I'm just pointing out the tablet was there too. Good job on everything, though. Thank you, Alan. Thank you. I mean, like, questions him to why he came home from across the entire country in her van without her. Right. Or, like, he came home and let 10 days go by and didn't tell anybody. Like, come on. What's up with that? Like, that in itself makes you look guilty. Like, the cops should have took him in and said, Gabby Petito's missing. Will you answer questions? No. But there's so many things about your rights. Not, if you don't want to speak, you don't want to speak. I don't know if he says he doesn't want to speak, could they say, will you take a lie detector test? I think no. They can't force him to do that either. He was in the village messaging her to find her. He was in the village messaging her to find her. Right. That could fall in line with what I was saying. Like, she left him behind after the Mary Piglets, and then he went looking for her. Could go that way. On Wi-Fi. Iced coffee. Good job on mapping. Thank you, Project Chiva. From looking at the screen so long, my eyes are blurry. I have two screens. I have a bigger screen that all you guys are on, and I'm squinting my eyes so I can make sure I see your names. What time tomorrow you coming on, Elisa? I'm not sure if I'm coming on tomorrow because I work with a paranormal team, and we're going to a spot that's supposed to be haunted, located around where I am. So that's in the later afternoon. Maybe I'll try to come on during the day, early afternoon if I can. I'll try my best. New Master. So FlightLife, you think Brian killed Gabby on August 27th, and when do you think they will catch him? On August 27th? I think something happened after Mary Piglets. Which when was that? August 27th? August 27th, yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. I think something happened after August 27th. And I wonder, I'm almost curious how come no one said what happened at the restaurant with the hostess. Because a small detail such as he hit on the hostess or he grabbed her butt or something like that, because supposedly this was a major fight. What if he like grabbed her or something? If that's the case, that points to, okay, he was near Kylen and Crystal. So a little detail like that, just knowing what exactly happened in the Piglets restaurant would really help us lean in what direction, which way would tip the scales. So every time I've read up about that fight at that restaurant, all I get is he was arguing with the host. I did see on something about money, that they were arguing about money. Hey, this was a good stream. It was fun. Thank you, Heather. I know you were here a long time also. Thank you, Heather, for contributing and speaking your mind, speaking freely and theorizing with me and following along with me and helping me get through this amazing live stream. It was one hell of a live stream. Thank you. No, he lawyered up day one. Right, and that's crazy. I mean, especially your fiance, I'd be like, dude, I want to find my fiance. Like, I would be falling apart. I would be falling apart. It's because she wasn't reported missing until the 9th. Right. Right. Yeah, girl's gone. Sorry. LOL. Yeah. Then he pled the 5th. Where's Gabby? Great job mapping. Thank you, Heather. Same to you, Heather. I want all the opinions too. Yeah. I thought they fight about money, Grayson. That's what I said. I did read on one website that it was about money, the fight, yes. I think he killed her in or near the van and dragged her to the other side of the creek where the body was found. The video you showed might even show him in the middle of doing it. It's possible. Definitely possible, Iced Coffee. That is possible. I think that's possible, and then he started hitchhiking and walking because he wanted witnesses that would say he wasn't there. But that's about it, guys. I appreciate it. I can't say I appreciate it enough. I appreciate you guys taking this ride with me. Whew, what a ride. I don't even know how many people do live streams like that, boy. That was one hell of a live stream. Wow. We went through the entire Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie case on a map from New York all the way to Wyoming. Such a terrible tragedy. We talked Kylen and Crystal also involved in that tragedy. Both of these events were horrible tragedies with so many questions that need answering. And hopefully by doing all this work, it'll help us learn something and find answers, because none of these people deserve to die. It's terrible. But I'm going to wrap up the live stream, guys. I'm exhausted. Here's a wide shot of the map one more time if you want to, I don't know, just peep it. But we went through all of that. Fran, thank you. Have a good night. Frying Squirrel, sub, thank you. Have a good night. Mara, thank you so much, Mara. Mara was a moderator. She jumped on that duty right in the middle of it to help me out. Thank you so much, Mara. Hope to see you again. Be happy. Thank you. Good night. It sounded so funny. Be happy. Thank you. Good night. Good night. Be happy. Can't say that. Your name messes that up. Nightmare. Amazing job. Thank you. Thanks for sticking around. Have a good night. Grayson, get lots of rest. We appreciate your hard work. Thank you. Have a good night, Grayson. Iced Coffee. Peace out. Everybody, peace out. Thanks for tuning in. I will see you in the next video. Have a good night, guys.